that they had won in the Olympics as well as other medals. And you can see in our visuals here, my cameraman Kirpal is in the fray really here. There are about 5 to 6 wrestlers who've come here. 2 of the women wrestlers who've covered their faces, who've brought their medals with them. And the entire place is inundated with people. In just a few minutes, they will be going to the Ganga. And we've seen the way this entire issue has been going on for the last several days. Since the 23rd of April, these wrestlers have been protesting at Jantar Mantar. And after Sunday, when they faced such a lot of, when they had faced, the police had picked them up from Jantar Mantar and detained them. The entire country saw the visuals where the women wrestlers were picked up and detained, and now, angered and saddened at what happened on Sunday, they are here at Haridwar, at Har Ki Pauri, to immerse their medals, the hard-won medals from various that they have got into the Ganga. They say that this is the only way their dignity, this is the only way to sort of salvage their dignity. They're saying that their dignity has been damaged. They're saying that everything they did to get those medals has been damaged by the apathy of the state. We saw the social media post by Vinesh, Phogat. There are hundreds of people here right now in Haridwar at Har Ki Pauri, and there are dozens who are trying to reach the wrestlers despite the security cordon around them, despite the police as well as the wrestlers themselves sort of trying to cordon off the women who've come here. You can see here in our visuals continually that these women are being approached also by others who are saying that they're trying to support these women and what they want done. Ma'am, आप लोग क्या खिलाड़ी हैं? आप लोग कहाँ से आए हैं? खिलाड़ी हैं। आप लोग कहाँ से आए हैं? खिलाड़ी के साथ हैं। आप जंतर मंतर से यहाँ से उनके साथ हैं। Okay, so you can see right now, you can't see where I am because my camera person is currently trying to focus only on the wrestlers. But around the wrestlers, viewers, what is happening is that dozens of people have come here also to show their support. But at the same time, we're also seeing the Ganga Sabha, the Har Ki Pauri, the Sabha which controls the Har Ki Pauri ghats, who have said that they are not going to allow the wrestlers to conduct what they said they're going to do. They're not going to allow the wrestlers to immerse their medals into the Ganga. But as you can see in our visuals right now, my camera person Kirpalji is continually showing you the visuals of what exactly is going on here. Hundreds of people gathered at Har Ki Pauri right now. The women wrestlers with covered faces trying to reach the ghat itself. They want to immerse their medals into the Ganga, but right now there are some people who are trying to talk to them. Since the morning we've seen these wrestlers saying that because the government has been showing complete apathy, they want to take this step. But perhaps right now they are in a huddle. As you can see in our visuals, they're in a huddle. They're still trying to have one last conversation about what is happening there. They are wearing masks. They've covered faces so that their identities can continue to stay hidden. Because remember, one of these women, one of these victims of sexual harassment is also a minor. So clearly they're trying their best to make their point heard, to make their point be heard without their identities being compromised. And they have been saying continually that the government has not done what they should have done to protect them, to get them justice. Back to you.
Unprecedented visuals coming in from Haridwar. Olympians, wrestlers, world champions who have been protesting for a few months now have finally reached Haridwar as they decide to throw their medals away inside River Ganga. They're standing there teary-eyed. Three of the wrestlers who are Olympians. Preeti Chaudhary also joining us. Preeti, these are scenes that are unprecedented, scenes that we did not want to see. Unfortunately, these wrestlers have been brought to the Haridwar River Ganga itself, where they believe their medals as pure as River Ganga. They finally want to give it away into the River Ganga itself. A statement that they're making as they await justice.
Well, you're right there, Nabila. You know, these visuals that are coming in, and what do we see? We see Vinesh Phogat, we see Sakshee Malikkh, we see Bajrang Punia, and the other, the fourth wrestler that you see with their faces covered is Sangeeta Phogat. That is Vinesh's sister. All four of them right now on your television screen, viewers, breaking down. You know, they're disappointed, they're dejected, you know, they feel they've been let down, they've been totally disrespected. In the tweets, simultaneous tweets that had gone out from Bajrang, from Sakshi, from Vinesh, seem to suggest that they have decided to submit what they feel is most pure into, you know, which is their medals. Yeah. You know, these are not just medals to them, and I would reckon not even to India. You know, it's not a gold, silver, you know, or a bronze. These are accomplishments, these are years of hard work that they are submitting into what you know, India feels is the purest. So it's really not as much as, you know, throwing their medals away, but it is immersing their medals. You know, there's a whole Hindu subtext to this as well.
Yeah, today is also the Dashera, the Ganga Dashera, where we see a lot of devotees who are already along the river Ganga in Haridwar. So large crowds. On an occasion like this, the wrestlers have decided to immerse their medals in River Ganga. There's been opposition, and I can imagine with such a heavy heart, they've decided to do this, and that's precisely why we see them crying profusely. Not one person to stop them from the government. There's really no one from the fraternity who's come by there to stop them, promising them that their case will be taken up expeditiously, just to reassure them that they will find justice soon.
No, they haven't heard, you know, from the government. Their fight is actually as much is that action be taken against Brij Bhushan. So that is their end game. Brij Bhushan Sharan, who has a POXO case against them. But, you know, like I was pointing out, Nabila, earlier, you know, there's also a Hindu subtext to all of this. Why do I say that? What is the Ganga considered as? When you're born, you know, the Ganga, the waters of the river Ganga are used, you know, sprinkled on a newborn, you know, to augur life. And when you die, the water from the river is sprinkled on you, you know, to augur in moksha. So for these wrestlers right now, this is symbolic, you know, for them. To immerse their medals into river Ganga is to let go of all the years of pain, hard work, sweat, blood. You know, these are not just medals for them. Yeah. But, you know, having said that, you know, Nabila, also, why this moment becomes that very much iconic is, you know, let's, I'll take our viewers back. And if I'm not wrong, it was the year 1960. Yeah. You know, Muhammad Ali, you know, boxer, had to protest
racism,
you know,
at that point,
had thrown his Olympic gold from the Bridge Jefferson into the river Ohio. So, you know, reminiscent of that in terms of protest. What's interesting, Nabila, and you can, you know, take it off from here, is also that these wrestlers from Haridwar would be making their way to the national capital, where they intend to sit on a fast unto death till action is taken on Brij Bhushan Singh. Right. And you know, the Delhi police has denied permission. So are we looking at another face-off?
Another episode that what we saw on Sunday, on the day when the new parliament building was being inaugurated by Prime Minister Modi, we saw these wrestlers against, of course, permission. There was no permission. Section 144 was in place. They still decided to march towards the parliament. They were detained, and a lot of them claimed they were roughed up. The police in turn claimed that they were assaulted by these wrestlers. A lot of to and fro, back and push and pull. Finally, these wrestlers decided that today they're going to come to Haridwar and immerse their medals into River Ganga. They want to give it away, and this is their way of doing so. Also sending out a statement. Anisha Mathur is also on ground joining us. Anisha, give us a sense of the emotion that we see there, profusely crying, those Olympic medalists. who are holding their medals to their chest moments before they actually immerse it into River Ganga. Tell us more, bring us reactions from ground.
Well, Nabila, right now, as you can see in our visuals, the wrestlers and their supporters are right here at Haridwar, at the Har Ki Pauri, and you can see in our visuals, they're holding their medals to their chest. They're extremely upset. They're visibly upset. They're crying. They've been crying since they got here, because this is, in a way, their last hope to show just how hurt, how upset, and how disappointed they are. We've been trying to speak to them, but they are at the moment not speaking to the media, but around them, the huge crowd, because today, as we were just discussing, is also Ganga Dashera. There's a crowd of thousands of people here at the Har Ki Pauri. A lot of people have stopped. A lot of people have extended their support. We saw several other women stop by for just a few seconds to say that hum tumhare saath hai. We saw the slogans being chanted just a few minutes ago, ki tum sab aage badho, hum tumhare saath hai. And you can see in our visuals right now the kind of emotions that these wrestlers are showing. Vinesh Phogat is here, Sakshee Malikkh is here, other wrestlers are also here, and you can see currently in our visuals they're holding the medals to their chest. It is clearly a very, very emotional moment for them. But the irony of all of this, Nabila, is that so far nobody from the government, nobody from the sports ministry or the police has reached out to them. The only official statement we received, at least in the last several hours, is a statement from the officials who are in charge of this particular ghat, who said that we will not allow them to conduct this kind of a visarjan at the Ganga Ghat. That is the only official statement that has come out from any official sources in the last several hours, despite the fact that these wrestlers announced at around 12 o'clock this afternoon that they are coming to
how did they travel to Haridwar? If you could give us a sense on what it took for them to hold their medals, pack it up in bags and bring it all the way. All right, we seem to have lost Anisha's connection there, but those are visuals from a little earlier where we see Sakshee Malikkh stuffing the medals in a bag. It must be taking a lot for them to actually pull out those medals from their showcase at home, keep it in a bag, knowing very well that they're going to part with it forever. Preeti, these images are really emotional. It's not just possibly emotional, really emotional for them, of course, for the country alike.
और पुलिस ने हमें डिटेन कर लिया, गिरफ्तार कर लिया और
medal
हमारे ऊपर ही मुकदमा FIR कर दी.
You know, this is also for them.
Sakshee Malikkh, a small video clip that we see, she's speaking as she packs all those medals before she takes it to Haridwar. They've reached Haridwar. Those are the images on the right-hand side of your screens where those wrestlers have reached Haridwar moments before they're actually going to immerse those medals in River Ganga. They're crying profusely. Yeah, Preeti, what does it really take for them to part with these hard-earned medals?
You know, Nabila, imagine what would it take for a sports person to part with what has been a testament, you know, to their work, their effort, their pain, their sacrifice, you know, the joy, the sheer happiness for them. You know, this is their entire career, cumulative, packed in a box. So, you know, that is it for them. But also, what is it also for the country? Because this is what has made India proud. You know, these were the medals that is India, you know, been cheering for these athletes. So, yes, you know, these are not medals. There's a deeper connotation to it. Like I pointed out, you know, it's testimony to what their careers have stood for. You know, this is what a wrestler ultimately strives for. This is what an athlete strives for, a podium finish, a medal for their country.
You know, the audio there, is really heart-wrenching to see these wrestlers sobbing. It's not just teary-eyed, they're literally sobbing. 6 p.m. was the time when they decided to immerse those medals into River Ganga. They're still holding on to it. They were holding on to it so close to their chests, now are on the ground, seated, crying profusely, holding those medals tight, right by the River Ganga. Anisha Mathur is also on ground. Anisha, these images are unprecedented. Are families of these wrestlers along with them?
Well, yes, Nabila, you can see in our visuals the wrestlers, their supporters, some of their family members are here at Har Ki Pauri. My cameraman Kirpalji is continually showing you the visuals. It is a huge crowd here, and there are hundreds of people around here who are shouting slogans, saying Bharat Mata Ki Jai. These wrestlers, of course, you can see, is a very, very disturbing. These are very, very heart-rending visuals that these wrestlers who are medal winners, who are the pride of our country, are currently sitting on the ground next to Har Ki Pauri, next to the magnificent river Ganga, the holy river Ganga, near the temples of Haridwar, sitting down, and nobody from the government, nobody from the administration seems to be in any way either trying to help them or anything that will get them justice. We saw the visuals of Brij Bhushan Singh also on the 28th, where he was standing right outside the new Parliament building, showing a victory sign. And here, 3 days later, after that incident, we see the wrestlers sitting on the ground, crying outside, right next to the river Ganga. Back to you.
Right, these are images right from Haridwar, live images coming in of those wrestlers who've just arrived as they now are all set to immerse those medals, hard-earned medals, into river Ganga. Today is also Ganga Dasera. It's a religious day, it's a holy day. There are devotees along Haridwar. It's a huge crowd that's gathered to witness this, as these wrestlers have been protesting on for at least a few months on the streets. Just on Sunday, we saw some real unprecedented scenes when they were detained.
Whoever is advising is
Hello?
like it's sad. I feel sad. It's fabulous.
All right. Well, these are signs on the ground where we're seeing a lot of commotion right moments before they actually immerse those medals into River Ganga. Preeti, how many months have they been protesting on the streets? Finally, they found their spot at Jantar Mantar. They were detained when they were headed towards the new Parliament building, all to make a statement. It looked like desperate calls. They knew very well they're going to be detained. It's not as if they did not know Section 144 was in place and that they would be detained by the police. Police also mentioned to them, we believe, these are the claims by the wrestlers. The police did mention that this will hurt national pride. If you march towards the new Parliament building, it will hurt national pride, and there is Section 144 in place. You cannot march. They were detained, rightly so, as the police had promised, but several sections of the IPC were slapped on them for violating the law. And again, this is not something that the wrestlers did not know, but they still took off towards the new Parliament. So it almost looks like desperate attempts to make their voice heard. Give us the seriousness of the case, as we see the WFI chief has FIRs leveled on him, but an arrest hasn't come his way yet. It's a POXO case as well. Ideally, in a POXO case, and it starts with an arrest.
Well, yes, as most POXO cases are concerned, usually if there is a statement that has been recorded before a magistrate under Section 164 of the IPC, an arrest has to follow. Having said that, this is their 37th day where they have been on the streets in terms of staking out at Jantar Mantar. Before that, this is their second protest. Their earlier protest was 2 months ago, where they were at, they started their protest at Jantar Mantar, and that is the time when the government had intervened in terms of the sports minister. They were placated, they were made many promises, but clearly, with what the wrestlers say is that, those promises have not been delivered, or especially at that point of time, there are many questions that are also asked, that why is it that they did not lodge an FIR then? Why are they lodging an FIR right now? The wrestlers say that they had full faith in the system to address the issue. However, that didn't happen, and they were forced to lodge an FIR. There are 7 girls, one of them underage, who've lodged an FIR against Brij Bhushan Sharan, who is the WFI chief, but he also holds the position of an MP from the Bharatiya Janata Party. So, these what they are asking And I think that's for a lot of people who are questioning their motive or talking about politics behind it. Nobody's quite saying take their word for the gospel truth or take their word for it, but at least start what is considered, a due protocol in terms of investigation. Why do I say that? Is Nabila took over 7 days for an FIR to be registered in a POCSO case. Usually it's unheard of.
Yeah.
After
versus when these wrestlers began marching towards the parliament, an FIR was registered against them barely in 7 hours' time. This is what the wrestlers claim. You could swiftly act against us, but a POCSO case did not deter you from filing an FIR against the BJP MP and WFI chief. It took 7 days basically for them to actually act on that. So it really clearly at this point raises a lot of questions. Of course, on the veracity of their claims, that's something investigation will reveal. But the intention of the concerned authorities not to take up the case swiftly as they would treat any other case, that itself raises questions on the intentions of those officials, on how they look at this case. A lot of talk, though, Preeti, on the fact that this matter is in court. Then why go on with a protest? Why can't you let the judiciary work its way?
It's not really a matter in court. Yes, the matter is in court, but ultimately it is up to the Delhi police. Why is it? What are they asking for? We have to simplify that. They're asking for an arrest to be made of Brij Bhushan Singh by the Delhi police. Like I said, in a usual protocol, that would have followed, that would have happened. That's all that they're asking for. Now, that's open to investigation if Brij Bhushan Singh is found guilty or not. But if the Delhi police, at the coercion of the Supreme Court. Mind you, Delhi police did not file an FIR suo moto or at the back of the complaint made by these wrestlers. Delhi police was forced into filing an FIR once the Supreme Court stepped in because the wrestlers approached the Supreme Court. Now the next step is that the Delhi police was to record statements of these 7 girls, including one minor, under Section 164. They didn't do it for 15 days. After 15 days, they were finally pushed into recording a statement before a magistrate. And Nabila, under the due process of law, if a statement is recorded under a magistrate, under Section 164, under the POCSO Act, usually, very rare would one see no arrest take place. If you go back into, precedents, practically every case you will see an arrest after this.
Right. Anisha Mathur is also at the spot. She's right at the epicenter of where all this action, as we see, is happening. Anisha, it's very unfortunate that we see. Yeah, we can. Go on. It's very unfortunate to see those wrestlers weep. They're sobbing profusely. They haven't yet let go of their medals. They're still holding on to it very tight.
Well, yes, very clearly they're waiting for more people to come in. We're seeing here visuals. Kirpalji is going to show you. Here, there are more people who are coming in. There are flags, there are placards, there are people who've come up in support of the wrestlers. There are also some people started raising slogans in support of the wrestlers, but they have asked them not to do so. It is very, very clear that they are showing today what is happening here is not something that they are happy about. It is something that they are very, very upset and very, very saddened by. People who are coming in, trying to speak to them or trying to talk to them, or even raise slogans are being asked to move back. You can see here the commotion that is going on. Even as the wrestlers, you can see they're sitting down here on the ground, as you can see. But this is Haridwar, this is Har Ki Pauri. Thousands of people are gathered here, around here. And I'm going to ask Kirpalji to just pan the camera around a little bit, then show our viewers the kind of crowd that has come here. There are people who are trying to tell them not to throw the medals. They're trying to say that they are supporting these wrestlers. There are coaches.
आप गलत कर रहे हो।
जी पीछे गए सर।
जेंट्स का भी बैट टच होता है।
हाँ जी।
आप बैट टच कर रहे हो इस टाइम पे।
अच्छा जी पीछे
Crowd and commotion there. Preeti, it seems like a huge security deployment there in place. Anisha Mathur there. She's bringing us the latest images on ground, and emotions really running high. People there trying to convince and pacify those wrestlers who are weeping, sobbing. In fact, they were supposed to be immersing, as per their statement, immersing the medals into River Ganga at 6 p.m. It's now 6:16. They're still holding on to it real tight, not willing to let go of it yet. It must be really emotional, sentimental, of course, and painful, to say the least, to actually part with it. It's not going to come back. Once it's gone, it's gone. A statement they want to send out, but how far will this sink in with concerned authorities?
Okay, let's look at it this way. Out of these, even if we want to look at it purely from a lens of Olympic medals, if these two medals, if these two wrestlers officially give up 2 medals, out of all of them, Sakshee Malikkh was the first Indian woman wrestler to ever win a Olympic bronze medal or any Olympic medal where wrestlers in the women category were concerned. She's won a bronze in the Rio Olympics. On the other hand, you have Bajrang Punia, who won a bronze in the Tokyo Olympics. That makes India's entire ranking in Olympia, where you look at the Olympic ranking of a country, and I'm quite sure, that, and I could be wrong, but, that could be, that comes down a notch or two, because you have 2, technically, if you count and you take out 2 bronze medals from India's Olympic tally, does that actually bring down India's Olympic, tally where other countries are concerned? So on that case, of course, it's a huge, huge deal when you look at these visuals. These girls and Bajrang Punia are all breaking down. It's a very somber moment for them. Why do I say that is, what do you win a medal for? You win a medal for your country. It's a testament of your entire career. It's a testament of the sweat, blood, pain, the sacrifices
your
you have
entire
made.
life you're working towards one goal, to earn a medal, and it's really instilled in players who are trained towards a game like the Olympics or the World Championship, that you want to make the country proud. So that's really ingrained in them, and I'm sure that's the kind of spirit with which they've gone into winning those medals, bringing that much pride and glory to the country, and today they've to part with it. It's really a tragic moment and unprecedented scenes. We've not seen something like this in India. Like you rightly mentioned, Muhammad Ali, we saw a similar situation. I did not see, but this is what history tells us on how he threw away his medal back then as he was fighting racism. Give us a little insight. Do you think these are wrestlers who are following the path of Muhammad Ali?
There are 2 ways to look at it. 1960, boxer Muhammad Ali, protested against a racist incident that had happened with him, and he protested by throwing his Olympic gold from the Jefferson Bridge into the river Ohio. At that point of time, it was seen as a mark of protest. Yes, in a way, our wrestlers have taken that as a mark of protest, but there's the connotation is bigger here, because it's not throwing their medals here, it's immersing their medals into River Ganga. For these wrestlers, their medals are the purest to them, and they've decided to immerse the medals into what the country considers the purest, and that is River Ganga. So, which I talked about the connotation to it. In India, especially where the Hindu faith is concerned, when you're born, when you die, you're sprinkled with the water of River Ganga. When you're born, you augur life in. When you die, you're sprinkled with the Ganga to augur in moksha. For them, it's a culmination of that. So one understands the deep pain, that goes into surrendering whatever you've worked for, whatever you've stood for. Sakshee Malikkh today is known for standing up for her country on the podium for the bronze medal. Ultimately, Sakshee Malikkh would have wanted to give that medal to her children. It's legacy for the country as well. She's an Olympian, Very few have that, very, very few have the opportunity for a podium finish at the Olympics. So Bajrang Punia, Sakshee Malikkh would be giving that away.
This is really tragic. Anisha Mathur is also on ground with us. Anisha, the Ganga Sabha, we believe, have objected to these Olympians here and these wrestlers immersing those medals into River Ganga. In fact, Ganga Sabha now lodging a protest urging these wrestlers not to immerse their medals. Is this a parallel protest happening right there in the scene, in the vicinity you're at?
Well, Nabila, right now, the Ganga Sabha, as far as we know, has said that they will not allow any such thing to happen. And I'm going to ask Kirpalji to just show you what is happening where we are exactly. We are standing exactly where the wrestlers and their families are sitting down there. As you can see, there are 8 people sitting on the ground right now. The wrestlers holding their medals. There are also people who've come in support of them. The other wrestlers have sort of formed a cordon around them to ensure that nobody can come and say anything to them directly. They're trying to make sure that these wrestlers can sort of spend the moments they're spending sort of this contemplative, this sad moment that they're showing in peace. But we are also seeing people from who are not part of this protest coming out. They're making statements saying we are requesting you not to immerse the medals in the Ganga. They're saying that we're here in support. We're here to support you. There are women who've come here as well. Kirpalji, I'm going to ask you to show that the visual of the people who've come here to support them who are on this side. They're holding flags, they're holding placards. They are saying that we are on the side of these wrestlers who've come here all the way from Delhi, from other places. Other people are also coming in. All these wrestlers are basically sitting down right here before they go to immerse their medals in the Ganga. And it is, as we've been discussing, a very, very sad situation. These are Olympic medalists. These are people, these are women who have made the country proud. These are the women who were touted as Desh ki beti, Desh ki pride. And you're seeing here this pride of the country sitting down next to the Ganga river, next to the Holy River.
This is highly tragic.
The Dashera Snan has already started, and behind me, and I'm not sure if you can see this in the visuals, but Kirpalji, if you can just show them behind where I'm standing right next to the wrestlers, and behind where I am is the actual ghat where the Snan has started. These wrestlers sitting here sobbing and crying, tears in their eyes, holding on to their medals just before they go in for the immersion. The sad thing, however, is that despite the outpouring of support that they are seeing here, with people shouting Bharat Mata Ki Jai, people shouting I support wrestlers, people holding placards saying I support them, no communication has so far come from the government agencies, from any government agency so far. We've been discussing what this really means.
Are they waiting for government officials to intervene? Is that the sense that you get? It's 6:24. They're really holding on to those medals tight. We know it's a really emotional moment for them. But do you get a sense that the family members or those wrestlers there are waiting and hoping that any one of them within the Wrestling Federation or someone from the government or even opposition maybe to come and pacify them and stop them from giving away their medals?
Well, Nabila, unfortunately, that is not the sense I'm getting here. What the sense I'm getting here is a last-minute sense of despair that before doing something that is going to be irreversible, they're simply sitting here crying and holding on to their medals. We're also seeing some commotion on the other side. More people. Bajrang Punia has just come in. He's just reached here. Kirpalji, if you can just show, Bajrang Punia has just reached. I think they were waiting for Bajrang to reach here. There are also other wrestlers who had come here. There are wrestlers and coaches who are here. People are still coming in. I think there's the wait that we've been seeing, the reason they've been sitting here for the last half an hour is because they want the rest of their team, the rest of their supporters to also get here so that all of them can take this symbolic step of immersing their medals in the Ganga. As we've been discussing, it is it's a very significant day as far as the religious observances is also concerned. I'm going to try. बजरंग जी, क्या सरकार की तरफ से कुछ कहानी आप कहना चाहेंगे? बजरंग जी, सरकार ने कुछ कहा क्या? स्पोर्ट्स मिनिस्ट्री की तरफ से कोई भी कम्युनिकेशन आई?
प्लीज मैडम जी, अभी कुछ नहीं आया, आएगा तो हम आपको जरूर बताएं
जी. You can very clearly see the wrestlers are not interested in giving any statements. There are more people still coming in, and Kirpalji is going to show you the visuals. More people are still coming in from the other side. Bajrang Punia has just reached here.
It seems also that for the last several minutes, an Olympian par excellence, Bajrang Punia, Preeti, it's really sad. He's also now arrived. He's also, I'm assuming, holding his medals with him. They've all decided to immerse their medals into River Ganga, and on an auspicious day that they've chosen. The multiple demands that they've made so far, Haridwar in the months of their protests. They want Brij Bhushan, the WFI chief, to be sacked. He shouldn't be the president any longer. They want arrest of Brij Bhushan for misconduct of sexual harassment that they've accused him of. They want to disband the entire wrestling federation body, the present wrestling federation body. They want a whole rehaul. And of course, they want reforms for the state bodies and inclusion within the Wrestling Federation of India. So these are multiple demands that they've put forth. All they want met. If not, they're going to fast unto death. That's their new, a call that they've given. Right after this, they're going to head towards Delhi and sit in Dharna by the India Gate. Now, whether they're going to get permission to protest at the India Gate is again something that we've got to wait and see. At least for now, the information that we get from our reporters is the police have denied them permission even to protest at India Gate. Their primary protest location, which was Jantar Mantar, has also been completely cordoned off. That's been fully cleared out. They have no permission at Jantar Mantar either. So where exactly are these wrestlers going to go? What next for them?
Well, from here on, at least they are going to make an attempt to sit at India Gate. So I would reckon what one will see is another face-off between the Delhi police and the wrestlers. But this time, it's not that there'll be 3 or 4 of them. It's not that they're going to have a lot of other protesters sitting in with them. But permission has been denied. The Delhi police has said that nothing doing. They will not be allowed to sit at India Gate. Already at Jantar Mantar, their original site of protest, they've been evacuated from there as well. They have sections of the IPC in terms of FIR slapped against them. What now? Well, it does seem that the next venue for the dangal from Jantar Mantar will shift to India Gate. But, I want to ask Anisha, if you can ask her as well, if she can hear me, is why is it that these 4 wrestlers are the ones who are wearing masks? Is this also a form of protest, Anisha?
Anisha, if you can hear us, why are the wrestlers in masks? Any word on that? Wrestlers wearing masks?
Hear me? If you can hear me. If you can hear me,
we can.
At least one of these wrestlers, at least one of these women is still a minor. They are trying to ensure that they also, because this is also a very, very crowded place that they are sitting in. We've been trying to get a comment from any of them, but they're not currently speaking to the media. They're sitting here mourning in a way. They're holding on to their medals and crying and sobbing. We're also seeing several coaches, other people who've come in here to support them. And Kirpalji is going to show you the visuals around here right now. Kirpalji, there are several people who are now sitting down right here with the wrestlers, but the cordon has been made. Created by the wrestlers themselves to ensure that nobody goes too close to the protesting wrestlers.
But are they on mourn breath? Anisha, could you confirm to us? We see those wrestlers who came in to
they seem to be on mourn breath because none of them have said a word so far. None of them seem to have said a single word so far, not to us, not to their supporters. When we just saw 5 minutes ago when Bajrang Punia came in, he simply came in, gave hugs to his supporters and sat down along with them. They seem to be speaking to each other, but they are not speaking to anybody outside of this small circle of people who are sitting down in protest here. You can see here their supporters carrying national flags, carrying placards against Brij Bhushan Sharan. There was a Brij Bhushan Saransingh Murdabad sloganeering just a few seconds ago. Police personnel have now started arriving here. You can see in our visuals at least one female police official has come here. There are more police personnel trying to come in to this particular area. Kirpalji, if you can hear, if you can just try and show them police personnel trying to come in. From that side behind them, there are 3 or 4 police officials trying to now come in to this area because clearly, remember what happened on Sunday is the trigger point for what is happening here today. And we've been talking about the sheer long struggle for justice. We saw similar protests at Jantar Mantar in January. Then we saw the wrestlers approach the Supreme Court of India in April. It was only after
And 2,300 are watching us.
Well, it seems like we seem to have a problem with Anisha's audio there. But if I could give our viewers a little perspective here on what exactly happened on Sunday, we saw unprecedented scenes where these protesters, wrestlers, were detained by the police. All right, we have some big news here. Veteran cricketer Anil Kumble backs these wrestlers. As expected, we're seeing a bunch of sporting personalities who have come forward. Anil Kumble, one of them, says dismayed by what happened on May 28th, hoping for resolution at the earliest. This is Anil Kumble, cricketer, who comes out in support of these wrestlers, and it's about time. These images are, it does trigger, and how? Preeti, as a person who is not a sportsman, you still feel deeply for these protesters who have brought such pride to India. I can only imagine what's really going on in the minds of those in the sporting fraternity. We've seen very few, in fact, who've come out in support. Olympian Neeraj Chopra was one of the very few who have stood by these wrestlers. May not have visited the protest site, but has time and again spoken, put it out on his social media handles in support of these wrestlers, asking for justice. And like you rightly said, once the case is taken up, then investigation will reveal the truth. But why not first go as per protocol? If Brij Bhushan is booked under the POCSO Act, he ideally should be arrested.
You know, Nabila, one has to look at it.
Kumble has come out in support. Various sports persons who we haven't really heard from.
Well, you know, if you look at it, we have 2 Olympian gold medalists. The only 2 Olympic golds that we have, both the medalists have spoken out. You have Neeraj Chopra, you have Abhinav Bindra. These are the only 2 gold medalists we have in Olympics. Both of them have come out strongly, stood by the wrestlers. However, Kumble is the second cricketer only, because, you know, there has been chatter, there's been talk that cricketers are really not coming out in support of our wrestlers. But you had Virendra Sehwag, who did come out earlier, and now you have Mr. Anil Kumble, who tweeted, he's shown his support through a tweet where he says, dismayed to hear about what transpired on the 28th of May with our wrestlers being manhandled. Anything can be resolved through proper dialogue, hoping for a resolution at the earliest. So Anil Kumble is now the second cricketer to finally come out and come out in support of our wrestlers. There is pressure on, members of the cricket fraternity, of the sporting arena, various dimensions, various fields, to come out and speak up for wrestlers, because ultimately this has less to do with wrestlers and more to do with Indian sport.
Absolutely, and we see even among the opposition parties, we saw the Congress to a certain extent, one of the MPs who suggested asking these Olympic medalists not to throw away their medals, saying that this is not what the BJP has given you, it's what you've earned, and a lot of hard work has gone into earning those medals, so refrain from throwing it away. You have the TMC's Mamta Banerjee, who says she's going to hold a solidarity march. But we've not really seen overwhelming support that's come in the way of these wrestlers. Of course, the wrestlers very upset with the fact that Prime Minister Narendra Modi has not said a word. They also quoted, I mean, if I could quote them, they say that President Draupadi Murmu has also not stepped in on the matter. So you have people who are in the highest ranks in the country today who have not really said much about the protests that's being carried out by these wrestlers, and that's led them to now come to the banks of River Ganga, sit down, weeping, sobbing, holding their medals, threatening to throw it away.
Well, in terms of support, they have seen a lot of support coming in from, various people from various walks of life. Thousands of people were to come together on the inauguration of the parliament to come out in support, where the Maha Mahila Panchayat was to take place in front of the parliament, but all borders were sealed. But having said that, I would think what the wrestlers, Nabila, feel the most dejected about is that on inauguration of the parliament, that was to be a day to celebrate democracy. You know, what happened to them aside, ultimately you had the accused who was inside the temple, the proverbial temple of democracy himself. Brij Bhushan Singh was in attendance on the 28th of May when the new parliament was inaugurated. So history was practically made, you know, inside and outside parliament. You have the police crackdown on our wrestlers, and on the other hand, you have the victims here, the wrestlers being detained, dragged, FIRs being slapped against them, and the accused being part of the celebration of the new parliament. So that spoke to the wrestlers that their demands would never be met. They felt slighted, they felt dejected once visuals of Brij Bhushan Singh inside parliament came in. So for them, you know, this is desperation, it's frustration, it's also deep dejection, where you've seen nobody from the government come in and get your back. They've written multiple letters to various women ministers of, you know, the government. They've written a letter, I know, to the WCD minister, Ms. Smriti Irani. Nobody's really come out. Where is the NCW? You know, no suo moto action that has been taken in terms of, or even one statement that has come out in support of these wrestlers.
NCW, Swati Maliwal.
That's DCW.
DCW. All right. The DCW chairperson said it was unfortunate to see the wrestlers being dragged by the police. You know, so but like you said rightly, NCW, a statement ideally should have come out. If this was a regular case, it would have been treated differently. We're looking at these players who really carry the brand India on their shoulders. When they go to international tournaments and events, they're really carrying India's pride on themselves. So it's highly unfortunate that they've been dragged down to this and reduced to this scene that we see along the banks of River Ganges. In Haridwar right now, Anisha is there on ground at the epicenter. Anisha, what we saw on Sunday, it appears that the Olympians here, the bunch of the wrestlers who are protesting are hugely upset with the fact that they were not only detained and several sections of FIR were slapped against them. We also hear that Brij Bhushan, the man who is accused, who is a BJP MP, was in attendance of the new parliament inauguration, the building inauguration. On that very day, he was in the parliament, being part of all the festivities, while these protesters outside were being detained. Yes, there was no permission for them to protest, but it must have really broken all that hope that they have. They must have felt super dejected, which is why they've decided now to take this a notch up, give away their medals, even though people would say it's immersing. This is nothing but doing away with it, only to send out a statement.
Well, yes, definitely. This is a very, very clear statement that is being made by the wrestlers, that we've been asking for justice for such a long time. And if you see the tweets that they've put out, the public statement that they've made, Sakshee Malikkh, Vinesh, Phogat and Bajrang, Punia, all of them, they made this clear statement that what happened on the 28th is what has shaken their confidence. It has shaken them. It has completely made them feel dejected, rejected by the country whose Prime Minister had called them Desh ki Beti just a few short months ago when they brought back these medals. And they are very clearly showing that sadness. They are holding their World Championship medals, they are holding their Olympic medals, and they are making this statement that on a day when they were being detained, nobody from the government came out in their support. The man who they've been accusing for the last several months. In the parliament, in the new parliament building, the Brij Bhushan Singh's visuals had come out showing him, with him showing a victory sign. And you can see around here several political persons, several sadhus around here are trying to now come in and speak to the wrestlers. They are now not being allowed to cross this particular cordon that the wrestlers themselves have made. कौन आए हैं सर यहाँ पर?
मैम ये सतपाल ब्रह्मचारी है, पूर्व चेयरमैन नगर पालिका हरिद्वार के।
तो आप लोग क्या सपोर्ट करने आए हैं?
सपोर्ट करने आए हैं। हमारे अध्यक्ष का आदेश है कर्ण मेहरा जी का कि खिलाड़ियों के सम्मान में उनसे रिक्वेस्ट करो। हमने रिक्वेस्ट की है कि मेडल गंगा में ना बहें, गंगा में ना
छोड़ें। सरकार से क्यों नहीं रिक्वेस्ट करते?
सरकार से भी कर रहे। कल धरना प्रदर्शन था हमारा यहाँ हरिद्वार में।
So you can see here there are people from Haridwar, there are hundreds and thousands of devotees who have been here, who are also sitting here. And Kirpalji, if you can hear me, if you can just show them, there are about a dozen men now currently who've climbed up on top of the structure for the speakers, who are now raising slogans, saying Bharat Mata ki Jai, and they are shouting slogans against Brij Bhushan Sharan. But if you see what these wrestlers are doing, they're sitting here absolutely quiet, with tears falling down their faces, falling down their cheeks, holding on to their medals, even as the wrestlers are trying to expand this cordon to make sure that nobody disturbs them. They have made it a point that political persons must be kept out, but we've seen in the last few weeks political leaders, sports persons also saying, coming out in their support. Just this morning we saw the tweets being made in their support by certain sports persons that we were just discussing. But here you can see very clearly these sports persons have been sitting down. They've been sitting down here, and the police is also trying to ensure that there is space given to them. And if you can, Kirpalji, agar aap dikha sakte hain, if you can just show right behind where I'm standing right here is the Ganga, is the steps where the devotees are sitting to take a glimpse of the holy river, to take a dip in the holy river. But these wrestlers are sitting right here, waiting for to consider their next step. They're sitting right here, showing just how upset they are with what has happened. The protest that had been going on in Jantar Mantar since the 23rd of April resulted in the visuals we saw on Sunday with the police taking them away. They are saying that these are the sports persons who were hailed as the pride of the country. So where is their pride now? Where is the pride of the country in them now? Where is the support and that the government had given them back then? And we've been talking about what is happening in the case itself. Just yesterday, the Dow's Avenue Court was given the status report in the investigation that has been going on in their particular case. The police has nowhere so far said that they have questioned or called Brij Bhushan Sharan for questioning. That is what their sources have been telling us, even though the status reports have been in sealed cover. Even before the court, even before the police, it seems that what these wrestlers have been asking for has not been done, because Brij Bhushan Sharan has been making statements against them. In fact, the tweet that these wrestlers had given right before leaving from Delhi to come here to Har Ki Pauri, to Haridwar, was that the person we have been accusing for several months is not facing any consequences whatsoever. The person we've been accusing for several months is in fact making statements against us. He has been raising allegations against us, and instead of taking any action against the person who 7 wrestlers, who 7 sports persons have accused, what is being done is action being taken against the sports person. So clearly here you can see the despair that they are clearly showing, the tears that have not stopped.
Stay with us, Anisha. We see that the farmer leaders have extensively pledged their support to these wrestlers. Rakesh Tiket joining us on the phone line, farmer leader. Tiket ji, यहाँ पर जो है wrestlers गंगा के पास है, वहाँ गंगा में ये अपने medals को immerse करेंगे. आपका क्या कहना है? आप उनको रोकेंगे?
हाँ, बिल्कुल रोकेंगे. नरेश टिकैत जी जो अध्यक्ष हैं भारतीय किसान
साइड पे नहीं हो आप?
और है जी,
आप वहाँ पर हो आप?
नरेश टिकैत जी वहाँ पर जा रहे हैं, हरिद्वार पहुँचने वाले हैं. उनके पास में 15-20 मिनट वहाँ पहुँच जाएंगे, उनको लेकर आएंगे. हमने उनसे कहा है कि वो ऐसा ना करें, और आगे जो भी कदम उठाना होगा तो समाज उठाएगा, लोग उठाएंगे. ये देश की धरोहर है, देश की प्रॉपर्टी है, और जो हुआ है क्योंकि उस चीज से भी हताश हैं
जी. यहाँ
तो उनको
ये जो
परवाह ना करें जी.
आंदोलन ये इंडिया गेट तक लेके जा रहे हैं, वहाँ पर धरना करेंगे, मौन व्रत अभी कर रहे हैं, वहाँ पर हंगर स्ट्राइक भी करने वाले हैं. क्या आप उनके साथ जोड़ेंगे?
नहीं, बिल्कुल उनके साथ हम हैं, लेकिन अभी पहले वहाँ पे पहुँच जाए. अभी 15-20 मिनट में, आधा घंटे में वहाँ पे पहुँच जाएंगे, उनसे बातचीत करेंगे, और आगे का जो भी कमेटी का फैसला होगा उनके साथ हम रहेंगे.
उनका या अभी तक जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन है, क्या आप सेटिस्फाइड नहीं हो? ये मैटर तो कोर्ट में है अब, तो लोग कहते हैं कि कोर्ट का निर्णय जब तक आए उनको पेशेंस रखना है।
हाँ, रिपोर्ट दर्ज होने के बाद में, पॉक्सो धारा लगने के बाद में गिरफ्तारी होती है। या तो देश में ये बता दे कि पॉक्सो लगी उसमें गिरफ्तारी नहीं है, पहले जांच हुई, या आगे बता दो कि पहले गलती हुई है और आगे किसी पे इस तरह की धाराएं लगेगी उसकी गिरफ्तारी नहीं होगी। क्या ये जो पीरियड है ये छूट का पीरियड है? ये सांसद है तो उसको छूट दी जाएगी? भैया, तो जो धाराएं लगी है, मुकदमे दर्ज हुए हैं, तो गिरफ्तारी क्यों ना हो? क्या किसी आदमी की जांच होने के बाद में गिरफ्तारी होती है? इनको छूट क्यों? सवाल ये है
जी। बृजभूषण जी कह रहे हैं कि जो नार्को टेस्ट जो ये मांग रहे हैं, ये इनको भी करना चाहिए, ये गलत स्टेटमेंट दे रहे हैं।
मेरी समझ में एक बात नहीं आई, जिसके खिलाफ रिपोर्ट दर्ज है पूरे चैनल उसकी बात दिखाते हैं कि उसने ये कहा। क्या किसी और आदमी के खिलाफ, जिसके खिलाफ मुकदमे दर्ज हुए हैं, पूरे चैनल उनकी भी बात दिखाते हैं? आपने ये कहा कि पॉक्सो जिसके ऊपर लगी देश में पहले भी हुई, उसके बाद में गिरफ्तारी हुई, या आगे जांच के बाद में गिरफ्तारी होगी किसी की भी? भाई, दो ही तो चीज है। या तो देश में संविधान अलग अलग है, कानून, ये किसी के लिए कोई कानून रहेगा, किसी के लिए कोई रहेगा।
जी राकेश जी, जो
पूरे मीडिया चैनल उसका पक्ष रख रहे हैं, सरकार का क्या वो है इसमें?
पॉक्सो केस
गिरफ्तारी हुई
केस के बारे में दिल्ली हाई कोर्ट ने आज निर्णय दिया है कि वो मैटर जुलाई 6 को सुनेंगे। तो ये अभी भी कंफ्यूजन है कि पॉक्सो कोर्ट को ये केस सुनना है।
ये कहा है कि रिपोर्ट दर्ज होने के बाद में क्या पहले किसी की गिरफ्तारी नहीं हुई तो उसकी गिरफ्तारी, या फिर आगे कह दे कि रिपोर्ट किसी की होगी और उस पर को रचाई लगेगी तो किसी की गिरफ्तारी नहीं होगी कभी भी। दो चीज में तो एक तरफ तो सरकारें आएंगी ना।
जी, आप क्या ये इनको रोकेंगे? आप कब पहुंचोगे वहां पर?
हमारे
वहाँ पर जो गंगा सभा है, गंगा सभा वहाँ पर आंदोलन कर रही है कि इनको नहीं छोड़ेंगे गंगा में मेडल्स को इमर्स करना, वो गलत बात है, हम नहीं छोड़ेंगे। इनके पक्ष में नहीं, ये बोल रहे हैं कि गंगा को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए ये गलत बात है।
नहीं, चलो वे तो क्या कह रहे हैं, लेकिन हम वहाँ पे जा रहे हैं, उनको लेकर आएंगे वहाँ से।
अच्छा, आप वापस लेके आओगे?
वालों को भी हम कहेंगे कि उनको रोक कर रखें, वो बेचरौर है, प्रॉपर्टी है, उस पर कोई राजनीति तो ना करें, लेकिन उनकी जिम्मेदारी उनकी भी बनती है और वे उनको रोक कर रखें और हम उनको लेकर आएंगे वापसी।
जी ठीक है, थैंक यू वेरी मच। राकेश टिकैत इज अ फार्मर लीडर हु इज just going to be reaching the spot. He is on his way to pledge his support to these wrestlers who are right now in Haridwar. In fact, we see a lot of voices coming out in favor of these wrestlers. In the latest, Arvind Kejriwal has also spoken out. He's put out a tweet. We see Arvind Kejriwal has also responded. In fact, Preeti, not many of the leaders speaking there, but Kejriwal has just put out a tweet in support of these wrestlers as they are all set to immerse their medals into River Ganga. They're still holding on to it, desperately crying.
Well, you know, Nabila, in terms of support, they have seen support from practically every opposition party. You know, be it the Congress, be it the Aam Aadmi Party, be it the TMC, be it the RJD, be it the JDU, be it the NCP. So every opposition party has come out, pledged support to the wrestlers there. And that is what they are facing as well, you know, as a big blowback where the government is concerned. Because, you know, the government is now saying that this is a politically motivated event of sorts. And that, they allowed opposition parties to misuse their platform and even suggesting that this protest is fueled by the Congress. But having said that, the wrestlers' defense in all of this is that for over 35 days or exactly over 2 months, we did leave it to the government and to SAI, which is the Sports Authority of India, and the Delhi police to take a decision and, give us justice. When we didn't see any of that happening, we were desperate. We had our back towards the wall and we had to throw open our podium to anyone who would come up and pledge support.
Arvind Kejriwal has now just put out a tweet there saying the whole country is watching, the whole country is shocked. This is Kejriwal's message. Delhi Chief Minister says the country is shocked. There are tears in the eyes of the whole country. Now the Prime Minister should leave his arrogance. The words of Arvind Kejriwal, Delhi Chief Minister, who has put out a tweet with this regard. We're seeing the wrestlers who are right now in Haridwar. Anisha Mathur right at the epicenter there. Anisha, just 2 days after they were detained by the police and several sections of the IPC slapped on them, these wrestlers now have really intensified their protest, have reached Haridwar, Har Ki Pauri, now all set to immerse their Olympic medals, their World Championship medals into River Ganga. This is their way to symbolically stage a protest saying that they have been defeated, denied by the country, by the government and by the police. Their calls for justice, sexual harassment case against the WFI chief have not been heard. In their claim, the police are taking their case lightly. They're not probing it as per protocols and therefore they want to give away, they want to literally throw away their medals because they're let down by the nation. This is the statement that they're sending out. In fact, on Sunday itself, while they were detained, there were several sections of the IPC that the police in turn filed on these wrestlers. Section 147 for rioting was filed against them, 149 unlawful assembly. There was also 186 obstructing police duty, 188 disobeying police orders, 332 hurting public servant, 353 using force on police, and Section 3 damage to public property. These were the sections that were filed against these wrestlers, and now they've 2 days after that showdown, right a little away from Jantar Mantar, closer towards the parliament, now these wrestlers have intensified their dharna at Haridwar, all set to give away their medals, immerse it in River Ganga in a big statement. Their next move, they want to be seated on a hunger strike unto death at India Gate. Will permission be given? I'm going to leave you with these visuals. India Today continues to track every development coming in from Haridwar. Anisha Mathur right on ground, bringing us the latest images as these wrestlers hold on to their medals in absolute despair moments before they immerse it in River Ganga.
The WHO has put the spotlight on fake sugars, but artificial sweeteners has only been an ever-growing market in India, and outside increase in cases of diabetes and the growing burden of obesity world over has ensured that people turn to alternatives. The demand for low-calorie food and beverages have contributed to the market's expansion in India. For example, sugar-free Zydus Wellness's artificial sweetener brand witnessed double-digit growth last year in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic as consumers opted for a healthier lifestyle, shows data from 2021. The Indian artificial sweetener market is projected to reach a value of Indian rupee 12.23 billion by 2023, growing at a CAGR of 3.4% during the forecast period. Think about it. Stevia and other sweeteners are found in 1 million products. Colas, juices, chewing gum, chocolates and everything that is being sold as sugar-free. It clearly has grown way beyond just tabletop sweeteners. In India, the artificial sweetener market has witnessed significant growth over the past decade. On a global scale, the market for artificial sweeteners has also experienced substantial growth. The global artificial sweetener market was valued at approximately $19 billion in 2020 and is expected to reach $28.9 billion by 2028. The Food Safety and Standards Authority of India said it's evaluating the new guideline issued last week by the World Health Organization, but strong advisories against them is unlikely. With Brij Bhushan Singh, Bureau Report, India Today.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
Good evening, you're watching Mission 2024 and we're going to keep the spotlight in this edition of news in Haridwar. That is where our wrestlers are right now. Tearful scenes being witnessed where the wrestlers are concerned. They are there to immerse their medals into the river Ganga. What they say is purest to them. They want to submit it to what is considered the purest in the country, which what they said is Ma Ganga. We're going to get in our reporters with the latest coming in. All the wrestlers there breaking down right before immersing their medals into the river. We're also getting an understanding that the Ganga Samiti in charge of the ghats in Haridwar has forbidden them to carry out the act. So what's expected? Wait for it. Coming up next. First up, the headlines. India's sporting heroes in Haridwar to immerse their medals in Ganga River. Vinesh, Sangeeta and Sakshee Malikkh break down. Sensational revelations in the Delhi stabbing horror. Investigation suggests Sahil planned Sakshi's murder. He's expressed no remorse over the killing. Explosive details of ED charge sheet against Sisodia accessed in liquor probe. Sisodia changed phones even after CBI lodged case. Accused Vijay Nair allegedly arm twisted manufacturers. Inside scoop on pilot Gaylord Truce. Pilot says he has full faith in High Command but wants clear role in Rajasthan to hold talks in Tonk tomorrow with the youth. After NCRT's Mughal purge from textbooks, now chapter on Khalistan demand to be removed. Lashkar proxy kills Hindu worker in Jammu Kashmir, Anantnag, as he was out in the market. Mehbooba slams centre over law and order. Actor Randeep Hooda's tweet stirs controversy, says Savarkar inspired Bose and Bhagat Singh. Netaji Bose's family dismisses Hooda's claim. Let's take you now directly to Haridwar, where India's Olympians, our sporting heroes, our wrestlers are sitting by the ghats of the Ganga in Haridwar, waiting to immerse their medals into the waters of the river Ganga. For them, it's ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The river Ganga, considered the purest, of what they say is the purest to them. It is a testimony, their medals, of their career entirely, their years of hard work, pain that they have gone through, the sacrifices that not they, just their families have made. There are 2 Olympic medals in that. You have Bajrang Punia, who's a bronze medalist in Tokyo. You have Sakshee Malikkh, who was the first woman wrestler to ever get an Olympic medal, a bronze in Rio. Both the medals will be submitted to the river Ganga today. However, we are getting an understanding that the Ganga Samiti has forbidden them to immerse their medals into the waters of the Ganga. We're going to try and get an understanding with my colleague Anisha, who's right now there by the ghats. What you see on your television screen are our wrestlers carrying their medals with them in a box, holding them to their chest, breaking down. For anyone who's out there and who's saying that this is theatrics, this is drama, must understand of what a medal actually means, a podium finish actually means to a wrestler. It's their entire career in that one box. It's the trials, the tribulations, the sweat, the blood, the pain, the joy that they have felt. Their entire career today for them would be submitted, gone in a flash. The likes of Sakshee Malikkh would have hoped that a bronze medal that would have been carried out in legacy, she would have given it to her children. On the other hand, for India, these are medals which has made the country so very proud. Heartbreaking for the wrestlers, but abject heartbreak also for India, because it's us who've stood by them, clapping, cheering. They've made us proud, wrapped in the tricolor at the podium finish. To see them like this, would be painful in more ways than one. I want to connect right now to Nikhil Naz, who's joining us from the newsroom. Nikhil, if they are to go ahead, we're trying to get an understanding on why is it that there is a delay. I believe the Ganga Samiti has refused that these medals be submitted to the Ganga there, primarily for environmental purposes, I hear. But getting a confirmation on that. But if these medals are immersed in the river Ganga, Nikhil, this is their entire career in a box. Today, India will also, what they lose is aside right now. We'll talk about that later. But India will lose 2 bronze medals where Olympics is concerned.
Well, that's right, Preeti. I mean, it's when I look at these medals, and I'm going to talk to you as a sport fan and as someone who's covered sport, for the last 2 decades, it's a very rare sight for India to win an Olympic medal. I've been to a few Olympics, and then we know the years of hard work that these athletes put in, and there is an entire system that's at work, whether there are people behind the scenes, their coaches, their families, everyone. And I'm just talking as a sport fan. If these medals that we so desire as sports fan, or even as citizens of the country, as I mentioned, because it's a rare occurrence in the history of Indian sport that you end up winning an Olympic medal, if these medals were to be immersed in the river, I think that's going to be an emotional moment for plenty of fans across the country. Those that cheer these athletes, those that have waited for years, have tracked their progress from junior levels, moving on then to senior levels, and then to various competition, and then eventually that watershed moment they must have witnessed when they ended up standing on the podium of an Olympic game. All of that is going to go down the drain, quite literally in that sense, Preeti. So it's going to be a personal loss. At least, I speak for a lot of sports fans, we're all going to treat it as a personal loss. Having said that, can this situation have been avoided? I think, steps could have been taken. I think there are both sides of the story. Maybe the wrestlers also needed to be a bit patient. They need to allow the law to take its own course. Having said that, I think some sort of a reach from the authorities, from the dispensation, would have gone a long way. I think that's what the wrestlers are looking for at the moment, some sort of an assurance. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken a drastic step as they have taken, going over to the Ganga, almost ready to, immerse those medals that they worked so hard for. So I think this is a big moment in the history of Indian sport. I'm reminded, when we read or listen to sporting history, I'm reminded of the time Muhammad Ali, threw away his medal, his Olympic medal in the river. That after, he was fighting against racism in his own country, and that was a moment that completely changed not just American sport but sport in general. Could this be that moment? Could possibly be. But that's, whatever said and done, whichever side of the story that you look at, and as I've been reiterating that I think you need to look at both sides of the story. This is a moment, or these, if in case they were to immerse those medals in the river, that is a sight that no sport fan or any Indian citizen in general would like to see.
Well, Nikhil, you're right there. One does need to look at both sides of the story. But, when you look at it in terms of, when one pleads patience with the wrestlers, every time one has spoken to them, they said we've been patient for months. And, it took a Supreme Court to intervene to register an FIR. And now there is a man who stands POCSO accused. There are statements by 7 women, one of them underage, for sexual harassment against him. That statement has been recorded before a magistrate. And if you look at in terms of sheer due process of law, one would have seen an arrest is what the defense that comes in where the wrestlers are concerned. On the contrary, there are questions, and valid as well, that are being raised that why is it that the wrestlers decided to choose inauguration day of the parliament? They could have chosen 8 hours after that, any other day, to express and continue with their Mahila Mahapanchayat. These are visuals that are coming in, Nikhil, and understandably, the wrestlers there breaking down what you just elucidated. It's testimony to their entire career as such, their career all in a box. They're full of medals. What does a sports person really aspire for? It's what they will be submitting to the gushing waters of the Ganga in minutes from now. Are they being stopped? We're going to try and understand. I'm going to try and connect with Anisha, who's going to be joining us from ground. But Nikhil, I want to pull you in. Was there an attempt by senior sporting personalities to reach out to them and tell them that, don't do this. You've put your sweat and blood. It's your career there that you'll submit to the waters of the Ganga.
Well, I was just listening to a few updates, Preeti, because just looking at those visuals right now, I think I did notice the wrestlers getting close to the river Ganga. But just breaking it down for you, as you had been mentioning, there are 2 sides to the story, and I'll just try and break it down. On one side, you've got Brij Bhushan Sharan. There are serious allegations against him. He's POSCO charged in that sense. So the least that you would expect anyone is to at least question him. He hasn't been even called in for questioning, and then in that sense the wrestlers are completely right to be aggrieved. But then you look at the other side of the story, as you mentioned, on the day of the parliament's opening, I spoke to a few personnel from the Delhi police, and they said that on that day, let alone the wrestlers, anyone else trying to go through the barricade wouldn't have been accepted. So did the wrestlers then cross the line? You'd have to say yes. Maybe it was a desperate attempt. They've been trying to draw the attention of the dispensation to listen to them, answer their call, maybe take some sort of action against Brij Bhushan Sharan, especially with the kind of charges that have been leveled against him. That could be. I was also present, Preeti, I must remind you, during that IPL game when that entire fracas took place. I did notice everything that was happening from very close quarters. There were about 4 wrestlers that turned up, and they wanted about 6-7 of them to be allowed inside, despite the fact that they didn't have valid tickets to enter. And at that time, Delhi police had tried to stop them, but they insisted that they be allowed inside. That created a lot of commotion, and that also drew media attention. And I think that these have been efforts from the wrestlers' point of view that they want to attract the attention of the media. They want this issue to be highlighted on a continuous basis, and I think they are right. All I'm saying is that we've seen in the past the government or the sports authority or even the sports ministry reach out to the wrestlers. Every time they've done well, you've had functions, you've had felicitation functions for these wrestlers, you've honored them. If at the moment they feel a bit aggrieved, you've met them a couple of times, there's no harm having a continuous dialogue with them, trying to address any issues that they might have, because we know that this is a continuous process. All of that hasn't been forthcoming, and I think that is the root cause of the problem.
Nikhil, would you stay with me? What we're going to do is we're going to try and dip in, because what we are picking up is Nyay Do, is the chant. And with those chants, I believe the wrestlers will be going into the waters of the Ganga. Anisha, my colleague, has been reporting from there. I want to cut across to her.
देश की आंखों में जो राजनेता जो हमें यहाँ लगातार इन खिलाड़ियों की आंखों में आंसू, इन खिलाड़ियों की आंखों में जो नक्काशा नजर आ रही है वो बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, क्योंकि ये वो लड़कियां हैं जिन
All right, there seemed to be an audio glitch where my colleague Anisha is, but I want to take you through these visuals. This is the time, if those of our viewers who've been to Haridwar, this is the time of the Aarti. At about 6:30 is when the Aarti at Haridwar takes place, and that's the chosen time for these wrestlers as well. You've got to say it, yes, the wrestlers want maximum cameras to be on them, but they also say that they waited for months for the authorities that be to listen to them, and therefore, call it desperation, call it frustration, call it their backs towards the wall, but they're going to do what they say, what it takes for the authorities that be to take notice, which is something that has been criticized in the past, to open up, their stage, their dais to opposition political parties. They said that we waited for months for the government to come out to this stage and reach out to us. Nobody did. We had no option but to entertain anyone who decided to show solidarity. That's the defense of the wrestlers there. And the wrestlers holding on to their heads, most of them, all of them actually, in tears. It's a journey, and it's a culmination of that journey. And it's a journey where the country has stood by them, applauded them, felt very, very proud. Who can miss Sakshee Malikkh, podium finish, a bronze medal, the first woman wrestler to ever win an Olympic medal at the Rio Olympics, the bronze that she won today. That bronze is in that box that she holds, and she will take it with her as she immerses herself as well, that box, into the rivers of the Ganga. Is there permission yet? We're going to try and confirm from our reporters on ground, but bringing Nikhil Naz into this conversation. Nikhil, there's been criticism as well as applause coming in for other sports persons, athletes in India. You've had the likes of Sunil Chhetri, you've had the likes of Anil Kumble, Virendra Sehwag, cricketers in question. The only 2 Olympic golds that India has, Abhinav Brindra, Neeraj Chopra, both of them coming out pledging strong support for the wrestlers. But there have been the others who've been very, very quiet, and constantly comparisons have been drawn to those who are speaking up for them and those who've decided to remain quiet.
Well, Preeti, it's very interesting that, you talk about that the sporting world is also in that sense split. This is not the first time. We've seen it in the past. It primarily also happens because a lot of athletes, and I'm not trying to defend a lot of those athletes who've not come out and spoken, they should stand for their fellow athletes, stand in solidarity. And also, those visuals were heartbreaking, where all of us saw those visuals of Vinesh Phogat lying on the ground. You had Sakshee Malikkh lying on the ground, literally wrestling with the police authorities. Those visuals did, in that sense, see those strong reactions on social media and otherwise. But I also understand a few other athletes not willing to come out and speak, because you got to realize that being open and being honest, sometimes the system doesn't reward you. A lot of these athletes have to work within the system as far as their careers are concerned. Is that right? Maybe, maybe not, and we can all have our opinion on that. But you need to work within the system if you want to secure your career. Maybe the argument can be made that if you're not going to speak for your athletes, maybe then when you're the aggrieved party, somebody else might not do it. So I understand that some athletes have come out and spoken, others haven't. There have been times that I've spoken to a few athletes, some of those who've retired and are out of the system, and I've asked them in the past that why is it that they don't come out and tweet and express their opinion. On those occasions, I've been told that, listen, we do not understand much about it. We don't know what the background is, and if you're not really sure about where things are going, it would not be correct on our part then to come out and give our opinion. Again, I reiterate, I'm not trying to defend those athletes, but just trying to tell you on those occasions that I've had the conversation with a few former athletes. But I'm just looking at those visuals because we're seeing it on our screens. I can see Sakshee Malikkh actually pulling out those medals that she's won, just to narrate a personal anecdote. I was there at the Rio Games when Sakshee Malikkh won that medal, and for days of watching those Olympic Games, India was facing a day of disappointment. Day after day, we were encountering, Indian players getting close to a medal and losing. It had reached a point where you thought that maybe India would come back from Rio without a medal. And then Sakshee Malikkh, she fought so bravely. I remember her fighting in that repechage round and then winning that medal. After she had won the medal, it's not just the athlete, it's not just the coaches, the entire media.
Nikhil, may I, hold on to that story, because we want to hear that story. Do hold on to that story. I want to take our viewers through, on what we are seeing right now. There seems to be a delegation from the BKU, the Bharatiya Kisan Union, that has come in. They're trying to talk to the wrestlers there to not go ahead and immerse their medals into the waters of the Ganga. Satyavarth Kadyan, the man that you see, the bearded guy, he's, that man is a wrestler himself. He's Sakshee Malikk's husband, medal winner himself there. But that's what seems to be going on right now. These are live visuals that are filtering in. Back to you, Nikhil. Do complete that story. All right, let's once again dip into the live visuals that are filtering in right now. There seems to be an intervention of sorts, an intervention from the Khaps, what we are being told. And the Bharatiya Kisan Union, members of that, have gone to Haridwar trying to coerce and tell the wrestlers that, these are your accomplishments. That's your blood, sweat, hard work, your joy, your entire career. Why would you want to throw it away, proverbially? You might, they say it's immersing it in the holy waters of the Ganga, but, to hold on to it. Cutting across to colleague Anisha, joining us from Ground Zero.
फोटोज जो है लगातार मैं आप लोगों के साथ कर रही हूँ। फिलहाल वो जमीन पर बैठ गए हैं और वापस नरेश टिकैत जी, सारे रेसलर्स हैं, सब लोग वापस जमीन पर बैठ गए हैं। टिकैत जी उनसे बात करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। उनको शायद ये समझाया जा रहा है कि आप अपने मेडल जो है वो आप गंगा में मत बहाइए, यही बताने की कोशिश की जा रही है, ये समझाने की कोशिश की जा रही है उनको। लेकिन फिलहाल यहाँ पर हम देख रहे हैं कि लगातार जो है रेसलर्स जो है उनका रोना थम नहीं रहा है, उनको बार बार सांत्वना दी जा रही है, उनको बार बार संभालने की कोशिश की जा रही है। हम देख पा रहे हैं और हमको भी थोड़ा दूर किया जा रहा है क्योंकि यहाँ पर बहुत ज्यादा भीड़ हो रही है, लेकिन साफ तौर पे हम यही देख पा रहे हैं।
Okay, we're going to try and cut across to Anisha, but what is the delay? What's happening? Joining me on the phone line is my colleague Ankit Sharma, reporting there from the Ghats of Haridwar. Ankit, अभी हो क्या रहा है अंकित? क्या जो गंगा समिति है उनको परमिशन नहीं दे रही है कि वो अपने जो मेडल्स हैं वो गंगा में बहा दें? क्या हो रहा है, बताएं हमें थोड़ा।
Well, yeah, since morning, ever since the wrestlers have tweeted about immersing their medals in the river Ganga, Ganga Mahasabha has been protesting this stance because they said that the sanctity is very pure and it would be not fair to immerse your medals in river Ganga because people come here for salvation and they take a holy dip over here as well as immerse the last mortals of remains. So it wouldn't be wise to immerse medals over here. They have been urging, and just now, let me tell you, the latest update is that the farmers' leader, Naresh Tikait, has also reached over here, and he is talking to the wrestlers who have been sitting on Dharna. Sakshee Malikkh, Vinesh, Phogat, and Bajrang, Punia have been here since 6 p.m. And as you can see the visuals, the Kisan leaders, the
stay on with us. Stay on with us. Do stay on with us, taking our viewers through the visuals. The man that you see in the turban there, that's Naresh Balyan. He's the elder brother of Rakesh Tikait. He is actually the BKU chief. And he's also, the head of the Balyan Cup, because a lot of advice that has been dispensed into the making of the protest of these wrestlers has come at the back of Cup leaders who are advising them on what to do. And that's the Balyan Cup. You also have the Malikkh Cup leader there. Sakshee Malikkh comes from that community in terms of there's representation of Cup leaders as well. And they are trying to intervene. Naresh Balyan there, the man in the white turban you see, is Naresh Balyan intervening right now, trying to get the wrestlers to understand. He's actually speaking. That man in the blue t-shirt that you see is Satyavan Kadyan. He's a wrestler himself. And Satyavart Kadyan, he's a wrestler himself, Sakshee Malikk's husband. They're trying to take away the medals and say, you should not do this. Don't give up your hard work, your pain, your sweat, blood, your entire career. Let's try and, dip into the audio that is coming through. Ankit is still with us right now. He's going to be taking us through these visuals. Ankit, what is happening? We can see Naresh Balyan, Rakesh Tiket's brother and the head of the Bharatiya Kisan Union. What is he trying to say? Let's dip in and trying to and see what's going on. Let's try and catch a bit of the audio there.
भैया 5 दिन का आखिरी गेम है भाई 5 दिन का हुआ 5 से 10 ना हो डिसीजन 5 दिन का गेम है ना सारी डिसीजन है 5 दिन का ही गेम है छोड़ नहीं दिया जाएगा यो कौन सा मैं यो मेडल देश का सम्मान है वो पहलवान खड़े हो एक बार खड़े हो लो पहलवान जी खड़े हो एक बार जड़ा पैड़ी आप हो तुम बड़ा प्रेम हो
Anisha is joining us right now. Anisha, the visuals that we see is Naresh Balyan. Let's listen in. Okay, the visuals that we see on the left-hand side is Naresh Balyan, the man in the white turban. He is Rakesh Tiket's brother. He's the head of the Bharatiya Kisan Union. He's also the head of the Balyan Cup. They're intervening. They're trying to speak to the wrestlers from not going ahead with what they have decided. Anisha, can you hear me?
Preeti, if you can hear me, there's a huge crowd here. Naresh Tiket is currently speaking to the media. He's making a statement which unfortunately I'm a little too far away to hear. But he is making a statement.
Okay,
what they are saying is that they may...
Okay, let's try and dip in and let's try and hear it. Okay, we're going to try and cut back to the latest. So what's happening is that Naresh Balyan is speaking for the wrestlers, it seems. Who is Naresh Balyan? He's head of the Balyan Cup. He's also head of the Bharatiya Kisan Union. He's trying to intervene, stop the wrestlers from going ahead. and submitting their medals into the gushing waters of the river Ganga. So there seems to be an intervention of sort. And the face of that seems to be Naresh Balyan. Anisha, if you can hear me, what is it that Naresh Balyan spoke to the press?
Like, but there is movement and they're moving away. For the last, they're like huge.
Understandably, you know, the melee there, the crowds that have, gathered in support of the wrestlers as well. Sakshee Malikkh and Vinesh Phogat still in tears, breaking down, been given water by the Balyan Cup leaders. There you have Naresh Tikat as one of them. You have Satyavart Sangwan, the man in the blue t-shirt. He's Sakshee Malikk's husband. He's a world champion of his own accord in wrestling. Bajrang Punia there. That's Bajrang Punia's wife is Vinesh Phogat's sister, Sangeeta Phogat. You know, there seems to be a group hug of sorts. You know, is there intervention? What has gone down? Has the Cup leaders borrowed time to intervene and try and negotiate there? Will the wrestlers go ahead and immerse their medals into the river Ganga? You know, lots of questions that continue, that need to be asked. We're going to try and get an understanding, but, I'll take you through on what the plan was. The plan for the wrestlers was to come to Haridwar, immerse their medals into the gushing waters of the Ganga. After that, make their way from Haridwar to the national capital, India Gate, sit in on a fast unto death. All right, chants of Bharat Mata Ki Jai being raised. We're going to try and connect to Ankit as well, my colleague from Dehradun, who's also there. What has happened? Has the Balyan Cup, the BKU chief, Naresh Balyan, you see him on the television screen. He's Tikat's son, Rakesh Tikat's brother, I beg your pardon, older brother. Has he managed to intervene? Has he managed to broker peace with the protesting wrestlers? Or at least bought time interimly? That's the big question. Because it seems that the wrestlers are not going ahead with immersing their medals right now. Has time been bought? Has this intervention worked? If my colleague Anisha can hear us once again, let's try and cut across to Anisha. Anisha, if you can hear me, what did Naresh Balyan say to the press there? Has an intervention taken place? Has time been bought? Okay, there seems to be a 5-day ultimatum, and that's the news that's coming in. I want to quickly take our viewers through it. Naresh Tikat, the president of the Bharatiya Kisan Union, has in fact given a statement to the press where he says that the wrestlers will give 5 days now. It's a timeline of 5 days to the government to intervene. Otherwise, they will go ahead and immerse their medals into the surging waters of the Ganga. So time has been bought. On the other side, it's also, you see that the Aarti at the Ghats of Haridwar has started, but a lot of cameras up. There's a lot of action, swelling crowds, and it seems Naresh Tikat, head of the Balyan Cup, also the Bharatiya Kisan Union head, coming out and giving a strong statement saying that the wrestlers, he's been managed to negotiate, and a time of 5 days has been bought. Anisha, the wrestlers have now given a 5-day ultimatum. What is this ultimatum?
Okay, that's a very scandalous situation right now here at the Ghat. As the wrestlers are now leaving, Naresh Balyan has very clearly bought some time. He said that they're giving the government 5 days to intervene. But right now, as they're leaving from here, huge crowds surging. There is a lot of crowd here, a lot of pushing and pulling.
A lot of crowd here, a lot of pushing. pushing and pulling that is happening. They are now leaving. Studio, if you can hear me, they're now
Go
leaving
ahead.
from
Take
here.
a breath. Go ahead.
They're moving towards the parking lot. They're currently moving towards the parking lot now. They have left from the ghat. The wrestlers who'd been sitting here in protest with their medals at the Ganga Ghat are now leaving. They're walking towards the parking lot of the Har Ki Pauri. Very clearly, Naresh Tiket and others have been able to sort of convince them to give the government 5 more days. A very clear statement coming that this is their sort of a last stand, that they have made their point very clear that if the government does not take a step now, then it will be a very strong statement coming from the cops, from the wrestlers, and you can see here the huge crowd that is here, Preeti. I'm not entirely sure where in this crowd my cameraman actually is, but if you can, if you can hear me, you can see the visuals in coming from agencies. You can see the visuals that my cameraman Kirpalji is sending you. The wrestlers being escorted out, being escorted to the parking lot now by Naresh Tiket and his supporters, as well as the police here. Tiket has said clearly 5 days for the government to take some action. Otherwise, this is going to be something, this is going to be on the streets of the country. We've seen a statement coming from the cops. We've seen a statement coming from various political parties. And here, as these wrestlers are moving out towards the parking lot, there are slogans being chanted. Desh hamara hai ka naras around. Sangharsh hamara nara hai chants. Tum sangharsh karo, hum tumhare saath hai chants. This is a huge crowd that has come here and is now going towards the exit, going towards where the parking lot is. The wrestlers are being escorted out from here by Naresh Tiket and his supporters. It seems that for now they have been able to sort of change their decision to immerse their medals.
Right. All right, so that's the news break, viewers. So what happened is, when you saw those visuals of Naresh Tiket taking the boxes of medals, he's taken it. So the head of the Balyan Khap, Naresh Tiket, who's also the head of the Bharatiya Kisan Union, has intervened. He's taken the medals from the wrestlers, and he, of his own volition, has sought a 5-day time, to negotiate with the government. Can you see those visuals there? So the story is that Naresh Tiket has come in, he's intervened, he's taken the medals from the wrestlers. You see him holding on to the big box there. He's assured the wrestlers that to not take such a drastic step, to give away their entire careers in one go. You have Sakshee, you have Vinesh, both breaking down. He has sought a 5-day time to negotiate with the government. Will he actually be able to do so? That's the big question. But on the left-hand side, you see all the wrestlers who are together. It's not just now, if you look at it, you're not looking at just 3 wrestlers. There are about 6-7 wrestlers, all world champions there, who've all come together. And they're making their way to the parking lot. They have agreed to what Naresh Tiket has said, which is that, 5-day time will be sought. That Satyavart Kadyan, right behind him, Sakshee Malikkh, Vinesh Phogat, Vinesh Phogat's sister there, Sangeeta Phogat, her husband there, Bajrang Punia, and you have these other, Siddharth, if I'm not wrong, is also a world champion wrestler. All of them coming together and now going back. They're not going to immerse their medals into the Ganga just yet. They've decided that they will adhere to the intervention made by the BKU chief Naresh Tiket, Rakesh Tiket's brother, who also heads the Balyan Cup. It's one of these influential cups if you actually look at, and decided to give a 5-day time. What does that really mean? We're going to, get a larger understanding, but I want to once again cut across to Anisha. Anisha, over to you.
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
If you can see the visuals we're showing you right now, the wrestlers have been escorted to the cars by Naresh Tiket, the head of the Balyan Khap, as we've been discussing. जी
अगर आज ये पहलवान यहाँ अगर
बाइट दे रहे हैं, एक सेकंड बालियान साहब बात कर रहे हैं सर. They very clearly said, if you can see the visuals here, Preeti, the cars are now leaving. The wrestlers have been escorted, put in a car by Naresh Tiket. They are now leaving, but Naresh Tiket very clearly saying that if the government does not do something in the next 5 days, this agitation will continue.
एक मिनट मैडम चलो ने एक मिनट मुंह कोने लग रहा गाड़ी आका कर ले आका पासा गाड़ी बढ़ागी.
You can see here the huge crowd that is here of supporters, of wrestlers, of the cup leaders that is here. Studio, this car is where now the wrestlers are sitting. Naresh Balyan has escorted the wrestlers to the car. Both these cars right here are going to be leaving from here. Naresh Balyan very clearly saying that they are giving 5 days for the government to take some step, and then the agitation will begin anew. These wrestlers will continue their agitation with the full support of the Khaps, of the opposition parties. So very clearly today a message has been sent to the government by the wrestlers. Now Naresh Tiket, we saw in the visuals, he came, he sort of pacified the wrestlers who had been sitting there for several hours. He took the medals from them, he's put them in a potli like he's now carrying. And here you can see very clearly the wrestlers as well as the supporters of the BKU, of Naresh Tiket's supporters are here. It's a huge crowd here at the Harki Pauri as the cars now leave amidst chants of Hum Tumhare Saath Hai, amidst chants of Jai Ho. There is a lot of things, there are a lot of statements being made right here. And we're going to try and speak to some of the people here who've come here in support of the wrestlers, in support of the Khaps that have come here. Sir, क्या कहा गया है? आप लोग कहाँ से आए हैं? बालियान जी ने क्या कहा? नरेश टिकैत जी ने क्या कहा?
अभी कर
क्या कहा टिकैत जी ने?
टिकैत जी ने इनसे वादा करा हम संघर्ष करेंगे. उन्होंने गठवाड़ा खाप के चौधरी शाम सिंह टिकैत साहब ये सब आए, इनका आगे की लड़ाई लड़ी जाएगी. उनकी खुशामंद करी पहलवानों की. भाई साहब वो इसकी धरोहर है देश की, ऐसा ना करो. तो इन्हें मतलब ना ये दुआने की वो पूरा हो.
तब टिकैत साहब वो मेडल टिकैत साहब ने ले लिए मेडल?
टिकैत साहब ने ले लिए देश के सम्मान के लिए. और ये गुंडागर्दी की सरकार है, ये सरकार. और
तो अब उन मेडल्स का क्या करेंगे? आगे क्या रहेगा?
अभी देखो भी आगे क्या रणनीति बनेगी, क्या होगा. जब तक वो मंत्री जेल में जाएगा, जब तक ये कार्रवाई चलती रहेगी.
So you can very clearly see the Kisan leaders who are here. There are representatives of various Khaps who are here in Haridwar right now. We're in the parking lot of Harki Pauri where Naresh Tiket and his cars have now left. You're going to try and catch up to that particular crowd right here, Preeti. But it has been a few hours of absolute drama and absolute despair in Harki Pauri here. Even as the cars are currently leaving, we're trying to speak to some more people who are here. But the tears in the eyes of the wrestlers, the sheer anger in the faces of all of these wrestlers was very, very obvious. These are some of the people who have been here, who have been protesting for days on end. For months they've been asking for justice. They're asking for action against Brij Bhushan Sharan. Let me see. There are some other Khap leaders also here. Let's see what they are trying to say right now.
उन्हें बातचीत करके समझाया जाएगा और ऐसा ना करने के लिए कहा गया कि वो ऐसा ना करो.
क्या निर्णय लिया खिलाड़ियों ने? जो मेडल डालने का निर्णय
खिलाड़ियों ने निर्णय खाप चौधरियों को छोड़ दिया, क्योंकि जब खाप चौधरी आ गए तो जो भी खाप चौधरी हमारे निर्णय लेंगे सब लोग हम उन्हीं के साथ.
नरेश टिकैत जी
के पास
उन्होंने क्या कहा?
नरेश टिकैत जी ने खिलाड़ियों से बात करी और खिलाड़ियों को समझाया कि वो ऐसा कदम ना उठाओ. हमारे खिलाड़ी हमारे देश का गौरव हो.
आखिरी तक झोली में तमाम मेडल्स भर लिए गए थे.
हाँ जी, हाँ जी.
आप कह रहे हैं उसके बाद ये कदम उठाया गया है.
हाँ जी.
क्या आश्वासन दिया?
टिकैत साहब मेडल लेगा मेडल लेकर अपने पास, टिकैत साहब ने मेडल अपने पास रख लिए और वो उन खिलाड़ियों के मेडल हैं, वो देश के मेडल हैं, उन्हें समझाया जाएगा और उन्हें ऐसा न करने के लिए कहा गया।
खिलाड़ियों
को आश्वासन दिया कि आपके साथ न्याय होगा, आपके लिए पूरा संगठन, पूरा देश संघर्ष करेगा।
अच्छा, ये कहा गया था कि यहाँ से you can hear very clearly that the players were going to hold a protest even at India Gate. At this moment, we can't clearly tell you what their next step is going to be because Naresh Tiket very clearly has escorted them away from the protest site here at Har Ki Pauri. But clearly, all the KHAP leaders, all the village leaders who are here have been saying continually that this protest is not going to end. We've seen tweets coming in from political leaders as well. We've seen statements coming in from Rakesh Tiket, Naresh Tiket and other leaders as well. And what is the most stark thing that we must remember from if we remember anything from today, it is the tears in the eyes of our wrestlers. It is the tears and the despair in the face of the wrestlers who were being hailed as India's pride just a few short months ago. And this is exactly what they're asking. What is our right? We were the people you were the most proud of. Why is it that when we raise an allegation against somebody who is in power, instead of getting justice, we are getting blamed? Why is it that the incidents of 28th of May has happened at all? And with all of this, here at Har Ki Pauri, the huge crowd that has come has now dissipated. The wrestlers have been taken.
Okay, Anisha, for the benefit of our viewers who are just joining us, what does a 5-day ultimatum mean? You have Naresh Tiket, who's taken away the medals of these wrestlers, saying that he will negotiate. So is it that we are going to see Naresh Tiket, who will negotiate, who's the head of the Bharatiya Kisan Union as well as the head of the influential Balyan Cup? What does the 5-day ultimatum mean?
Well, the 5-day ultimatum, Preeti, really is that if in the next 5 days the government does not take some action, this agitation, apart from being by the wrestlers, is also going to see participation from the Kisan unions, from other political persons. We are seeing more people just leaving from here right now. The KHAP leaders are still leaving. There are dozens of people who had come here to support the wrestlers who've been protesting. I'm going to try and get you a sense of what they are saying now. The people who are still here, these are some of the... क्या ये 5 दिन की जो बात कही क्या कही है टिकैत साहब ने?
अरे बच्चे आपात स्थिति में यहाँ से आ गए, हमें भी पता नहीं था, 2 घंटे पहले पता लगा, हम भी आए, यहाँ से कोई ऐसी बात नहीं, इब्जा जाके भी तय होगी बातचीत। हम चाह रहे बच्चे कोई ऐसा कदम न उठावे, मान सम्मान की बात है, बच्चों का दिमाग भी ऐसा ही हो रहा जी, इनके सब कुछ लूट गया इनका। मेडल आपने अपने पास?
मेडल हमारे पास। टिकैत साहब, राष्ट्रीय धरोहर की आपने बात की है, लेकिन 5 दिन का क्या समय दिया है आपने?
नहीं, 5 दिन का सुलह मशवरा है, अपना परिवार है, पूरे सर्व खाप पंचायत है, सर्व समाज है, उनकी भी तो सुलह मशवरा लिया जाए। हम कोई ऐसा निर्णय नहीं हासिल तो यहाँ से हमें नहीं, यहाँ तो हमें यही तो
मेडल थे वो अब कहाँ है?
हमारे पे ही है।
क्या राष्ट्रीय धरोहर के रूप में उन्होंने कहा कि राष्ट्रीय धरोहर के रूप में आपको सौंपे गए हैं?
नहीं, हमारे पे ही है।
तो अब वो अगला कदम क्या रहेगा रेसलर्स का? क्योंकि उन्होंने तो कहा कि इंडिया गेट पे वो लोग आवरण अनशन भी करेंगे।
किसके कहने पे कदम वापस लिया गया?
भाई एक तो बताओ, कुछ भी बात हो, ये तो आपातवार हुई एकदम। बच्चे यहाँ से आगे बिना बताओ आगे थोड़ा सा पता लगा कि इस तरह की बात है, इस तरह का बच्चों ने कदम उठाया, तो हमने कुछ नहीं, जितने भी आदम को हमने कहा वहाँ चलो ना, बच्चों को वहाँ तक उठा के जाओ। उनके मेडल भी हमने ले लिए और बच्चों को ले आए। बच्चों को बिल्कुल सेफ ऐसी बात नहीं, वे बच्चे परेशान।
आपने अब वापस दिल्ली भेज दिया है?
नहीं, तो यही रहेंगे, हमारे पास जाएंगे
जी। तो अब अगला कदम क्या रहेगा? क्योंकि वो कह रहे थे इंडिया गेट पे आमरण अनशन करेंगे, उसका क्या होगा?
देखो अभी तो जो कुछ भी सुलह मशवरा, कोई बड़ा निर्णय लिया,
कोई निर्णय लिया, कोई भी निर्णय यही हमारा सवाल है कि कोई भी निर्णय।
अजी देखो, ठीक है।
Very clearly, viewers, you've seen what Rakesh Tikait is now saying, that they are going to try and pacify the wrestlers. Behind me right now, as you can see, Naresh Tikait and others of the Khap Panchayat are saying that there will be no big decision will be taken without a Sarva Sammat meeting. Clearly, it is now the Khaps which are also going to step in and support the wrestlers as they have been doing for the last several months. But now, Naresh Tikait clearly saying that the medals are now currently with the Naresh Tikait and the Khaps, that they will not let this kind of drastic step be taken, because this is a question of national pride, of national heritage, of national dharohar. Those medals are not to be immersed in the Ganga just yet. We saw the sheer despair and the sheer sadness in the eyes, in the faces of the wrestlers who were here. And at Har Ki Pauri here, you can see now the Khaps have asked the wrestlers to go back. They will now have a discussion on what is going to happen next in this particular situation. But for now, the wrestlers at least have been escorted away from the Har Ki Pauri. Naresh Tikait giving a clear statement to the media that बच्चों ने गुस्से में आकर अपने आप ही डिसीजन ले लिया. अब खाप बैठकर, सर्व खाप बैठकर अगला कदम सोचेंगी. Clearly, this is something that is not going to end anytime soon. The wrestlers indicating just how upset, just how tired they are. We saw the tears in their eyes, we saw the despair in their faces. But Naresh Tikait and the Khaps now saying, don't take any such drastic step. We'll find out in the next few days what is going to happen. As we saw just now, Naresh Tikait saying that they will take some decision in the next 4 to 5 days. But for now, the protest that was going on at Har Ki Pauri is over. The wrestlers have been escorted away from here. Back to you.
All right, so the wrestlers have been escorted away from Haridwar, Har Ki Pauri. What you see, let me break it down. So the wrestlers were there, ready to immerse their medals into the river Ganga. Now there was an intervention by various Khap leaders, which include Naresh Tikait. Naresh Tikait is, viewers, the BKU chief. He's also the head of the Balyan Khap. He, alongside other Khap leaders, came in. They've taken away the medals of the wrestlers, and there seems to be a talk of a 5-day ultimatum. Now, does that mean that the wrestlers will once again start the same agitation 5 days from now? Because they seem to be giving a 5-day time for intervention, negotiation, where the government is concerned. The ultimate aim, or what the wrestlers demand, is very clear. They want the arrest of Brij Bhushan Singh, who is not just the WFI chief, but also a Bharatiya Janata Party MP. They feel slighted, they feel dejected, humiliated, and this time around, the Khap leader stepping in. What does it mean? If the government doesn't listen in to their demands, if the Delhi police doesn't make that arrest, which they want as per protocol, as per law, are we looking at a wider agitation? Have the seeds of that been sown in these protests that we've seen, or these visuals that are filtering in live? I want to cut across back right now to my colleague Anisha, who's joining us. Anisha, till now, it's been the wrestlers who've been at the forefront. Okay, get us more reaction. Anisha, over to you.
We are still trying to speak to Tikait.
वो तो आप लोग देख सको क्यों बैठी हुए धरने पर, मतलब एक शांति के तरीके से धरना देना कोई गुनाह थोड़ा ही है. हम कभी हिंसा में विश्वास नहीं करते. उनकी बेटियों के मन में क्या बीत रही होगी, उन पर उन्होंने कितने अरमान होंगे उनके, और इस तरह की धरने पे अपनी असमत बचाने के लिए हमारे साथ इस तरह की वह हुई बातचीत, बड़ी शर्म की बात.
बेटियों को क्या आश्वासन दिया गया आपकी तरफ से? क्या आश्वासन?
कोई आश्वासन है? हमारी बेटियां है, हमारा परिवार है, उन्हें पूरा आश्वासन है. उनका सर हम झुकने नहीं देंगे, और जहाँ तक भी लड़ाई होगी, चाहे हम अपने
तरफ से कोई भी कहा गया है अब तक? सरकार की तरफ से कोई
नहीं, कोई नहीं आया।
और आप आज ये जैसे 12 बजे ट्वीट किया था साक्षी ने, विनेश ने, बजरंग जी ने, 6 बजे तक सब आ गए थे, 7 इतनी देर तक अब ये लोग यहाँ पर बैठे थे, रो रहे थे, परेशान थे। क्या किसी की तरफ से कुछ कहा गया है?
हमें नहीं पता लगा ना, हमें ट्वीट का पता 2 घंटे पहले पता, हमें तो 2 ही घंटे पहले पता लगा। हम तो खेत में थे, चोर साहब भी अपने काम धंधे में थे, एकदम पता लगा।
All right, so that was Naresh Tiketh. He is the older brother of Rakesh Tiketh. Rakesh Tiketh, mind you, was the face of the farm agitation. This time around, that's his brother. His brother is the head of the Bharatiya Kisan Union. He's also the head of the Balian Khap. He has other Khap leaders with him. They've intervened. They seem to have sought an intervention and sought a 5-day time from the wrestlers to negotiate in terms where the government as well as the Delhi police arrest of Brij Bhushan Singh is concerned. The wrestlers are clear. Their end demand is that Brij Bhushan Singh, booked under POCSO, needs to be arrested. Are we looking at a long drawn protracted protest now? Well, 5 days time has been sought. Will we also see the face of this protest changing with Khap leaders and the farmers stepping in? Trust India Today to get you the latest. For now, our wrestlers will not immerse their medals into the surging waters of the Ganga. Quick break. On the other side, Rahul Cup.
The heart of India's tech industry hosts a tectonic event. The latest updates in technology and innovation. The biggest names in Indian tech under one roof. From AI to 5G. From EVs to data security. Discover how technology is transforming our lives. Catch all the action at the BT Tech Today Congress in Bengaluru on June 2nd. Live across the Business Today multiverse.
Paytm has launched a credit card in collaboration with SBI Cards and NCPI. The RuPay card offers exclusive privileges to customers worth up to 75,000 rupees with a complimentary Paytm First membership. That also includes offers for OTT platforms and flight ticket discounts through the Paytm app. Cardholders will also receive a 2% cashback on all purchases on the app and a 1% cashback on spends elsewhere.
2 market share हो जाते हैं पेमेंट में. How many people use our consumer app and how many people use our merchant services? Merchant services, we dominate in this country. More number of merchant take payment using Paytm technology than any other, if you will. On issuing side, I think we've stayed focused on select customer base and we are continuously growing. Our public listed company होने का advantage है. You're seeing our numbers quarter on quarter and user on user. We are committed to grow. What we are not chasing is a sort of vanity number, if you will. What we are chasing is a good customer base and we are focused on monetization as you've seen it. So we are consciously bothering about which kind of customers to acquire, which means that market share wise it may not be material, but on a revenue market share it is significantly material.
Bangalore-based EV startup Simple Energy has launched its first e-scooter. Simple One joins an increasingly populous market, which includes players like Ola, Ather, Vida, Hero Electric and Bajrang, among others. The company does not currently have any showrooms. The e-scooters have been priced at nearly 1.5 lakh rupees.
Strategy was very clear. We wanted to build a scooter which is super, and I think we have built that. It's in true sense of superior, super EV, which does range better, performance better, safety parameters better, riding statistics. Everything is mentored and checked upon. So I think our strategy was very clear on building a great product, and the consumers will take care of it. I think we have solved that piece of it. The second piece, I think we are focused on scaling our dealership, our manufacturing capacity, and I think that will resolve most of the issues going forward. I think there are two things about it. One is, of course, reducing subsidies might deter the growth, but that's very short term. I don't think that will impact much further on it. But also it will push the OEMs to become self-sustained and will build products which are more viable.
Summers are devastating for stray animals. The scorching heat wave means animals living on the street struggle for water. Karma Foundation is on a mission to make life easy for stray animals.
This water bowl challenge is also one of such initiatives where we know during the scorching heats of summer has to provide the basic requirement for the health of the pet, which is water, and hence we are actually donating the water bowls.
These water bowls are a big relief for stray animals living under the open sky in sweltering weather. Karma Foundation has requested people to join their movement by placing a bowl of water outside their home or workplace. Bureau Report, India Today.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group, Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Macho Hind, Bade Aaram Se.
Co-presented by Hefler, Let's Reimagine.
Hello and welcome. You're watching the Political Stock Exchange. After India Today's blockbuster coverage of the Karnataka Assembly elections, we're now looking ahead to the three big state elections. Which way are the winds blowing in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh? That's my focus on this week's edition of the Political Stock Exchange.
Congress contains Rajasthan Desert Storm. Permanent peace or temporary truce?
We have decided to fight election unitedly. Both of are in agreement that Congress party has to go together.
Will the Rajasthan polls be impacted by the Gehlot pilot feud? Is pilot's stock up or down? Can Gehlot beat anti-incumbency? Which way are desert winds blowing? Political Stock Exchange. Big focus on Newstrack.
A big meeting in the national capital led by Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge, Rahul Gandhi having a role to play, an attempt to bring about a rapprochement between Ashok Gehlot, the Chief Minister of Rajasthan, and his Betanwa Sachin Pilot. Has a truce been reached at all? More importantly, what is the data suggesting? Which way are the political winds blowing in the desert state of Rajasthan? That's what we'll focus on in the first part of the Political Stock Exchange. I want to welcome our guest for this broadcast. With us is Rahul Verma, fellow at the Center for Policy Research, well-known election analyst. With me in the studio, Rahul Srivastav, our National Affairs Editor. Rashid Kidwai joins us. Nobody tracks the Congress in quite the way Rashid Kidwai does. With us for political perspective in the Mediaplex, Shehzad Poonawala from the Bharatiya Janata Party. Shehzad, welcome, and squaring off against him, Dr. Ajay Kumar from the Congress. So I'll take question number one, and this is from Rajasthan. This is the weekly political tracker put out by Yashwant Deshmukh and his team at Seawater, which asks people in every state some specific questions about issues in that state. So we've picked out the part from Rajasthan which deals with how people perceive this government and what they think about the feud between Pilot and Gehlot. So question number one, how do people perceive the performance of the Ashok Gehlot-run Congress government in Rajasthan? 39.1% of the respondents in the Seawater data at the moment say that they are very satisfied with the performance of the Rajasthan government. 3 in 10 say they are satisfied to some extent. 27.7% of the respondents say they are not satisfied at all and are likely to vote against the Rajasthan government of Ashok Gehlot. The net satisfaction in Rajasthan is at 40.9%. And in a short while from now, we'll compare the net satisfaction in Rajasthan with the other election-bound states. So that said, let me go across to Rahul Verma for his first thoughts on the level of satisfaction in Rajasthan with the government at this moment. It's not as low as some of the other states in the Seawater tracker which we look at, but it's not as if, like in Uttar Pradesh and some of the other states like Orissa, which have popular governments, that the government in Rajasthan is doing very well. So it's a very middling performance, bordering towards people being more unhappy than happy.
That's true, Rahul. This three-category question, which is that very satisfied, somewhat satisfied, and not satisfied at all, it's very easy to basically pick the first category, which is much more likely to vote for the incumbent, and the last category, which is likely to vote out the incumbent, right? And it's the middle category which is going to swing the election this way or that way. Most people in that category are less likely to vote for the government if the government performance is not, say, above 50-55%. And so in that sense, we'll know much more once you compare it with Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. What seems like in Rajasthan, that the government is sort of like on an average performance. And two, if you compare it perhaps with the performance of the central government, it may seem that the performance of the state government is rated much below. So in that sense, Rajasthan seems to be basically not giving a very, very good news for the Congress.
Let me come to the second question. This is to do with Sachin Pilot's yatra and the damage this yatra may cause. So Sachin Pilot has been the rebel within. He's been raising questions about the performance of the Gehlot government. How much damage could this yatra cause? So if you look at the data that's coming out of the political tracker, Congress supporters, 3 out of 10 seem to think that the yatra will cause a lot of damage to the Congress government in the assembly elections later in the year. 16% of Congress supporters think it won't cause much damage. 45% of Congress supporters say it will cause no damage. BJP supporters, of course, would like to believe that the yatra will cause a lot of damage to the prospects of the Congress. But let's look at the overall numbers, because that's most crucial. 42% of the overall respondents in this sample said the yatra would cause a lot of damage. 18% said it won't cause much damage. 29% said there will be no damage. So clearly, this sense that it's not just the performance, Rahul Srivastav, of the Congress government in Rajasthan. The biggest issue frankly, is what happens with Sachin Pilot. And unless the Congress can somehow amicably resolve that, it seems the Congress in Rajasthan could be a sinking ship.
Rahul, if you recall 2018, we had those pictures of Rahul Gandhi and, the United Colors of Rajasthan element. Just when after the meeting with Rahul Gandhi, Mallikarjun Kharge and others, we had Mr. Venugopal holding a small press conference, not many questions taken, with the Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot. Not a word said by the two. Now what...
And they were asked to speak and yet refused to speak.
They refused to speak. Now, interesting thing is that if you talk to any camp, they will very clearly tell you that a wallpaper has been put on the differences. Sachin Pilot today has reached Rajasthan back, and he's going back on what he was doing, virtually pressing on the demands. He has told the party high command there are 3 clear demands he has. One, the probe against Vasundhara Raje by the end of this month, that means June. The second is compensation to all the students who have lost the game because of the leaked papers. Now he says that the leaked papers, he has told the party high command that the leaked papers are largely because of the State Public Service Commission and the corruption in that. Now, what he has told the party that the secretary's wife is a member. There are a lot of people, members whose wives and family members are a part of the State Public Service Commission. He wants all these demands to be met by the end of this month. Now, the problem is Gehlot is not ready to accept any of these demands. Gehlot has very clearly told the party high command that no place for Sachin Pilot or anybody at this last hour. There is going to be no compromise on that. That means that the deadlock continues. The Congress is just hoping things may get over. I think one interesting thing which I've learned from Congress sources is that Karnataka seems to be becoming a template for some reason in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, where the party high command is very enthused that we could do it through what are called the local issues, and hyper-local election can one win them. But this is a very divided house in Rajasthan.
No, but Siddaramaiah and Shiv Kumar were mature politicians. They were able to put up a pretense or a mask which had both of them appearing to be on the same page, even if within close quarters they were fighting it out on various issues. Here you've got a situation, Rashid Kidwai, where Sachin Pilot and Gehlot are daggers drawn. Gehlot lands in Delhi, starts speaking against the impracticality of Sachin Pilot's demands, and he's doing it even before he meets with the Congress High Command. He's asked to speak later, he refuses, Sachin Pilot refuses. Can the Congress pull off a Karnataka where they get both these leaders to work together, or are differences so deep now that it is almost inconceivable that they will be able to fight on the same team and are more likely to have some kind of a breakdown before November, December?
Yes, so Rahul, there is a realization in the Congress leadership that Mr. Sachin Pilot and Mr. Ashok Gehlot will continue to have differences of opinion. It will not be like what it was like Siddaramaiah and D.K. Shivkumar equation before elections. So the Congress the leadership has to administer some kind of bitter pill. Bitter pill means some kind of thing like, one proposal is that Sachin may be made state president much against the wishes of Mr. Ashok Gehlot or some other thing. So I think it is for Mr. Kharge to deliver that punch, and once he delivers, then the Congress will have to wait and see how it plays out. So therefore, I think in the meeting that took place earlier this week, a decision has been taken. Both leaders have authorized Rahul Gandhi, and Rahul Gandhi in turn has empowered in that sense Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge to take a call. So we will get to see by the end of this week or later next week what happens next.
Ajay Kumar, this is quite embarrassing after the big victory in Karnataka to have your top guns in Rajasthan fight it out in the desert and be unable to put a lid on their differences. Both came out, both refused to speak, and it seems very clear that Sachin Pilot and Ashok Gehlot have a much worse relationship than Siddaramaiah and Shiv Kumar.
Rahul, I was just listening to the choice of words. I mean, and you're a friend, but it's very interesting that as far as the Congress is concerned, the India Today seems to say sinking ship. Two people who are, it is a gone case, etc., etc. So, and, I was just collecting your data. So first question is, we had the same story, you guys, at least some of you were telling on Karnataka and other states. I heard a previous speaker speak on satisfaction survey. So what I remember is, if I remember, noted down the numbers, correct me if I'm wrong, it's 39% satisfied. Just once I wrote it down.
39.1% are satisfied, that's correct.
And somewhat satisfied is how much?
Somewhat satisfied is 29.6%.
Yeah. So
not satisfied at all is
question-
27.7%.
Yeah. So the question is, you want to trust the data? I mean, I'm okay with that. I mean, I'm here to defend the position. The question is that 40% satisfaction rate is a reasonably decent, satisfied with the government, very satisfied with the government or whatever it is decent by any standards in terms of, even if you look at across different organizations, different governments. To some extent satisfied is the people who you think would be, can be inclined to vote towards you. That pushes the number towards 60%. Now that is, leave it aside. How people are going to interpret it is for you guys to decide. The fact is that the Congress party is actively, whether it's Mr. Gandhi, whether it's Mr. Kharge, and everybody sat and had a long discussion. I was hearing Rahul speak on this, and everybody saying they didn't want to speak. Did you ask them, did they want to speak? But you assume that they didn't want to speak. That's also very okay with me, because that's your interpretation. But I'm amazed with the angle of the discussions, and it aggrieves me a little. And I apologize if my grief is very evident, for the simple reason. If you guys who are if you are all, and you are all experts on this stuff, can come onto TV and say that there's nothing happened, it was not resolved. There's so many things after 4 hours. You think 4-hour discussion is going to resolve all the issues?
Okay.
So there was a discussion, went into the details. The fact is that the Congress President, Mr. Gandhi, have actively taken it, and it will be resolved for sure. But my request is that much, and please show the same amount of grace for us for this, and show the same amount of what you call a telescopic sight for my political opponents on the other side. My question simple is that the Rajasthan government, by and large, with the social schemes, is popular. Okay. It is important for Mr. Pilot and Mr. Gehlot to resolve the issue. There's no debate on it. You're making assumptions that it has not been resolved.
Okay, I see the point that you're making, and there is some relevance to what Ajay Kumar says, because he says if you look at the very satisfied index, 39.1, and compare it with the Congress's vote share in the last election, which again was 39, it's the same. So the Congress vote bank, you can argue, if you look at the data from the perspective of Ajay Kumar, the Congress vote bank is intact. The others are on the fence, and about 27.7% are against, but in any case they were always against us, because the BJP in the last election also had a 39% vote share. So there is some merit. He says, why look at the glass half empty? There is also the part of the glass that's half full. Now it's about you and what you want to pick. Shehzad Poonawalla is also asking questions about suggested differences in the BJP. The fact that there is the Vasundhara Raje issue, which the BJP still needs to settle. She's in the fray as your tallest leader, but not really projected. And therefore, while the Congress has public differences, the BJP has these unstated differences, and we saw with B.S. Yediyurappa in Karnataka, even if the differences aren't proclaimed publicly, there was enough done by people close to Yediyurappa behind the scenes for BJP candidates to lose on 12 seats. That's the reality. People who used to be in the BSY camp won on 12 seats. That's a reality the BJP is dealing with, and that's what Ajay Kumar is trying to throw at you.
Since I heard everybody very patiently, I hope I won't be interrupted. Please. First of all, just for my curiosity, Rahul, where does Sachin Pilot figure very much satisfied? Satisfied to some extent, or not at all satisfied?
He'll not be satisfied.
Because I can tell you one thing, Rahul, I can tell you one thing. No matter what we may have in terms of, different leaders may have different views on serving the people, but in our party, nobody sits in dharna against their own government. And I don't think Vasundhara Raje ji or any other leader of the party has resorted to that kind of, I would say, political unchivalrousness.
Pull their effort.
Rahul, let me complete. You heard Ajay Kumar for a very long period of time. I thought Ajay would perhaps try to explain whether the promises made to the people of Rajasthan when 10 days mein kisan karj maafi hogi, ya paper leak ke khilaf karwai hogi. 15 papers have been leaked. Rajasthan template, Rahul said that, they're trying the Karnataka template in Rajasthan. Rahul, I would tell you the reverse. The Rajasthan template is now being set in Himachal, in Karnataka and Chhattisgarh, where who is the next Sachin Pilot is being asked. After the swearing in took place in Karnataka, you know how many people inside and outside were fighting. You know what H.K. Patil told D.K. Shivkumar, that no power sharing formula is going to take place. So these kinds of things are happening, and therefore
they're in power and you're in opposition.
That's right. That's right. In Karnataka, there's always a culture of changing the government. That culture exists in Rajasthan also.
That's true.
So they have to fight that. Secondly, what is the narrative with which they are going? When their own leaders are not convinced about the performance of the Rajasthan government, whatever satisfied, not satisfied. And last point, from the figures you have given us, if you see Madhya Pradesh,
No, I haven't given Madhya Pradesh away. Just because I gave you access to the data, you can't.
No. But I want to make a. I'm not letting out the number.
Yeah,
I'm making a larger point. Madhya Pradesh has seen a BJP government for almost give or take 20 years now, right? 2 years they had a chance. In that time, our satisfaction rates are nearly the same or little more than what they have in 5 years, which means that in the normal anti-incumbency wala states, if this is the level of satisfaction they are able to generate, this means that this is all indications that Rajasthan government is changing, and it is changing primarily because Congress has given instability, corruption, and has given only politics of, appeasement in Rajasthan, nothing else, and therefore people are tired of them in Rajasthan.
So I want to come to the next question in the tracker, which is to do with Sachin Pilot's options. Let's take a look at what people in this Sea Water political tracker said were Sachin Pilot's options, or at least how they perceived Sachin's options. Now, should he form a new party? 20% of the overall respondents in the Sea Water tracker said he should be forming his own party. That's 2 out of 10 voters. 35% said he should join the BJP. That's very interesting. 3 plus out of 10 voters want him to join the BJP. 34% say he should stay in the Congress. Amongst BJP supporters, now this is interesting, 48% of BJP supporters want Sachin to come to the BJP like Jyotiraditya Scindia or some of the other Congress leaders who came. Congress supporters obviously don't want him to go, but on the average, if you look at it, opinion seems to be split. The majority want him to join the BJP, but that's just a very slim majority. About 1/3 want him to stay in the Congress, and 20% think he should form his own party. Sanjay Kumar, if you look at the political history of Rajasthan, it's been a state which largely has been bipolar. It swings the Congress way one time, the BJP way the other time. There hasn't been a third front. It's not like efforts haven't been made. Efforts have been made, but for some reason they haven't succeeded. Would someone, on the back of what you know best, would someone like a Sachin Pilot, in your view, be able to pull off a third front in a state like Rajasthan, or do you think he's better off biding his time, riding out the storm, letting Ashok Gehlot walk into the sunset, because the third front has never really worked in Rajasthan so far?
Rahul, I think Sachin Pilot's ability to form a third front in such a short span of time, only 6 months are there left for Rajasthan to go for polls. I think it would be a distant dream for Sachin Pilot. We have seen in the past, there are leaders who have been popular. We were discussing about Karnataka, and remember what happened in Karnataka when Yedurappa moved away from BJP, formed his own party. He was not able to win election on his own. He was capable of getting BJP defeated, but he could not set up a party which was formidable in Karnataka. I think similar situation exists in Rajasthan as well. If Sachin Pilot decides to move away from Congress, form his own government, he may be instrumental in getting Congress defeated. But I don't think he is in a position to form his own party and give both the parties a tough challenge, whether it is BJP or Congress. So I don't see that situation happening in Rajasthan.
Also remember, there's a larger trend at play, Rahul Verma, which is to do with elections in India becoming more and more bipolar. So whether it's a state like West Bengal, where it's now TMC versus BJP, Uttar Pradesh, BJP versus the Samajwadi Party, Karnataka now, JDS fading into the oblivion as the third front. In Uttar Pradesh, the BSP is fading into the oblivion. So elections largely seem to be becoming bipolar. So anything that Sachin Pilot tries to do, which involves setting up a third front, has a larger political trend which could play against it.
Rahul, that's true. You're absolutely right that in comparison to the past, more states have become bipolar.
Why is that happening in your view? Why?
Many reasons, but let me first answer your question on this. See, leaders are not prisoners of data and past. They create future. So there are also states which are becoming multipolar from being bipolar. A good example is Gujarat. A good example is Punjab, right? And so while it would be difficult for Sachin Pilot to mount a challenge by forming a new party and a third front, as Sanjay ji pointed out, especially given there is a short period of time, but also because it's a bipolar state. So in a bipolar state, to make it a triangular contest, it's a taller order for him to do that, but you can't rule out any of these things. The reason elections are becoming bipolar in most states has to do with the national party system changing, with the rise of BJP and consequent decline of the Congress, but also because settled pattern of competition such as alliances are breaking up, new parties are rising, some are declining, and so multiple reasons which leads to some of these things.
Okay, Rashid Kidwai, your best sense at this moment, how seriously is Sachin Pilot weighing the idea of setting up his own party? Is that something that he's actually actively thinking about, or is this just posturing and trying to cut a good deal because you got less than half a year to go in that much time to build up a party structure to do meaningfully well? Because if he sets up his party, puts up his candidates, ends up with only a handful of seats, it would be mighty embarrassing for him.
Absolutely. I think Rahul, Sachin Pilot is a very, I would say, a shrewd politician. He knows what is the situation in the ground. He understands that Congress needs him in Rajasthan and perhaps outside Rajasthan also, and the kind of treatment he's getting from the three members of the Gandhi family, as well as Mr. Kharge, the meeting we keep talking about, which was held. So Mr. Kharge apparently had pulled up, Ashok Gehlot that his government's performance is slightly on the decline, and while he had said he had described Mr. Sachin Pilot as a kind of asset. So now, if Sachin Pilot's question is that if at all is he an asset, then why is he not being used? Why his services are not being utilized? So this is the question. It remains overall a very internal matter of the Congress party. I don't think Sachin Pilot at this juncture of time in June 2023 is looking for a life outside Congress.
Also, Ajay Kumar, someone like you as well left the Congress, later came back. Part of this is just to do with the Congress's inability to keep bright talent on board, to engage with someone like you constantly, to ensure that, it's a lot of it is this human resource management. And the Congress, at least so far, has been really bad at this, which is why the likes of a Himanta Biswa Sarma, the likes of a Jyotiraditya Scindia have left your party. I mean, you went back, but these people haven't, and they've caused in the Northeast and in Madhya Pradesh significant damage to your party structure.
No, I think, look, Rahul, it's for my case, it was something I still, and if you remember, so it's not anything to do with me, but I think the leadership is phenomenally inclusive. There's no debate on that, and my letter is very clear on it. We might have different elements and part of it like any other party. But it would be very naive, Rahul, to look at it from a human resource perspective, for the simple reason is when we were in power, then we had no human resources challenges, right? And then suddenly when we are not in power, these human resources challenges seem to be insurmountable. So
no, but so many leaders weren't leaving the BJP even when they were much smaller and in the opposition.
I'll just complete now. My question again is, the majority of the leaders, if you look at the number of the Bharatiya Janata Party has got, I think, if I remember, around 100 odd members of parliament from across, from the Congress. Whether it's Madhya Pradesh, where Shahzad ji was saying that they're performing well, was they only performed when they were able to break it up or go on any place else, or what happened in Assam, any other state. But that's the phenomenal amount of engagement in the past few years. Now, if decency and access to leadership is the weakness of whether it is the Congress president, or whether it's Mr. Gandhi or anybody else in the leadership, whether it's Priyanka ji or Venu ji, I don't know, the question is, every time you're not able to satisfy everyone's ambition, yes, those are challenges we face. But I definitely believe that the ability to speak up and to say that, because look, if you are able to, and let's put it from this perspective, and if you can indulge me for a couple of minutes.
Let's keep it short, 20 seconds, quickly, please.
Okay. So if we are able, in Karnataka, you have all the BJP guys jumping ship. Somehow the other, you are able to pick up these few leaders and say, look at the number of people who shifted ships across.
Okay, so your argument is, even if someone like a Vasundhara Raje is not happy with the way she's being treated, because it's not as democratic as the Congress, she can't speak out. At least in the Congress, if Gehlot has a problem or Sachin has a problem, they can speak it out.
Rahul, if that is the case, then why was Sachin Pilot's activities called anti-party by Sukhjinder Randhawa? In the spirit of democracy, they should have said it's perfectly legal and perfectly party in the party interest. Secondly, he said, and I'm shocked Ajay Kumar made this disclosure. He said that when there's power, there's no so-called human resource problem. He's saying, therefore, that the Congress leaders are all power hungry. Our party does not face such kind of problems is because we have an ideological base and we have a leadership. And that is why we are together. And secondly, look at the times when we were not in power, and we have been in the opposition for the longest period of time. But our leaders did not walk away.
Some left, but it never worked out.
Some left. Of course, some people are always going to. For instance, Mr. Jagdish Shettar left. But the reason why overwhelmingly this problem is not seen, and this problem is seen in the Congress when it was at the peak of power. Most of the fights in the Congress and the splits in the Congress have taken place in 60s and 70s, when even Mr. Antonia, etc. have left. This is because in Congress it is INC, I need chair. And there is no I need commitment to ideological persuasion.
But the bigger difference from a data perspective is when a Congress leader leaves Ajay Kumar, he tends to take his karyakartas and his structure with him. When a BJP leader were to leave, he's not able to carry the party karyakarta and the voter with him. It happened in the case of Yedurappa, but in the case of the likes of Kalyan Singh, Uma Bharti, it failed. They left, but they couldn't succeed outside the BJP, so they ultimately had to come back.
See, look, a lot of people have left us and come back. I mean, and I like Mr. Poonawala's acronyms and all that, commitment, big words and all that. The Bharatiya Jumla Party and Jhuta Party will continue to tell these kind of statements. But I'm just coming to the point is, they're disemboweled at the, Madhya Pradesh, the people who are leaving their party right now, Karnataka, they're leaving. How many of them have left all across? In Bengal, whole party BJP shifted back to the TMC. So it's quite, interesting when they come and try to create a narrative. The narrative is that one sec, sir. They have a guy called Brij Bhushan Singh in the parliament sitting there and wants to get rid of POSCO, and he came from the Samajwadi Party, if I remember. So this kind of stuff. Look, there have been people who have been fluid for political gains. That's their own cross to bear. The fact is that this is, I don't know if any of your political experts who are on the panel today would have seen that the kind of engagement, whether it's Karnataka, whether it's the Rajasthan issue to be resolved, they've been following Congress, and it is a very positive change. I'm telling you, watching from the sideline, you might say that there's a lot of work to be done, but I'll tell you something, that there is Rajasthan is going to, I told it on a previous show, some other show, is going to surprise you. You will see it, and I'm very sure that Sachin, Mr. Pilot and Mr. Gehlot will find
let's see. The Congress was able to pepper over its differences, Rahul, in Karnataka. Are differences between Sachin and Gehlot so deep that the Karnataka model can't be followed in Rajasthan, or can it?
No, Rahul, you were absolutely right the first time when I was speaking. You see, the differences are too deep. And I will first, because, every time one speaks about Congress, nowadays we should speak about BJP first, because otherwise people object that you're not balancing. The BJP has a problem. I think BJP's bigger problem is what happened in Karnataka, that a tall old leader was pushed to the backgrounds and the BJP couldn't recover. Again, in Rajasthan, similar problem. And now it could well happen in Madhya Pradesh also.
On how they'll handle
how they handle it. The bigger problem is that BJP has a much better system where the top leadership is powerful. You recall in 2009 when Vasundhara was asked to move from the LOP's post in Rajasthan, she brought her MLAs to Delhi, and it took Rajnath Singh a tremendous amount of effort to control that rebellion. But now the leadership, now Modi Shah are a different ball game altogether, although they have 3-4 candidates for chief minister post, and there is one dark horse also. Sachin Pilot's problem is different, Rahul. After that 2020 rebellion, and then what Ashok Gehlot managed when the party high command sent the now president of the party to hold a meeting of the MLAs, a parallel meeting was organized in Jaipur, and Mallikarjun Kharge couldn't do anything. Gehlot has managed to establish this fact that he can bring down the government before the elections. Now what Sachin Pilot fears is the party president in the state, Dutasra, is a Gehlot loyalist. By the time it comes down to ticket distribution, Gehlot will corner all the tickets. If Sachin had 19 loyal MLAs last time when he staged a rebellion, he may not be left with anybody after the elections. So Sachin has to make a decision about himself.
What's he thinking according to you?
Rahul, I think the idea of launching a party is not closed. I think...
but he can't pull it off in 6 months. It's inconceivable.
See, it's very difficult. It's very difficult.
The finances. He doesn't come from a business background.
I am watching something that is happening in a political advisory company. There are new teams being formulated.
In IPEC.
And one will have to wait and see. They have started something what is called a North India project. One will wait and see that who are the targets. I hear Rajasthan and Haryana.
May I just add one line, very quick line? What Rahul said is that if you heard what Mr. K.C. Venugopal said, he said, "Ye मामला हमने high command पे छोड़ दिया है." The high command was in charge when they were trying to effect a leadership change in September.
See,
what
also,
happened
Rahul,
that time? The high command was
Gandhi's. Sachin Pilot may become chief minister.
He still wants Sachin to get a good deal.
Get a good deal. So when the high command is failing,
the problem is Gehlot doesn't want it, and the high command can't enforce its writ.
The threat of Sachin is smaller than the Gehlot's threat. Simple. That's the equation in Rajasthan.
So let's look just for a moment at some of the other questions from the C-Voter tracker for Rajasthan. This is on the Gehlot-Raje bonhomie and how this impacts Vasundhara Raje Scindia. Remember, Ashok Gehlot's made a few comments about how the Vasundhara Raje helped save the government when Sachin had rebelled. So would this bonhomie impact Vasundhara Raje? 47% of the respondents are saying yes, 51% of BJP respondents are saying yes, it will impact Vasundhara Raje, 24% say no. What do people make of the Gehlot-Modi friendly statements? Remember, unlike some of the Congress leaders who've been taking very strong positions on questions of Gautam Adani, on questions of the central government, Ashok Gehlot's been more ambivalent. He doesn't seem to be quite in disagreement with the government in the way that someone like Rahul Gandhi is. So he's now very, he's separating himself from the kind of positions that RG is taking. So what do people make of this? Can Gehlot join the BJP? 24% say yes, but I think that's just in a manner of asking and a manner of speaking. That's quite difficult for it to happen. Is it just a courtesy statement, which is what 61% of the respondents are saying, that he was friendly just as a courtesy statement, not because they had any real intention of joining the BJP. Let me put this question to Rahul Verma, Vasundhara Raje Scindia, and comparing her with someone like a Yedurappa, the similarities, the dissimilarities, and the ability of Vasundhara Raje to hurt the BJP if she doesn't get a good deal. There is no indication at this moment, with just 6 months to go, that Vasundhara Raje will be given any pride of place. How is she most likely to react, and what impact could that have on the BJP's fortunes?
See, Rahul, it's a hard question to answer how she will react, but I can definitely reflect on what impact will it happen on BJP's prospects in Rajasthan. I think minimal. The reason is twofold. One, for most rebellions in BJP, whenever people have walked out of the party, they have not been able to take the base of the party with them. The one exception would be Yedurappa, who managed to get 9 or 10% votes for himself in 2013 in Karnataka. And the reason Yedurappa could do that, because he was one of the architects of BJP in Karnataka, plus he comes from a community which has a very solid vote base and has been voting for the BJP, right? So he basically mobilized his entire community, or a large part of his community, against the BJP and for himself. Unfortunately for Vasundhara Raje, she's not that kind of community leader, and she does not have that kind of control or command over a Rajasthan BJP organization. She has been basically pushed to margins for now many years, and this is not to say she's not an important leader and all that, but I don't think even if she sort of like is made to sit back, her reactions or her movement away from the party is going to damage their prospects.
In the Rajasthan elections, the BJP had 39% of the vote share. In 2013, they had 45% of the vote share. Rahul Srivastav, how much of that 39% could be imperiled if Vasundhara Raje isn't treated well? Rahul Verma seems to suggest that the damage could be very minimal.
See, the BJP has such a structure. See, Kalyan Singh rebelled, finished. Uma Bharti rebelled. Today she is complaining on ordinary things in Madhya Pradesh. You don't have BJP leaders rebelling and really growing out, because the BJP is not, it knows it rides on the shoulders of a system called RSS. Once that system withdraws, BJP leaders find it very difficult. Then there is a huge ideological positioning. If you're not part of it, then you're gone. But whereas the Congress, you have success stories all over. Hemant Biswa Sarma, you've got Jagan, you've got so many other leaders, Mamata Banerjee. Now, in that scenario, yes, it is true. Vasundhara Raje is a strong factor, Rahul. You can't deny her. I think Vasundhara Raje has been acting very differently from what Vasundhara Raje used to be. There is a sense of, one can see that there is a bit of desperation. There is no clarity till now that she is going to be the chosen one. And the BJP part is keeping everything very open-ended. But there is one factor which I will like always to remember. With Sachin Pilot, somebody like a Sachin Pilot and a Congress party gearing itself, targeting Vasundhara Raje for a probe, will Vasundhara Raje and her supporters like the Congress to come back to power?
Rahul, may I just have one? Yes.
Rahul, don't mind me saying this, I'm not trying to sound holier than thou. The Congress party is a party of individual leaders. And therefore, when an individual leader leaves the party fold, he is still potent. The BJP, on the other hand, is a party-first driven kind of a system where leaders are actually propelled by the party and the ideology. I'm not trying to make honey and motherhood statements. This is a true fact. So therefore, the tallest leaders of the BJP are the leaders of the BJP because they represent that party structure and the ideological foundation of that party. And therefore, for you to say, first of all, the leaders don't rebel in that manner. And we are being very uncharitable to Vasundhara ji. She has made no such statement to impute such kinds of motives, etc. to her. She has been a disciplined party soldier for the party for so many years. I think that is just unfair to keep targeting somebody like that. But having said that, it is very difficult in the BJP to even rebel like that or to become successful after their rebellion. Please see what is Jagdish Shettar ji now. He could not manage to win even his own assembly seat. Did Mr. Jagdish Shettar win?
Okay, I want to put this one other question out about who's the biggest BJP face in Rajasthan. This is the serious challenge that the BJP faces. They would want someone like Gajendra Singh Shekhawat to come out and be the new generation BJP leadership. But on the question of who people think is the number one face among BJP supporters, Vasundhara Raje is still at 38%, Gajendra Singh Shekhawat at 18%. Overall, Vasundhara Raje at 37%, Gajendra Singh Shekhawat at 15%, Satish Punia at 11%. Sanjay Kumar, therein lies the BJP's challenge that the central leadership, for valid reasons, may want to look ahead. But in the state, as was the case in Karnataka, with Yedurappa, Vasundhara Raje Scindia remains the number one choice for Chief Minister, or at least to be projected as the BJP's local face.
See, comparing Rajasthan and Karnataka would be difficult in this respect, because in Karnataka BJP was the ruling party, and when people were doing the surveys in Karnataka, even the sitting chief minister was rated very badly, much lower compared to the present chief minister Siddaramaiah. This is about Rajasthan, where BJP is not the ruling party, and when this question is being asked, people are rating Vasundhara Raje much higher compared to the other leaders who are, in your opinion, the choice of the central leadership. I think I won't disagree that Vasundhara Raje seems to be more popular because of a couple of factors. One, she has been the chief minister, and you get some advantage being the chief minister of the state for 5 years. So that memory is with the people. But I think the other leaders are not active in Rajasthan. They are from Rajasthan. They are active in the central politics. That is why their ratings are lower compared to Vasundhara Raje Scindia. So I think if you go by the people's choice, yes, at the moment people of Rajasthan believe it is Vasundhara Raje Scindia who is the most popular leader, and their preference would be for Vasundhara Raje to be the chief minister. But now it's for the BJP to decide whether they want to have someone projected as the chief ministerial face or not, whether they want to go by the people's choice, or whether they want to go by people's wishes, or they want to take the decision in an administrative manner, sitting in the room and deciding who should be the face of BJP for the 2020.
How they like to deal with this issue? Would they build up someone like a Gajendra Singh Shekhawat and push him forward, or would they accept post Karnataka that you have to treat Vasundhara Raje gently? If you are too rough, she could set it out, and that would hurt the BJP's prospects in some seats.
Exactly, Rahul. That's the issue. See, the problem is that we have a lot of names coming. We have Vasundhara Raje, Shekhawat, Ganesh Shekhawat, even Ashwini Vaishnav, Satish Punia, and there is one dark horse, ex-IAS officer, whose name is also doing the round. But I think post Karnataka, a lot has changed. I think in the assessment of the BJP, there is an idea now that you need to treat your own regional satraps with greater amount of dignity and respect, because if you don't, you lose ground. And I think that will go in favor of somebody like a Vasundhara or a Shivraj Singh Chauhan, because the BJP realizes that it cannot totally fight elections on Narendra Modi, especially assembly elections in states like this. And since somebody like a Prime Minister Modi may not be fully on ticket in these two states, he's very popular in Lok Sabha. I think that may definitely, that has already forced a rethink in the BJP about Vasundhara Raje Scindia. So he's not out in the votes yet.
But Rashid Kidwai, the counter to this is that Karnataka is different because Yedurappa literally built the structure himself. In Rajasthan, Vasundhara Raje is their biggest face, but the structure may remain intact even if she were to leave or sit it out or sulk. The counter, the third theory, of course, is that she could possibly tacitly set up candidates who could damage the BJP's prospects. And remember, Rajasthan elections have typically, and I'll just put out the set about the vote share from the past, Rajasthan elections have typically been close. In the last elections, both the BJP and the Congress had 39% vote share each, even though the Congress's seat share was much higher. The Congress had 100 seats out of 200, the BJP only 73. But in terms of vote, both their vote share was equal. So after having lost Karnataka, in a state where there's only a bipolar fight, nobody wants to take a panga, or will they?
Absolutely, Rahul, you're spot on. As far as Vasundhara Raje is concerned, the BJP and Sachin in Congress, the state, BJP and the Congress, they cannot, wish them away. They are there to stay. They have support base. They have the ability to make them win or make them lose. So I don't think that is on the cards. The only thing is if BJP gets 120, 130, 140 kind of, mandate, then obviously they would have a wider choice and they can bring in anyone. But as things stand today, both Mr. Sachin Pilot and Vasundhara Raje respectively, they're very well entrenched in the state politics and they cannot be, kind of removed. And they have, I think both of them have no desire to leave their respective parties and all. They are there to stay. But another very interesting thing is that they're totally poles apart. So there is no possibility of a lot of proximity. If you go to Jaipur, everyone talks about a kind of tacit understanding between Vasundhara Raje and Ashok Gehlot. But there is a total kind of, very sharp dividing line between Vasundhara Raje and Sachin Pilot. So that's the long and short of
both parties have a lot to think about. The Congress more so, their fight is out in the open. In the BJP, there is this subterranean kind of tension which the party could deal with, or it could hurt the party, that we don't know. But we've covered a lot of ground. There has been no halla gulla, shor sharaba, tutu meme, which is great, which is how I like to run the show. There's focus on data, there's focus on deep quality analytics, and you've heard from sharp analysts and they put out their perspectives. We'll deal with Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh next week. So we'll have from now up till the general elections of 2024 as frequently as possible, looking at different data sets emerging from the agencies. This political stock exchange, Sanjay Kumar and his team at CSDS keep doing a lot of work. Rahul Verma and his team at CPR oftentimes come up with interesting studies. So we look at that, give it a platform, try and put it in context to help you understand Indian politics better in a more deeper fashion. Thank you all for joining us. We'll slip into a break. I'll have more for you when we come back on the other side. Back in a moment. Stay with us. You're watching the India Today News Track Political Stock Exchange.
Where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the gifted content writer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you? inequality today. In Delhi, 107. In Mumbai, 84. In Kolkata, 119. In Bangalore, 36. In Chennai, 132. In Hyderabad, 65.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mode.
You're on board the news track. More sensational revelations have emerged in the Delhi stabbing horror case. Sahil, the 20-year-old AC mechanic who stabbed 16-year-old Sakshee to death, had planned the murder. Sahil has reportedly told the police that it is indeed him in the CCTV video stabbing Sakshee.
Before stabbing her 20 times and smashing her head 6 times with a slab of stone, Sahil Khan plotted the cold-blooded murder and called Sakshee to the crime spot and waited to ambush her. When Sakshee arrived, Sahil went on a stabbing spree and crushed her head multiple times in full public glare as passers-by looked on. The preliminary investigation reveals a breakup drove Sahil to kill Sakshee. Sahil was furious as Sakshee went back to her earlier boyfriend Praveen. Sahil confronted Sakshee on the breakup before murdering her. After the murder, Sahil switched off his phone to dodge the police and fled to UP's Bulandshahr. He threw away the murder weapon, a knife, in Delhi's Ritala area.
बताया जा रहा है कि साहिल मैकेनिक का काम करता था, जबकि सरफराज जो उसके पिता हैं वो बढ़ई का काम करते थे, दरवाजा खिड़कियां ये सब बनाने का काम वो किया करते थे। फिलहाल पुलिस साहिल से लगातार पूछताछ कर रही है और ये पता लगाने की कोशिश कर रही है कि आखिर इस वारदात को अंजाम देने की प्लानिंग उसने कब रची थी।
Sahil has now admitted to killing Sakshee during interrogation by the police.
साइंटिफिक इन्वेस्टिगेशन पे पूरा जोर है, कोशिश कर रहे हैं सारे जितने भी इसमें हम लोग को एविडेंसेस मिल पाएं वो सब हम लोग जुगाड़ रहे हैं। फर्दर इन्वेस्टिगेशन इज ऑन इट्स।
Sakshee, continuously harassed by Sahil, had confided in one of her friends and had urged him to help her.
साक्षी ने यही बोला, मैं 20 बार बता चुका हूँ कि मेरे को एक लड़का टॉर्चर कर रहा है, भाई में थोड़ी मेरी मदद करो। तो मैं तो उसकी मदद ही करने गया था। हाँ। उस लड़के को समझाने ही गया था।
कहाँ मिला था साहिल आपको?
यहीं पर ही जहाँ पे मर्डर हुआ है।
जहाँ पे मर्डर
पहले भी वहीं मिला था।
अच्छा,
वहीं पर उसी ने बुलाया था।
While plotting Sakshi's murder, Sahil had been chatting with multiple girls. The police are probing if this was the reason for Sakshee breaking up with him.
इस कातिल को हर हाल में अगले 6 महीने के अंदर अंदर फांसी की सजा होनी चाहिए। इसके ऊपर सरकार को काम करना चाहिए, कोर्ट्स को काम करना चाहिए।
Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has promised strict action for the gruesome murder.
उसको कठोर से कठोर सजा दिलाने के लिए दिल्ली सरकार जो है कोर्ट के अंदर बड़े से बड़ा वकील खड़ा करेगी।
आज मैं एलजी साहब से हाथ जोड़ के निवेदन करना चाहती हूँ कि देश के संविधान ने आपको दिल्ली की कानून व्यवस्था की, दिल्ली की सुरक्षा व्यवस्था की जिम्मेदारी दी है, लेकिन आप अब 24 घंटे सिर्फ और सिर्फ राजनीति करने में लगाते हैं, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के काम रोकने में लगाते हैं। अगर आप अपनी संवैधानिक जिम्मेदारी निभाएं तो आज दिल्ली में ये स्थिति नहीं होगी।
The BJP, however, is calling it a case of love jihad, pointing to Sahil wearing a Hindu sacred thread or kalava.
अगर कलावा घर में खानदान में कोई नहीं पहनता, लेकिन बेटी को फंसाने के लिए कलावा पहन के आता है, इसका मतलब प्यार नहीं, जिहाद है।
Sakshi's parents have sought capital punishment for Sahil. Will Sakshi get justice in death? With Himanshu Mishra in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
This is where we wrap up the news track tonight. For your time and your trust, thank you very much. I look forward to seeing you at 8 p.m. tomorrow evening. Till then, from all of us here, goodbye, good night.
Let's give you a sense of the kind of fruits that you should be eating during this time. Watermelon is a fruit commonly found in India in summers. It can prevent dehydration and help in cooling the body. Cucumbers contain a high amount of water. High in fiber, it can help relieve constipation. It's a fantastic summer companion. Curd, an excellent dairy product that can be included in your diet in various forms. Citrus fruits, rich in vitamin C and help in hydration. They act as a cooling agent. They include oranges, lemons, limes, grapefruit and other citrus fruits. Coconut water. Indian summers are synonymous with our regular nariyal pani. It hydrates your body, balances the temperature, generates electrolytes and helps in cooling. Buttermilk contains probiotics, vitamins and minerals that helps your body cool in hot temperatures. Lemon juice rich in vitamin C can help lower body temperature. It moisturizes and oxygenates the body, helps in improving the energy levels.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
I want to know your thoughts on collaborating with them as creators in general. Like how much do you work on when the script comes to you, right? As a director, what is your approach to it? Do you discuss certain scenes with them? Do you try to alter, if at all you feel that, okay, this could be done differently? Do you discuss with them? How does it usually happen?
Right. So with Dahad, when the script came to me, it was already in a very ready and completed state. So there was actually very little for me to do in terms of scripting. It was already, Rima and the writers had already worked on it. But yes, after that, as a director, there are, of course, some things that, you know, some small changes, certain things, you know, they're always a little bit, you feel that a certain scene can be removed, something else can be added, a little bit of that. And Rima was very open to that. Like whatever ideas if I had, I would share it with her, and she was very open to my inputs coming in. Where she felt that some changes would interfere with the larger theme of the story, then so it's a collaborative process, and I think we all worked together. I mean, we decided to work together because at some level we trust each other's vision, and with that implicit trust, you just go forward and.
I'm so happy that there's these strong women voices behind a story like this, because again, like I have to say this, it's not surprising because that is what we expect out of you eventually, one of the dialogues which really I loved is when the person on the bike just says that, Lady Singham. Because I know that, although it looks like he's complimenting her, it's not a compliment. It's one of, like you said, certain things which we as women know that this is not supposed to be a compliment. This is like a backhand compliment.
It's a backhand compliment because the minute you see someone in control, or you see someone in a position of power, you immediately make them male.
Yeah. You have to put it in context with man. You're just saying you're just saying Singham hai, lekin ye because she's a woman in uniform, then she's Lady Singham. So I loved that because these are small things which we as people.
No, I think we also added that because we did do a bit of research and we met some police women, women who were cops and stuff, and I do remember one of them saying that when they're going home on the train, because they're in uniform, people pass comments. And I found that funny because, you're teasing a cop.
Yeah.
Who are you going to stop at now?
Exactly. Yeah. No, but these subtleties is what I absolutely love, but that could also be a little challenging, right?
Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist.
Co-presented by Kentaro, जो देता है सबसे शुद्ध पानी. Co-presented by JK Tyre Ranger Series. Stay wild at heart.
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're with the news today. This is your primetime destination. News, newsmakers, talking points. Tonight, the big dramatic talking point. Are India's protesting wrestlers now losing complete faith in the system? This on a day when they threaten to throw their medals into the Ganga. That's going to be a big talking point. Also, Manipur's unrest. Should Chief Minister Virendra Singh be held accountable? All that and more. But first, as always, it's time for the 9 headlines at 9. High drama as protesting wrestlers now threaten to immerse their medals in the Ganga in Haridwar. Give a 5-day ultimatum to arrest MP Brij Bhushan. BKU leader Naresh Tiket stops the immersion of the medals. A Congress delegation led by party chief Mallikarjun Kharge meets president over Manipur violence. Home Minister Amit Shah orders stringent action against elements disturbing peace in the state. We'll have a ground report. Explosive details of the ED charge sheet in the liquor probe. ED claims Manish Sisodia changed phones even after the CBI lodged the case. Accused Vijay Nair reportedly arm-twisted manufacturers using Punjab government machinery. Inside details of Delhi's demonic crime probe. Sakshi's murder was reportedly pre-planned. Accused Sahil chatted with multiple girls while he plotted the murder. A day after photo op, no sign of a real breakthrough in the pilot Gaylord battle in Rajasthan. Pilot wants the Congress leadership to provide a clear roadmap in the election year. After NCRT's Mughal purge from textbooks, now the chapter on Khalistan demand also to be removed. Lashkar proxy kills a Hindu worker in Jammu and Kashmir's Anantnag as he was out in the market. Mehbooba Mufti slams the centre over what she claims is deteriorating law and order. Actor Randeep Huda's tweet stirs a row, says Savarkar inspired Bose and Bhagat Singh. Netaji Bose's family dismisses Huda's claim. The actor will play Savarkar in a film. And after the spectacular CSK win, Dhoni triggers speculation over his future, indicates he may play another season if he's fit enough. But first to the story that's breaking at the moment. The United World Wrestling Federation has issued a strong statement threatening to suspend the Wrestling Federation of India, condemning the manner in which wrestlers were detained. The World Wrestling Body has expressed disappointment over the manner in which the investigation has taken place against Member of Parliament and former WFI President Brij Bhushan Singh. The World Body has threatened to suspend India if full and free WFI elections are not held within 45 days. Sources have been saying that the WFI polls will be held soon and the dates will be announced next week. So the pressure clearly is building up, with the World Wrestling Body also now getting involved. Now remember, all of this is coming at a time when the wrestlers were detained on Sunday as they threatened to march towards the new Parliament building. But now more high drama has taken place on the ghats of the river Ganga in Haridwar, where today the sporting heroes threatened to immerse their hard-earned medals into the Ganga. That was stopped because BKU, the Bharatiya Kisan Union leaders, also came there and stopped the wrestlers from going ahead with the immersion. But the wrestlers have issued a 5-day ultimatum and demanded the arrest of BJP MP and Wrestling Federation of India Chief Brij Bhushan Singh, insisting that he is a perpetrator of sexual harassment. Our top story today is on the latest twist in the wrestlers' protest.
Olympic medalists who brought glory to India dragged and detained. After they broke barricades and scuffled with cops for stopping them from marching to the new parliament on Sunday during its unveiling. Protesting wrestlers were charged with rioting, unlawful assembly and obstructing cops, but were released by evening. Cops in their FIR say the wrestlers ignored their pleas to stop the march as it could hit national prestige.
इनके खिलाफ जो भी लीगल एक्शन होना है वह नई दिल्ली डिस्ट्रिक्ट ले रही है, क्योंकि ये हमारे लिए बहुत गलत है कि वो वाला दिन और वो वाला समय जब हमारी सिक्योरिटी एजेंसीज हमारे नए पार्लियामेंट के उद्घाटन में बिजी थी, तब इन्होंने ये सब करने की कोशिश की है जिसकी उनको कोई परमिशन नहीं थी.
Wrestler Sakshee Malikkh narrated the ordeal and said the wrestlers are now tired.
हम पैदल चल रहे थे तो उन्होंने आगे से पुशिंग स्टार्ट कर दी कि नहीं आगे जाने देंगे. पुशिंग में फिर ऐसे ही उन्होंने जबरदस्ती हमें डिटेन करने की कोशिश की. हमने भी थोड़ा सा रोकने की कोशिश की कि हमें मत लेके जाओ, हम शांतिपूर्वक मार्च करेंगे, हमारी बात तो सुनो, हम कोई हिंसा नहीं कर रहे, हम किसी को मार भी नहीं रहे.
Reacting to the FIR, Vinesh Phogat claimed a new history was being written.
लड़कियों की आप अंदर डिटेन करके रख रहे हो, हम कोऑपरेट करें हर तरीके से. आपने जो किया वो तो पूरे देश ने देख ही लिया है, जो हमारा मान सम्मान बढ़ा है वो तो देख ही लिया है.
The opposition claimed high-handed action against India's top athletes.
भाजपा का नारा एक्सपोज हुआ ना इस बात पे, जो बेटियों का साथ देने की बात करते थे, बेटियों के सम्मान की बात करते थे. आपने देख लिया क्या सम्मान किया भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने. ये केवल दिखावटी नारे थे भारतीय जनता पार्टी के, और दिखावटी नारे इसलिए.
This was of course 2 days ago. What happened today? Well, those are the scenes that you can see in Hardwar, where the wrestlers today threatened to throw their medals into the Ganga, and they were then eventually stopped by BKU president or one of the office bearers, Naresh Tiket. The various Kisan unions joined in, and in an expression of solidarity said that they would stand with the wrestlers, but they should not throw their medals into the river. All of this has led to several questions. Has the wrestlers' protest gone out of control? Are the wrestlers losing faith in the system? Should they be showing patience? Why is Brij Bhushan Singh being shielded? And if he is, who is doing so? Those are some of the questions we want to raise tonight. We'll also play out why the wrestlers said that they would throw their medals into the Ganga in a moment. But joining me now is a panel of people who've tracked sports for years. Pradeep Magazine, senior sports journalist, joins me. Nikhil Naz, our consulting editor here, who tracks sport for us at India Today. Vikrant Gupta, managing editor, Sports Tak and Sports Aaj Tak, is with us. Neeru Bhatia is a senior sports journalist. And Preeti Chaudhary is joining me. She's tracked this wrestlers' protest for several weeks now. I appreciate all of you joining us, and I'm going to ask you all that simple question. Do you think the wrestlers were justified in threatening to actually throw their medals into the Ganga? Preeti Chaudhary, why don't you take it first? We'll then come to all the sports journalists.
You know, I think the bigger question, Rajdeep, is that were the wrestlers justified in holding a protest on the day where the parliament was to be inaugurated, the new building, and, you know, justified to throw their medals into the Ganga? It's ultimately, if you look at it, they wanted to immerse it in the Ganga. It's not just their medals for them, because we've been speaking to them as well. It's their entire career in that one box. Now, what does a wrestler aspire to do? Somebody who finishes at the podium at the highest level. You know, this is their sheer hard work, you know, sweat, blood, pain, joy, all of that put together. It was an emotional decision. Of course, it was an emotional decision that they had taken. But what's interesting is on what really went down in the end. So you had somebody like a Naresh Tiket, who here in the capacity, Rajdeep, has intervened not so much as the head of the Bharatiya Kisan Union, but also as the head of one of the most influential and powerful cups when you come down to it. He heads the Balian Cup. His word has writ. And he is also...
No, but is this nautanki? There will be those who will say this is all stage-managed drama to take eyeballs. The athletes should remain athletes. This is not for them to stage these kind of protests. How do you see that?
No, in their defense, what is it that the wrestlers always say? That for about 2.5 months, they did try to negotiate with the government. They did make it very clear that they will not allow their dais, their podium to be used by political outfits or even outfits like the Bharatiya Kisan Union or the Khap Panchayats. They said that we've waited our time, we have lost patience, and you know, you've got to give them the benefit of doubt because it's 37 days. They are squatting at Jantar Mantar. What has really happened? It took 7 days for the Supreme Court to intervene for an FIR to be filed. It took several other
But how
days.
can you set a deadline that 5 days you've got to arrest him, otherwise we'll throw our medals into the Ganga? It's blackmail.
But has the government even batted an eyelid? Has anyone till now? 37 days. It's led up to it. Why aren't you looking at their fight on what it's been? It's been 37 days in the making, Rajdeep.
And why has he not been questioned as yet?
Yeah.
I mean, let alone
You're saying why Brij Bhushan Singh not being questioned?
Yes, the charges are POSCO, right? He needs to be questioned for that. That's what the wrestlers are saying. That's all right. That, you know, the law needs to take the due process, that's all right. What the wrestlers are asking, why isn't that you've even called him once to even question him? If you remember, going back to that time, they refused to even register an FIR against him. So that will raise the questions. Then you have the other issues. I agree that on that day of the parliament, you know, they were marching ahead and the police had no option but to hold them. But what you said, it is Nautanki, but what is the option that is left for the wrestlers? We live in a world of event management, right? Where only event management allows you some sort of coverage. They've figured that out. They've realized that we need to do event management, only then will our voice be heard.
Okay, I'm sure Vikrant Gupta comes in because he's been very clear in a tweet that I saw, Vikrant. You believe that wrestlers simply should not be even considering throwing their medals away because they are playing with not just the medals and their reputation, but with the country who you believe has contributed to their rise.
No, they won the medals. I mean, and these are Olympic medals. In the case of Bajrang and Sakshee, yes. Vinesh hasn't won an Olympic medal.
But she's won a world championship.
Yeah, she's been a world champion. So these medals do belong to them. They belong to the country as well.
But they have the right to throw the medals if they believe that the system has failed them. They have every right to throw them away.
Okay, my point is they were taken to the brink. And Preeti is right. The government did not bat an eyelid. My point is, till 6 p.m., I may have been with them. And I sincerely never hoped that they'll immerse the medals into the Ganga. I thought maybe, somebody would intervene, but not Naresh Tikath. How can you give your medals to Naresh Tikath?
You're saying that it is a sign how the movement is getting politicized.
You cannot give your medals to a third person. And what is the guarantee now? If he says 5 days, will something happen? What happens to the medals then?
So there is one view, of course, that this is well-planned optics. The other view, of course, is that they are playing with the emotions of millions of fans who respect them for what they've achieved on the field. Where do you stand, Pradeep Magazine? Do you believe that the wrestlers have been pushed to the brink by a system that is not batting an eyelid?
Well, Rajdeep, I'm surprised that there should be any other opinion about this. What is the law of the land? The law of the land is if women allege of sexual harassment, especially a minor, an FIR is immediately to be registered. And Brij Bhushan has been charged with a crime which is non-bailable. There is immediate arrest for that, regardless of what politics they are playing or not playing. First of all, this fact everyone knows. So why is this man, who happens to be an influential member of the ruling party, not being even questioned, as Nikhil was saying? I am not aware of it, whether he is being questioned or not. But the way he is moving around, threatening people, there is a video which your channel also, I think, showed, where he has admitted openly that I have killed a man. And what are we debating? Who's on which side, who's not? Now, let's come to the second point. Olympic winners, people celebrated, people of India, women are alleging this. These were the people whom Prime Minister Modi called home and said that he's proud of them. If I remember correctly, he even said that if you people have any problem, I am there for you. Now to say that they are playing politics, they may be. What choice? We have left them so helpless. Can you imagine a country where women and that too women of that stature are crying and saying that this is what they have followed the law of the land, and nobody is listening to them. And what kind of a country is this? Why should we be even debating that whether they are playing politics or not? When we say they are playing politics, we are actually saying that they are lying. Why should they lie? They have staked their entire career. I don't see any future for them. We have such rare few medals, not even handful of Olympic medals. What are we talking here?
Okay, let's get Neeru Bhatia in also. Neeru, do you go along with the fact that the wrestlers have been pushed to the brink, and what they've done is basically drawn attention to the fact that someone who's been in power, controlled the wrestling federation, is accused of sexual harassment and worse?
I completely agree that they have been pushed to the brink. They've been sitting and they've been demanding justice for so long, and nobody gave a damn. Other than a few handful of the sporting community and the cops, who's been actually supporting them? Who? Nobody. I mean, Abhinav Bindra and the others have been supporting them on Twitter and on social media and saying we support their cause, but who's been actually supporting them? They've not been heard. Then the government has not blinked, and he's part of the ruling party, and he's a powerful man. Fair enough. And the government is this government is also very mindful of the fact that nobody should upset their apple cart while going into elections. But the fact is that why would they say all these things if and put everything at stake?
Let's try and understand that. Why is it that no cricketer, Anil Kumble is the first cricketer, celebrated cricketer today, has come out in a tweet.
Virendra Sehwag has also tweeted on the day that the incident happened.
But the fact is, none of our present playing cricketers have come out on this issue. Abhinav Bindra, Neeraj Chopra have tweeted. Why is it that everyone else is silent? Why am I not seeing greater protests from within the sporting community? What explains that?
I've said this earlier as well, and this is not just pertaining to this particular issue. There have been times that I've spoken to a lot of players, a lot of current players, and I agree with you that maybe retired players should look at it. But two things that I get to hear. One is that they need to work within the system. As Mr. Magazine just pointed out, these wrestlers have now risked their careers. I do not see a future for them as far as the sports is concerned, right? Similar, which cricketer at the moment in prime of his career would want to risk his future?
Or even those who've retired,
work within the system.
They're part of the same cricketing community.
No,
how do you work out?
Are you saying that they don't have a conscience? Are you saying that they don't feel strongly about it?
But how many
what about a woman?
I have spoken to a few.
Yes.
And I'm not saying that nobody has the conscience, but the fact is, a few of them do say, "Hame pata nahi yaar exactly kya hai." So the moment as sensitive a topic as this, they are very careful. And I think they're also fearful of the...
I feel, I'm sorry I'm coming in, Vikrant, because हमें पता नहीं है क्या मुद्दा है is a very convenient point to take, and why I say that.
मुद्दा है. Exactly where does it stand?
Where does it stand?
So,
now, why I differ is, and I'll tell you why most people will differ on this. Nobody is saying take their word as the gospel truth. Nobody is saying, go ahead with that. What are you saying? You're saying follow due process of law. 7 days to file an FIR. I'll give you an example. Me and my team for my show was going through figures. The Delhi police in the last 2 months, in 8 cases of a minor reporting a rape crime or a sexual harassment crime, has seen an immediate arrest. So are we following the due process of law? What was the tipping point here for these wrestlers on Sunday? Where, it's questionable. Should they have done it 8 hours after the inauguration? Separate. The tipping point was when images of a Brij Bhushan Singh, who's a POCSO accused, is standing in Parliament, and, one can say history was being made inside and outside Parliament.
So you're saying the wrestlers are the ones, almost the victims, who are being treated as the accused, while the alleged perpetrator seems to be getting off lightly. Listen in to what Brij Bhushan Singh had told us. He remains defiant, labeling the allegations against him just a matter of good touch and bad touch. Listen in. You know, you have Brij Bhushan Singh, someone who's been a Tada detainee in the past, someone who self-confessed to murder on camera. He represents in a way the power of a 6-time MP, but also the way in which officials have run federations. Do you believe, therefore, Pradeep Magazine, the problem is that eventually those in power stand by their own, and therefore the wrestlers, despite bringing glory to the country, are in an unequal battle when you're taking on someone like Brij Bhushan Singh. That's why they are forced to resort to what Nikhil called these kind of event management. Will throw our medals into the river.
Rajdeep, one has to admire the courage shown by these wrestlers that they came out openly, knowing that who are they dealing with, because he has been the president there for many years. They know how powerful he is. So obviously they couldn't take any more, and they came out openly to challenge them. And they probably thought that they have done enough for the country that people or the establishment will listen to them. Now the problem here is that you have politicians, part of the establishment, who are ruling federations. You have a cricket board which is in a similar situation. And why those cricketers, I'm not justifying, they should take a stand, because there is a stage in your life where you have to take a stand. And especially cricketers who have achieved enough that even the state will fear touching them. Why can't they speak? Obviously, they can't speak, as Nikhil is saying, and we all know why, because of the same simple reason that they feel that they will be targeted. Fine, but they are people. Muhammad Ali won an Olympic gold medal. He threw his medal in a river. He took many other stands later when he probably is the greatest athlete world has seen. And yet he took many stands. And today, if he is admired, he is as much admired for his boxing skills as he is admired for taking on the establishment.
I take your point, but you see what has happened. What has happened, Neeru Bhatia, and people are already putting it out on my timeline saying, are we saying that on the basis of allegations made by these wrestlers, there should be an immediate arrest? Their argument is, now that an FIR has been filed, now that there are investigations, should the wrestlers back off and give the government some time? Otherwise, they say, inevitably they will be caught in this political crossfire.
Rajdeep, I'm not talking about an arrest, but call him in for an interrogation at least. And secondly, who cares? I mean, why should cricketers talking or not talking or taking a stand really be important here? Isn't the word of Olympic medalists or the Olympic community enough? I mean, these people have achieved so much for the country, for God's sake. And secondly, you can call Brij Bhushan Sharan in and interrogate him. There's no stopping. I mean, we did that in the match.
They're calling for his arrest. They're not saying interrogate him. They are saying arrest him in the next 5 days. That's almost like that's like setting a deadline to the police.
Maybe. But at least let's start with calling him in and doing a proper interrogation. Like, even during the match fixing scandal, Mr. Magazine would know that very well. Nobody was arrested, but they were grilled for hours and hours. And none was spared. All the names that were being talked about were called upon. So let's just start somewhere. Here, this man is not
a regular FIR.
There is one which is under the POXO Act that calls for arrest.
If it's led to immediate arrest in other cases, why not this one, as she points out?
Yeah, fair enough.
Like the same point I want to raise.
Yes.
I mean, there is a law of the land. I mean, you're not following the law of the land. They have registered a case. The charge is such that there is immediate arrest for it. And they have not. That man is roaming around and threatening the wrestlers. That is another crime. There should be another FIR against him for that.
Okay, an interesting sports, one of your fraternity has sent a message saying, look, the medals that the wrestlers have won does not belong to them alone, but to the country, a point that you made, Vikrant, because they played under the Indian flag and their medals have been won with the efforts of not just the wrestlers' hard work, but also the hard work of multiple people like their coaches and support staff. They've been sent for foreign training, trained at camps, competed internationally. The money that has been spent on them to win medals belongs to taxpayers.
Yeah.
Now you've got, conflicting views. You see, the moment you get into something like a medal, Muhammad Ali eventually turned out probably lost the medal while he was shifting houses, but claimed he had thrown it into the river as a protest against racism in US society.
And he reformed the society.
But as Pradeep says, he was someone who took a stand on issues. Do you believe that these wrestlers should be seen as people who are finally breaking a certain omerta code of silence over sexual harassment in sport? And therefore, they too should be seen as people who are changing the rules of the game. They're doing something that
the government has to intervene, and if
the government has to intervene,
they should have by now.
So why is the sports minister silent?
If they are celebrated when they win, again, I do feel that the medal belongs as much as the athletes as the country, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they won the medal because of us. They won the medal individually.
Because of their hard work.
Because of their hard work. No matter what money has been put in, what effort's been put in, they won the medals. In a country of 140 crore people, from 1980 till 1996, India did not win even a single Olympic medal. And there are 2 medals here. Ravi Dahiya, of course, I think has drifted away. Deepak Punia has drifted away. They know that they've got a career in wrestling, and maybe silently they may be. So the point is that the government by now should have intervened.
So why are they not? Why is we haven't heard a word from Smriti Irani? She's Women and Child Development Minister, and this is a case involving sexual harassment of your top, at least that's the allegation, against an MP. We haven't heard from Anurag Thakur unless he's been asked a question. He's tried to stay away from it, saying let the law take its own course.
Barring the meetings that he had in January.
The earlier meetings. So I'm just wondering whether there's a feeling that because the MP involved is someone who is a strongman of UP, has won 6 elections, you've got a general election next year, the government doesn't want, unless it's 100% sure of the charges, to actually go that extra step and arrest him.
No, how can you be 100% sure without investigating? It's an oxymoron there. But having said that, Rajdeep, when you talk
about... No, the police is saying they're investigating.
But you're not following due process of law then, I'm sorry. But what I'm just saying is I want to come back to the medals because there's so much brouhaha about why bring medals into it. I want to go back during the OROP protest, 1 rank, 1 pension. How many of our veterans who had their medals gave their medals up? There is always a tipping point in a protest. In the OROP, 1 rank, 1 pension, you had so many veterans I know who had fought in 65, 71 war, who gave up their medals to the president, gave it up. Right? Now that happened. Why are we questioning them? It's very similar. No, that time it was okay. It's not okay now.
Okay. Can yes.
Just on the point you said, why is it that the government hasn't come in? When they win medals, they're all clamoring for photo ops. That's not happening now. I'm no political expert, but you've had protests, in the recent past in the country, whether there was the farmers' protest, whether there was the Shaheen Bagh protest before that. At any point, did you see the dispensation engage with the protesters? They did not, right? And we all know what the result was on those occasions. So maybe when you know that you really don't need to engage, you really don't need to speak, and yet you get exactly what you desire, then why would you see a need to then come down and engage with them?
I take your point. I just want to paint pictures of Muhammad Ali because he was a great hero for many of us growing up. And Pradeep magazine, should we really be seeing these wrestlers like an Ali? Ali, as you rightly said, was the greatest not just because of what he did in boxing, but because he stood up for certain values. Do we need a Muhammad Ali-like figure now, some of our greatest sports persons, to stand up and say, look, these wrestlers need to be heard and given a voice?
Well, it'll be very welcome and heartening if some top cricketer or sports person has the courage to stand up and say, like what Abhinav Bindra said. I mean, you have to admire Abhinav Bindra. Is the gold medalist. We just have 2 gold medals individual in Olympic Games, and both have stood up for these athletes. And these women and Bajrang Punia, they are our role models, and they should be our greater role models now for the simple reason they've stood up against the establishment. In some of them believe in the ideological framework of this party. It's not as if they were in some opposition camp and they
absolutely. Bajrang Punia was a great fan, he told me, of Prime Minister Modi, and in fact had reportedly been told by the Prime Minister, you can always call me up whenever. But I want to understand from you, Neeru Bhatia, that the fact that these are women athletes. So if there was silence among male athletes for years, 60s, 70s, 80s, women athletes perhaps were even more intimidated by officials. I was just told a story this morning of athletes who got their tracksuits at the last moment when they were going for a major Asian Games, which was from old blankets that had been cut from Azad Market in Delhi. So we've come from there to today when these athletes are at least celebrated. I just want to understand, is it even more difficult in your view for women to actually come out against powerful male officials?
Of course it is. It always is. But the thing is that I don't know about the 80s and the 70s, but definitely during Brij Bhushan Sing's regime, these allegations have come up and they need to be looked into at all costs, because, you know, can you imagine if the number of girls, young girls who are taking up this sport of wrestling, I mean, how traumatic it would have been for them, the kind of trauma they've come through. And I think nobody would know that better than the protesting women wrestlers, because they would have seen that or heard of that. And why would they do this?
Okay,
why would they lie about it?
Okay, why would they lie about it? A final word, is there any possibility, as some critics are saying, that these wrestlers are now enmeshed in Haryana's politics? You know, Haryana's politicians are reportedly dived in. The Congress, Dipinder Hooda and others have come up in solidarity with them. Now the Bharatiya Kisan Union gets involved. Are they aware of the fact that they could be used, become political pawns, elections in Haryana next year?
You know, Rajit, the way I see it is, when they're on the podium, they make a podium finish, they win a medal, they are Indians. The minute they are in protest, sitting in Jantar Mantar, you make it into a Haryana lobby. I don't get that. Now, having said that, I would just want to say one thing. You know, is it politicized? Of course it's politicized. Look at the kind of support they're getting. Every other opposition party is trying to milk, you know, this protest to their favor. Nobody's denying that. You know, has it been infiltrated by possibly elements which many of, you know, us would call Andolan Jeevis? Of course it's been infiltrated by that. But in the end, what is, you know, what are you supposed to look at? Ultimately, nobody is saying take their word for the gospel truth, but get on with the investigation as per due course of law.
Okay. I think in that sense, the voice of these wrestlers is a voice that must be heard. You cannot shut them down. And I think what they've done today is actually made sure that they will not back down. What I wonder is, why do many of our other elite athletes not stand up and be counted at a time like this? This is something that we should ask ourselves. At the end of the day, we venerate our athletes for the glory they brought on the field. We expect them to stand in solidarity of it. We want to see more Abhinav Bindras and more Neeraj Chopras at a moment like this. I thank you all for joining me on the news today. Nice to have experts from the sports world talking here right at the very top of the show. Let's turn from there to our big political story of the day, and it's coming from Manipur once again, where the cycle of violence has forced Home Minister Amit Shah to go to Imphal, where he held meetings today with MLAs and civil society groups to take stock of the situation. But what's the ground report, and why are so many arms floating so freely? Indrajit Kundu now reports.
Mistrust, anger and frustration spilling out on the streets of Imphal. This despite a curfew in place. Angry women holding fort on the streets, checking every vehicle. Shops, businesses, schools and colleges have remained shut for 3 weeks now. Life has come to a grinding halt in Manipur.
What are the prices that have gone up?
All the essential commodities, mainly petrol and all the eatable things, like onion, potatoes.
तो
1 kg of alus goes to 80 rupees. See?
Potatoes?
Yeah, potatoes. 80 rupees. Before this crisis, there were only 15 rupees, but now it is 80 rupees.
Women have always played a very crucial role in various social movements in Manipur. And once again, they are back on the streets. This time, as Manipur simmers for close to a month now with fresh clashes between, various ethnic communities in the state.
Despite the deployment of army and central paramilitary force, there has been no end to the cycle of violence that has gripped the state. On a day when Union Home Minister Amit Shah is visiting the strife-torn state, Manipur seems to be a divided house.
Exactly, we are in NRC and any other means where we could save our Hindu brother and sister in the Delhi area and some parts of Manipur as well. Overall, Manipuri Hindus we want to save. Kindly save Hindus from extinction, basically because of the these infiltrators from Burma side.
On Tuesday, Home Minister Amit Shah held back-to-back meetings with the state administration and a host of civil society groups, both Meitei and Kuki. Shah also visited Chura Chandpur, the epicenter of the recent violence, in a bid to bring the warring ethnic groups on one table. The army's combing operations continue. The challenge for security forces in Manipur is to stop weapons reaching militant groups, with reports of armories being looted. In Delhi, a Congress-led opposition delegation met President Draupadi Murmu, demanding rehabilitation of victims.
The situation on ground is far from normal at a time when Home Minister Amit Shah is in Manipur trying to broker some amount of peace between the two communities, and he's holding high-level talks with various stakeholders in the state. Will peace be restored? And if it finally gets restored, will there be confidence between various ethnic groups who seem to be, at this point in time, there is a lot of mistrust between them? That remains the big question. With camera person Tapas Baidi, Indrajit for India Today in Inform.
Let's raise some of those big questions that remain unanswered. Is Chief Minister Birendra Singh accountable for the Manipur unrest? Who is supplying arms to militants at the moment? How can the government ensure peace returns to Manipur? What are the challenges that lie ahead? Joining me now is Patricia Mukim, editor of the Shillong Times, who's been tracking this issue carefully. Patricia, do you believe that this is a straightforward Meitei versus Kuki battle between two tribes and their militant outfits? Or do you believe that there is politics being played with various groups being supported by one political side or the other? Reports that some of the Meitei groups, for example, have been armed, Kuki groups have been armed, all of them getting these arms from police stations?
It's not such a straightforward thing what is happening in Manipur, and that's why we had said that there is need for a very, very independent inquiry to first get to the root of the matter, because there's too much of point and counterpoint, too much of finger pointing. And yes, this time it is a direct conflict between the Kukis in the hills, the Kuki, Zomi, Paitei groups, and the Meiteis in the plains. And of course, the trigger was that ST status for the Meiteis. But there have been a lot of underlying reasons for the unrest, and these have not been dealt with. They've been kept on hold. They've been politicized, and for instance, my point is that the tribes everywhere in every other state have some kind of self-governance mechanism. You have the 6th schedule of the Indian Constitution, which allows the tribes, especially those, in states which are ruled by non-tribal majority governments, to have their own sort of autonomy in governance, so that they're able to bring development which is very nuanced, which is at their own pace, and which can develop institutions. For instance, I think the best example is the arrangement with the Bodoland Territorial Region. They
Are you saying that the Kukis should have their own self-administered region? Are you saying that that is a solution?
It is part of the solution because that is their demand. They have what we call the Hill Areas Council, but those Hill Area councils have not been empowered enough. They don't have a budget. They're not able to sort of carry out any development in the hill areas where they are. So they have been asking, they've boycotted elections, they've done many things in the past, but it's still, under 371C, it hasn't improved matters at all. So I think it's time to have a relook.
You're saying you should have a relook. Do you believe, though, that as some are now accusing the Chief Minister of playing sides, playing to the Meitei identity, pitted against the Kukis on the other side, self-styled vigilante groups coming in, many of them armed, do you believe that is a danger? Are the politicians in Manipur playing with fire?
It's very, very dangerous, this huge militarization of the society. How is it that there are arms spread across the hills and the valley? And how is it that arms are allowed to be stolen from police training colleges and other outposts? Who has allowed it? Why is the rule of law not there? This has been building up. And
Can I just give our viewers a chronology of what's been happening in Manipur? Yes. It was on the 19th of April that the Manipur High Court ordered that the Meiteis be included in the scheduled tribe list. This sparked off fears among the Kukis and the Nagas that they perhaps would then find themselves competing for even land and other benefits with the dominant Meiteis of the Imphal Valley. On April 27, an open gym in Churachandpur, which is a Kuki-dominated area, was burned down. The gym was to be opened by Chief Minister Birender Singh the next day. On the 3rd of May, a tribal solidarity march against the inclusion of Meiteis in the ST list took place. More than 60,000 people attended this rally in Churachandpur. The violence then erupted during the rally. 11 civilians were injured and 2 were killed in Kangpokpi district. On the 4th of May, more violence took place in Manipur. The army was deployed. The governor gave shoot-at-sight orders. On the 8th of May, the Supreme Court takes up the plea seeking an SIT probe. On the 21st of May, abandoned houses of Kuki communities were set on fire. On the 28th of May, violence in Siru and Sugnu areas where Kuki militants allegedly set many houses and cars on fire. Now the Chief Minister Birender Singh says 40 Kuki militants have been killed in the crackdown, but he's completely silent on the role that alleged Meitei groups also played in this violence. Do you therefore believe, Patricia, that the time has come, as the Home Minister is supposed to do, to bring Kuki and Meitei leaders face to face to resolve this? You can't treat them separately, distinctly, call one group a group of terrorists and try and protect the other.
See, there's a lot of confusion even now, because in Churachandpur, those MLAs, those 10 MLAs who had given that representation that they want a separate administrative unit, they have said that they have presented that to the Home Minister. The Home Minister hasn't said anything about not, agreeing to that. In the valley, when the MLAs were asked, or some of the spokespersons were asked, they said that the Home Minister has said there will be no territorial or administrative division. So these are conflicting sort of statements by the Home Minister.
So you're saying that there has been no clarity. In the absence of clarity, absence of leadership, you've got militants who in a way have virtually almost taken over parts of the state. I'm joined at this moment by Sapam Nishikant Singh. He's independent MLA from Imphal, close to the Birender Singh government, supports that government. Sapam, appreciate your joining us. What is the message that you've given Amit Shah, the Home Minister who's in Manipur at the moment? What is the message the MLAs have given him today?
The MLAs are very worried with the situation, and the main thing is that Manipur, the integrity of Manipur has to be intact. And of course, the Honorable Home Minister said we must work towards peace, and the MLAs collectively wanted things to be under control. And about
I'm sorry, but those are fine words. The reality is, many are saying that these vigilante groups, whether Meitei groups or or Kuki militants, who has armed them? How do they have so many arms? There are reports of arms being looted from police stations, from police training institutes. The Aramboi, Tengol, the Meitei Lupi are being accused of looting arms, and the Chief Minister is accused of playing sides.
Too much has happened. And yes, I don't know where the arms are coming from, and that's a big concern. And I think there was a complete silence for like almost a week or more than that. It's just when the Home Minister announced his arrival to Manipur, that's the time they just took off. So it looks like a very planned kind of a move from them. And that's a big worry. So whenever there's an attack on the on the villages in Manipur, on the foothills, that's when everything gets aggravated. So that has to be controlled, and that he's completely aware about. And everybody's giving them all the memorandum about the Sioux part and ground reality or repeal.
And is everyone fully behind the Chief Minister? Is the Chief Minister's position also now under threat?
See, I'm an independent MLA, so I don't know what's happening inside. But as far as Manipur is concerned, at this juncture, I think politics should be kept aside, and we got to get behind one force for the sake of Manipur. As of now, when peace is restored, then politics can always play on.
Okay, so what you're saying at the moment is the first priority is to ensure peace above all else. Once that is done, then recrimination and who was responsible for it, who has failed, who is accountable can follow that. Am I correct? Have I got it right?
Yeah, absolutely. That will follow. Of course, it's a country with a government, and that will follow. But right now, we have to control, the guns have to be seized. We have to make sure there are no firings. And from the meeting that I get, I mean, this is not an official thing, but I can assure the people of Manipur that I think Manipur will be intact. I mean, not that he really spelled it out, but I can get the sense that Manipur is going to be intact. You know why? I'll tell you why. Because, see, you've had the Greater Nagaland cause going on for a long, long time. And that was a huge thing going on in Manipur. I mean, I think that was really huge. And NSCNIM is a massive party, a very strong party. So yet that has been kind of slowed down and things like that. So to give anything away right now would be like creating another huge
So there's no question of a separate Kuki administered state?
No, I mean, personally you ask me, I'm very confident that aisa kabhi nahi hoga.
Okay, aisa kabhi nahi. Okay. We'll wait and see what happens. I appreciate you joining us, Sapam Nishikant Singh. I appreciate Patricia Mukim. We will continue to track Manipur. It is our responsibility as news persons to ensure every part of this country gets its due. No more tyranny of distance. That sometimes means that stories from Delhi and Mumbai get amplified, not from the periphery of the country. You won't find that on the News Today, I promise. Let's take a break. On the other side is our Good News Today story. It comes from Bannerghatta National Park in Karnataka. You're watching the News Today. News without the noise.
Where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer, meets the cool UI UX designer, meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Where the software engineer meets the smart market analyst, meets the gifted content writer, to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University. So where are you?
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome back. You are with the news today. Let's end tonight with a good news story that comes from Bengaluru, where a woman is giving motherly love and care to orphan cubs from the past 22 years. In fact, her whole life revolves around leopard and lion cubs. It's a nice way to end the show tonight. Good night. Goodbye. Jai Hind. Namaskara. Take a look at our good news today story. Bye for now.
Simba, the king of jungle, or should we say the prince, now in the care of Savitri at the Bannerghata National Park. Savitri Amma, as she is popularly known, is mother to orphaned cubs that are brought up here from all parts of Karnataka. Lion, leopard, tiger. She has been looking after them for the last 22 years. It's a bond she cherishes. She has sleepless nights when a cub falls sick.
ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳಾದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊತೇವೆ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಲ್ಲ ಸುಮ್ಮನೆ ಸಪ್ಪಗೆ ಮಲಗಿರ್ತವೆ ಹಾಲು ತಗೊಳ್ಳಲ್ಲ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸಪ್ಪಗಿದ್ದಾಗ ನಮಗೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇದಾಯ್ತದೆ ಅವಾಗ ನಮ್ಮ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸಾರ್ಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಡಾಕ್ಟ್ರಿಗೆ ಅವಾಗ ಅವ್ರು ಬಂದು ನೋಡ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಇಂಜೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ ಮತ್ತೇನಂತ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ 2 ದಿವಸ ಊಟ ತೊಗೊಂಡಿಲ್ಲ ಹಾಲು ಅಂದರೆ ಅವಾಗ ಡ್ರಿಪ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕ್ತೀವಿ ಡ್ರಿಪ್ಸ್ ಹಾಕಿ ಇಂಜೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೊಟ್ಮೇಲೆ 3 ದಿವಸ ಆದಮೇಲೆ ಸರೋಗುತ್ತೆ ಆಮೇಲೆ ತಿರ್ಗಾ ನಾವು ಮಾಮೂಲಿ ಥರ ಹಾಲು ಉಡ್ಬಸ್ ಹಾಕ್ತೀವಿ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹಾಲು ಕುಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ನೋಡ್ಕೊತೀವಿ.
Savitri Amma, who communicates effortlessly with the cubs, is a woman of few words. Her world is all about her wild friends. Currently, 9 leopard cubs and 1 lion cub are under her watch.
ಇದು ಅಂದರೆ ಒಂದು ದಿವಸ ಮಗು ಆದರೆ ಒಂದು ಹಾಲೇನೆ ಮತ್ತು ಅವಾಗ ಕುಡಿಸ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ಒಂದು 3 ತಿಂಗಳಾದಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಬೆಳಗ್ಗೆ ಸಾಯಂಕಾಲ ಮಧ್ಯಾಹ್ನ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ 3 ಟೈಮ್. ಆಮೇಲೆ ಒಂದು 6 ತಿಂಗಳಾದ್ಮೇಲೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಚಿಕನ್ ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ರೂಢಿ ಮಾಡೋಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಲು ಚಿಕನ್ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಕೊಡ್ತೀವಿ.
The veterinary doctors at the facility say tending to cubs is no easy task.
Only thing, they come early 1 month, 15 days, 1 month cubs they come also. Different area. Early very difficult to handle also. After 3 months, 4 months, they will recognize also. They will obey also. Wild animal, no? Anything they will mind change also. You want to take whatever the precautions you should take also. And all touching also prohibited, only thing.
When the cubs grow up, they will be released in safari zone or kept in the zoo. Some of the cubs will remember her for a long time, like this one. With Anagha Keshav, Bureau Report, India Today.
Paytm has launched a credit card in collaboration with SBI Cards and NCPI. The RuPay card offers exclusive privileges to customers worth up to 75,000 rupees with a complimentary Paytm First membership that also includes offers for OTT platforms and flight ticket discounts through the Paytm app. Cardholders will also receive a 2% cashback on all purchases on the app and a 1% cashback on spends elsewhere.
दो मार्केट शेयर हो जाते हैं पेमेंट में. How many people use our consumer app and how many people use our merchant services? Merchant services, we dominate in this country. More number of merchant take payment using Paytm technology than any other, if you will. On issuing side, I think we've stayed focused on select customer base and we are continuously growing. Our public listed company hone ka advantage hai. You're seeing our numbers quarter on quarter and user on user. We are committed to grow. What we are not chasing is a sort of vanity number, if you will. What we are chasing is a good customer base and we are focused on monetization as you've seen it. So we are consciously bothering about which kind of customers to acquire, which means that market share wise it may not be material, but on a revenue market share it is significantly material.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News.
Bangalore-based EV startup Simple Energy has launched its first e-scooter. Simple One joins an increasingly populous market which includes players like Ola, Ather, Vida, Hero Electric and Bajrang, among others. The company does not currently have any showrooms. The e-scooters have been priced at nearly 1.5 lakh rupees.
Strategy was very clear. We wanted to build a scooter which is super. And I think we have built that. It's in true sense of superior super EV, which does range better, performance better, safety parameters better, riding statistics. Everything is mentored and checked upon. So I think our strategy was very clear on building a great product and the consumers will take care of it. I think we have solved that piece of it. The second piece, I think we are focused on scaling our dealership, our manufacturing capacity, and I think that will resolve most of the issues going forward. I think there are two things about it. One is, of course, reducing subsidies might deter the growth, but that's very short term. I don't think that will impact much further on it. But also it will push the OEMs to become self-sustained and will build products which are more viable.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 37 and minimum 23 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 34 and minimum 28 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 41 and minimum 29 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 27 and minimum 23 degrees. Chennai, maximum 33 and minimum 28 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 38 and minimum 26 degrees.
LIC हर पल आपके साथ। टाटा मोटर्स, न्यू फॉरएवर।
The Kalava, the Rudraksh and the Lord Shiv bhajans on social media.
अगर कलावा घर में खानदान में कोई नहीं पहनता लेकिन बेटी को फंसाने के लिए कलावा पहन के आता है, इसका मतलब प्यार नहीं जिहाद है।
Sahil, according to the police, had also posted bhajans on Instagram. Neighbors say he'd initially introduced himself as Rahul.
The name he is using here is not Sahil, it was Rahul.
Did Sahil mislead Sakshee? Clamor to probe alleged love jihad angle to Sakshee murder. That's our top focus on India First.
The killer caught on camera, Sahil Khan, according to Delhi police, showed absolutely no remorse for repeatedly stabbing 16-year-old Sakshee and then crushing her head with a stone slab again, repeatedly. He had, according to initial investigations, bought a long blade, a knife, almost a fortnight before this crime, leading the police to suspect that this was a pre-planned murder. But as of now, that murder weapon is yet to be recovered. And more important, the motive, it hasn't been completely ascertained amidst calls for investigation into the love jihad angle. What's the love jihad angle? I'm Gaurav Sawant. We get you much more on this big story. But first, as always, the headlines. High drama as protesting wrestlers threaten to immerse their medals in Haridwar. They give a 5-day ultimatum to arrest Brij Bhushan Singh. BKU leader Naresh Taket stops the immersion of medals in Ganga. Congress delegation led by Mallikarjun Kharge meets President over the Manipur violence. Home Minister Amit Shah orders strict action against elements disturbing peace in the state. Explosive details of ED charge sheet in the liquor scam. ED claims Manish Sisodia changed his mobile phone even after the CBI lodged a case. Accused Vijay Nair arm twisted the manufacturers using Punjab government machinery. Inside details of Delhi's demonic crime probe. Sakshee murder was pre-planned. Accused Sahil chatted with multiple girls while he plotted Sakshi's murder. A day after the photo op, no sign of a real breakthrough in the Ashok Gehlot-Sachin Pilot battle. Sachin Pilot wants Congress leadership to provide a clear roadmap in the battle for Rajasthan. The Delhi police have made some sensational disclosures after the initial interrogation of Sahil Khan, the 20-year-old air conditioning technician who was caught on CCTV cameras repeatedly stabbing a 16-year-old girl to death. He then crushed her head with a stone slab on a very busy Delhi bylane. Police say this was not a heat-of-the-moment crime, but a well-planned murder. Sahil bought a knife a fortnight ago. He waited for the right opportunity to kill Sakshee. And after killing Sakshee, Sahil reportedly discarded the knife at a place called Rithala and then went to live with a relative in Bulandshahr. We get you more in our top story.
Before stabbing her 20 times and smashing her head 6 times with a slab of stone, Sahil Khan plotted the cold-blooded murder and called Sakshee to the crime spot and waited to ambush her. When Sakshee arrived, Sahil went on a stabbing spree and crushed her head multiple times in full public glare as passers-by looked on. The preliminary investigation reveals a breakup drove Sahil to kill Sakshee. Sahil was furious as Sakshee went back to her earlier boyfriend Praveen. Sahil confronted Sakshee on the breakup before murdering her. After the murder, Sahil switched off his phone to dodge the police and fled to UP's Bulandshahr. He threw away the murder weapon, a knife, in Delhi's Ritala area.
बताया जा रहा है कि साहिल मैकेनिक का काम करता था, जबकि सरफराज जो उसके पिता हैं वो बढ़ई का काम करते थे, दरवाजा खिड़कियां ये सब बनाने का काम वो किया करते थे। फिलहाल पुलिस साहिल से लगातार पूछताछ कर रही है और ये पता लगाने की कोशिश कर रही है कि आखिर इस वारदात को अंजाम देने की प्लानिंग उसने कब रची थी।
Sahil has now admitted to killing Sakshee during interrogation by the police.
साइंटिफिक इन्वेस्टिगेशन पे पूरा जोर है, कोशिश कर रहे हैं सारे जितने भी इसमें हम लोग को एविडेंसेस मिल पाएं वो सब हम लोग जुगाड़ रहे हैं। फर्दर इन्वेस्टिगेशन इज ऑन इट्स वे।
Sakshee, continuously harassed by Sahil, had confided in one of her friends and had urged him to help her.
साक्षी ने यही बोला, मैं 20 बार बता चुका हूँ कि मेरे को एक लड़का टॉर्चर कर रहा है, भाई में थोड़ी मेरी मदद करो, तो मैं तो उसकी मदद ही करने गया था। हाँ। उस लड़के को समझाने ही गया था।
कहाँ मिला था साहिल आपको?
यहीं पर ही जहाँ पे मर्डर हुआ है।
जहाँ पे मर्डर
पहले भी वहीं मिला था।
अच्छा,
वहीं पर उसी ने बुलाया था।
While plotting Sakshi's murder, Sahil had been chatting with multiple girls. The police are probing if this was the reason for Sakshee breaking up with him.
इस कातिल को हर हाल में अगले 6 महीने के अंदर अंदर फांसी की सजा होनी चाहिए। इसके ऊपर सरकार को काम करना चाहिए, कोर्ट्स को काम करना चाहिए।
Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal has promised strict action for the gruesome murder.
उसको कठोर से कठोर सजा दिलाने के लिए दिल्ली सरकार जो है कोर्ट के अंदर बड़े से बड़ा वकील खड़ा करेगी।
आज मैं एलजी साहब से हाथ जोड़ के निवेदन करना चाहती हूँ कि देश के संविधान ने आपको दिल्ली की कानून व्यवस्था की, दिल्ली की सुरक्षा व्यवस्था की जिम्मेदारी दी है, लेकिन आप अब 24 घंटे सिर्फ और सिर्फ राजनीति करने में लगाते हैं, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के काम रोकने में लगाते हैं। अगर आप अपनी संवैधानिक जिम्मेदारी निभाएं तो आज दिल्ली में ये स्थिति नहीं होगी।
Sakshi's parents have sought capital punishment for Sahil. Will Sakshee get justice in death? With Himanshu Mishra in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
The Kalava, the Rudraksh Mala and the Shiv Bhakti Bhajans on Sahil Khan's social media. Now, was all of this part of a very elaborate trap for young girls like Sakshee? There is a clamour to probe the alleged love jihad angle in the Sakshee murder. A neighbour claims Sahil had initially introduced himself as Rahul in the locality. So was Sakshee aware of the truth? Was she trying to distance herself from Sahil, knowing the truth? The Delhi police say they will probe all angles and build a strong case seeking death penalty for a remorseless Sahil Khan.
16-year-old Sakshee, stabbed and bludgeoned to death by a 20-year-old man. The murder has numbed the entire nation. There is a new twist in the murder. When the alleged killer Sahil Khan was arrested from his aunt's house in Bulandshahr, the Hindu sacred thread Kalava was tied on his hand. Sahil is also seen wearing a Kalava in many of his Instagram posts as well. What's more surprising is another video of Sahil wearing a rosary of Rudraksha around his neck, with Om Shankar song playing in the background. These videos raise a big question whether Sahil was hiding his religious identity from Sakshee. After speaking to some Muslim community members in Sahil's village, it has emerged that even Muslims visiting dargahs tie kalawa.
आपने तो ये हाथ में कलावा बांध रखा है।
मेरी बहू है ना जो, उस पर बच्चे होते मर जाते थे। तो हम कल शरीफ दरगाह पे गए थे। तो वहाँ से हम हमारा लाग है ये। तो वहाँ हम अपनी चादर उधर चढ़ा के धागा वहाँ बंध गया था। मेरे बेटे के भी, मेरी बहू के भी।
अच्छा, तो इस तरीके के धागा मतलब इस्लाम में भी बनते हैं?
हाँ, अगर उनकी परंपरा हो तो बनते हैं।
As pictures of Sahil wearing kalawa emerged, the BJP claimed love jihad in Sakshi's chilling murder.
अगर नाम झूठा बताता है तो इसका मतलब प्यार नहीं, जिहाद है। अगर कलावा घर में खानदान में कोई नहीं पहनता लेकिन बेटी को फंसाने के लिए कलावा पहन के आता है, इसका मतलब प्यार नहीं, जिहाद है। लव जिहाद के इस राक्षस से अपनी बेटियों को बचाना।
देखिए, ये जो घटना घटी है बहुत दुखद है। उस बच्ची के साथ ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए था। उसके मन में जिहादी मानसिकता भरी हुई है और एक धर्म विशेष ने उसको इस काम पे लगाया हुआ है कि आपने जाकर हिंदू लड़कियों के साथ गलत काम करने हैं। तो ऐसी सोच के खिलाफ बहुत बड़ी लड़ाई लड़ने की जरूरत है।
Love jihad or not, it is one more angle for the police to probe. With Himanshu Mishra from Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
So does this case fall in the category of love jihad? Joining me on the show is Shubhrasta, a political analyst, Trisha Shetty is a lawyer and a women's rights activist, and Dr. Vikram Singh is former Director General of the Uttar Pradesh Police. Shubhrasta, I want to begin by asking you, why does his having tied a kalawa or wearing a rudraksh look suspicious to you? Explain, why should this be linked or probed as love jihad?
Gaurav, for the simple reason that this seems to be a part of an established trend, that there has been a lot of incidents in the past, and we have known it through various reports that have come out. We have known it through, of course, through the various representations on media, especially movies like the Kerala story, that it's a part of a larger trend, which is why there is a reason that there is an uproar on the love jihad angle. Having said that, I am not going to deny the fact that there are traditions within Islam where there is a whole idea of tying, a thread on your legs or, on your hands, etc. But Rudraksh definitely makes one wonder, why is it that a Muslim youth, if at all he might be influenced by Hinduism,
okay,
but then that's something that the family should come out and speak about. So to your specific question on why do I think that there is a credence to this entire love jihad angle, it is because there have been precedents in the past.
Okay.
It is because we have seen cases in Jharkhand, cases in Kerala, cases in Delhi, that there is an angle which exists like this. There's no reason why one should discount this particular aspect.
This should be investigated, is what you say. Trisha Shetty, yes. A neighbor today told reporters Sahil had initially introduced himself in this locality as Rahul. Why would he do so if that is true? The Kalawa, the Rudraksh, the Shiv Bhajans on social media platforms. When you join the dots, does it point to a scary picture?
The only scary picture I see here is a 20-year-old man brutally murdering a 16-year-old girl. The second scary picture I see here is how we are repeatedly watching women lose their lives to violence in India. Right? Now, what are the dots we are joining? Sometimes they say love jihad is when when a Hindu woman is being trapped in love with a Muslim man, and then she engages in terrorist activities and is a threat to the state. Here, suddenly, the girl is unfortunately been murdered. Now the whole angle of love jihad has been changed to what? She was trapped so that she could later been killed. You're joining some obscure dots to further divide us on the grounds of religion. Can we just talk about real numbers for a second, caller? Just 1 minute, okay?
Go, sure.
Nirbhaya Fund has since 2016 to 2013 has had 4,480 crores allocated to it to be dispersed. Okay, I was in your debate yesterday when a BJP representative was very proudly speaking about it. I'm happy that she did. Fast track courts have had double pendency that has increased in the past 2 decades. Currently, fast track courts have a pendency rate of 11 lakhs with an 89.5% pendency rate when it comes to rape. Do you know how much budget has been allocated for the creation of Central Victim Compensation Fund? Out of 4,400 that has been spent, 200 crores has been allocated. A mere sum of 200 crores. When was the last time it was allocated? In 2015. Do you know how much budget has been allocated for the procurement of forensic kits? 7 crores. What kind of numbers is this? Do you know how much budget has been allocated for the training of police officers?
Let's take this step
3
by
crores
step.
and 4 crores.
Okay, Shubhrashta wants to respond, but I want to bring in Dr. Vikram Singh also into this conversation. Sir, this conversation about love jihad, given your experience, you've been a police officer for over 4 decades. Does this crime fall in the category of what is being called love jihad? Does it need to be probed as such, or is this just another crime and love jihad is a political angle that's being added?
Gauravji, not necessarily. Any murder will have to be probed incisively, and very deep investigation would be required to understand the wiring of the mind of the assailant and the killer. In this case, this boy Sahil took pains to conceal and camouflage his faith by wearing kalawa. Okay, condone that the kalawa can be worn by the Muslims because they are murids of certain dargahs. But the Rudraksh mala is absolutely an anachronism. Then the Shiv Bhajans on his social media posts also are incongruous. Number 3, he took pains to take the name of Rahul. Why did he have to conceal his identity? And to say that love jihad is only there to marry and then convert the women into terrorists is not true. The faith and the purpose is to marry by concealing one's faith, by inducement, by concealment, by fraud, so as to change the demography and convert the non-Muslims into the Muslim faith. That is the main purpose. Then the second step would be that, of course, is at a later stage. But in many cases, you would find that boys concealing their religion and then enticing and inducing the women of other faith, whether Hindus or Christians or both, into matrimony. And then, of course, it comes as a plot. And that is, of course, is the matter of investigation. Why did he take pains to conceal his religion, conceal his real name, and then pass on as Rahul?
And I want our viewers to hear this from those who were there. Our reporter, Arpita Arya, was on ground zero and she spoke to one of the neighbors. Listen in.
यहाँ पे लोकल लोगों ने कहा है कि ये बंदा राहुल के नाम से यहाँ रहता था, कलावा वगैरह पहनता था। ये बात यहाँ के लोकल लोगों ने कही है। और
कलावा जिसकी बात करी, रुद्राक्ष और हनुमान जी की पोस्टर, ये सब तो उसके सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म पे दिख रहे हैं।
बट द नेम ही इज यूजिंग हियर इज नॉट साहिल, इट वाज राहुल।
Trisha Shetty, respond. If his intentions were noble, why would he change his name, as people on ground are saying? Why would a Sahil become a Rahul? Why would a Sahil wear Rudraksh? Why would a Sahil have Shiv Bhakti bhajans?
Let's be very clear, a murderer who commits such a heinous crime cannot purport to have noble intentions. I will in no way defend such heinous crime perpetrated by such a grotesque individual, right? 2, what did he claim his surname was? I'm curious to know. What did he claim his surname was?
So
3,
Rahul, are you saying there can also be a Rahul Khan? Is that what you're... No, so there can be a Rahul Khan.
I'm curious to know.
There can be a Rahul Sohrabuddin.
I am curious to know. Sahil is not a very Muslim sounding name. I am curious to know if he changed his identity and said his first name was Rahul, what did he say his second name was? I'm genuinely curious to know.
How does that add to the debate? How does that remove from it?
How Sahil doesn't sound like a Muslim sounding name. And
what
thirdly,
about Rahul?
If you're saying...
What about Rahul? What does Rahul sound like?
Rahul, you know, Catholic, do you know how many Catholic friends I have who call Rahul?
So is there a love jihad in Christianity also? Shubhrashta wants to respond. Shubrasta wants
I
to
just want to
respond.
ask you a question. I just want to ask you just 1 second. Let me just finish.
No,
Shubhrasta, can I just finish? I don't want to interrupt you when you
time
start.
is at a premium. Shubrasta, you want to come into
Just
this?
one thing. You
Gaurav,
said
this
the
is
demographic
exactly
changes.
the problem
if the-
with human rights advocates or, feminists who want to completely deny any agency to the perpetrator of violence in this case. Why do we assume that the perpetrator is always a victim of some kind of a larger socio-political, societal melee, and which is why he cannot commit a crime? Look at what Trisha is saying right now, that let us not go by name, that, let us ignore the fact that Rahul or Sahil or whoever he is, might not have revealed his identity in full glory. She's bringing the Christian angle in. Please tell me, Trisha, have you heard of any... No, don't make a face like that. Answer a specific question. Have you heard of any Christian guy not revealing his identity, marrying a Hindu girl and lynching her into pieces? Murdering her by,
I don't think you heard me right at all. Where did I make any sort of excuses for this abominable individual who's committed such a heinous crime?
No, you did not.
Why would I make excuses for that?
I'm still curious about that. But I want Dr. Vikram Singh to weigh in because time is at a premium. Dr. Vikram Singh, is love jihad a figment of imagination?
Not at all. This matter, the problem is not only endemic to India, but it is there. You must have heard of grooming of British girls, and the British Prime Minister has ordered an SIT to improve there. And the problem of the so-called love jihad is an absolute reality. That is why there are laws in very many states, including Uttar Pradesh, to contain this malady and control this epidemic. Now, to say that this man has already committed a crime by concealing his real name and also taking pains to camouflage his faith by the Rudraksh and the Shiv Bhajans. There can be any number of arguments to say that sounds like this sounds like. Fact of the matter is that you used absolutely a name of the other faith to conceal and camouflage your faith. And then you also did not profess your faith. That, of course, is a matter of choice. But the fact that you chose the faith and the camouflage items of the other religion just for what purpose and what, that is a criminal activity and a very suspicious activity, and the police need to investigate that.
Okay, Trisha Shetty, there are now multiple laws in states that actually codify what falls in the category of love jihad, and misrepresentation of facts is one of them. If a Muslim man reportedly introduces himself as a Hindu surname, as a Hindu name, Rahul, ties a kalava, wears a ridraksh, plays out Shiv bhajans, should that not be investigated as alleged love jihad? Why bury somebody's head in sand and claim there is no love jihad unless you believe there is nothing called love jihad?
Actually, I do believe that love jihad is a very convenient bogeyman that has been raised by this administration to villainize an entire community and
just this administration and not before 2014?
This and ignore the plight of women and their safety. If the idea of love jihad is to change the demographic, then following the same logic, what sense does it make to kill this girl? What sense does it make to kill this girl? Why didn't you get her to convert instead? Your logic of love jihad, your boogeyman, has to make logical sense, at least with the mouth.
Not succeeding in his aim could be one of them, right? She was trying to distance herself from him.
Where is the evidence for this? What you're making out to be? This is a fantasy.
Where is the evidence that she was trying to distance himself? The fact that she was avoiding him, the fact that he confronted her and killed her.
Distancing herself because she was trying to convert her religion.
On facts on this case.
She was trying to convert her religion?
No, she was trying to distance herself from him. Shubrasta.
Gaurav, this is exactly where I use the word agency with respect to the perpetrator. There is this absolute blanket silence on anyone to acknowledge that this guy Sahil has really manipulated the entire system, not just the social system that we have, but also the administrative system that we have. Look at the guts with which he goes out and commits such a heinous crime. And here we are actually debating whether the girl had an agency or not. Let's talk about the agency of Sahil for the time being, because the girl is gone. We can create a better world for women out there in our individual capacities as much as we want. But then the point is that the girl is gone today. And she is gone because we have been absolutely oblivious to the kind of grooming that has been happening in this country for quite some time, and nobody is ready to acknowledge it.
And grooming that's not restricted, as Dr. Vikram Singh points out, only to India. Grooming that's also on in the United Kingdom. Is there a problem, Dr. Vikram Singh? Why, in your appreciation, and you've been a police officer for over 4 decades, why is it, whether in India or in the United Kingdom, you know, there was an effort to just bury it under, brush it under the carpet, or bury your head in sand?
You said it, Mr. Gaurav, that yes, the bizarre and the inexplicable defense of this perversion is a matter that needs to be probed and investigated also. Why there should be a compulsion to defend Sahil and his perverse acts? He is a cold-blooded, deliberate murderer, and he should be handled like such. The misplaced sympathy and compassion for men like Sahil is also a problem with our society, that it becomes fashionable to defend people like Sahil and to take and to turn the searchlight elsewhere. Sahil is a problem, and the modus operandi that Sahil displayed also speaks volumes that he was tutored, and there is a specific purpose and role for which he has been tutored. And there is a premium also on how to go about their predations. And these predators also go out on a prowl. Yet, if you talk about that, Gauravji, well, you say that you are not secular. Secular means being anti-majority community only. Anything, even if he's a murderer, if you talk about it, well, you are not being appropriate. You are not indulging in appropriate activity.
So let me get Trisha Shetty to respond. Trisha Shetty, if a section of our society, and I'm not just talking about administration, I'm talking about people. If people feel aggrieved and claim there is a systematic effort to target them, should this not be investigated instead of being summarily dismissed?
Right now, we are gathered here today to discuss the heinous murder of a girl, right? This is not an anomaly in India, unfortunately. Crimes against women has been on a steady increase. From 2021 NCRB data, we've had a 15.3% increase in crimes against women, totaling over 428,000 cases. Right? So unfortunately, we're at a time right now when this case is not an anomaly. My point is, instead of addressing how do we get access to justice to this girl against this gruesome, brutal criminal, by looking at all the evidence, by studying all the evidence and ensuring that he doesn't get to leave jail, ensuring that he gets the stringent punishment that sends a message to everyone at large that you cannot get away with brutalizing any woman's body like this, let alone a child who's 16 years of age. Instead of looking at why we have increase in rates of crime against women, where is the Nirbhaya fund going that's supposed to protect women?
No, that's a good point. You've raised that before. I've got breaking news coming in. Brij Bhushan Singh has reacted to the wrestlers saying that they would throw their medals in the Ganga river. Brij Bhushan Singh is the chief of the World Wrestling of the Wrestling Federation of India, and he says, why have they handed over their medals to Taket? Brij Bhushan Singh says, if found guilty, he will surrender. Why? Let's listen in to the BJP MP and the Wrestling Federation of India chief on the protests by wrestlers. Let's listen in.
अब तो हमारे हाथ में खेल है नहीं, अब तो दिल्ली पुलिस के हाथ में है, जांच होने दीजिए।
तो ये क्यों कर रहे हैं खिलाड़ी? आपको लगता है कि
ये इसका उत्तर वही बता सकते हैं।
क्योंकि वो कह रहे हैं कि उन्हें भरोसा नहीं, और आज बैठ के रोई है विनेश फोगट और साक्षी मलिक।
तो अब इसके लिए हम क्या कर सकते हैं? इसके लिए तो नहीं, इसके लिए हम क्या कर सकते हैं? देखिए, उन्हीं के निवेदन पर FIR हुआ है, जांच चल रही है। अब उसमें हम उनकी क्या मदद कर सकते हैं? अब आज मेडल फेंकने गई थी, मेडल मतलब डालने के लिए गई थी, फिर गंगा जी में, अब गंगा जी के बजाय टिकैत को दे दी, तो ये उनका स्टैंड, हम क्या कर सकते हैं?
नरेश टिकैत सीधे तौर पे कह रहे हैं,
वो हमारा नहीं, बस हमारा एक जो कह दिया
आप अड़ेंगे अपने स्टैंड। अरे
किस चीज पे स्टैंड? मेरा
आपने कहा कि आप इस्तीफा ऐसे नहीं देंगे। आप
क्या?
जब तक पूरी,
अरे हमारा तो कार्यकाल पूरा हो गया ना, हमारा तो कार्यकाल पूरा हो गया।
तो गिरफ्तारी पर बात आ गई ना कि आपकी गिरफ्तारी होगी।
तो गिरफ्तारी अगर गलत पाया जाऊंगा, गिरफ्तारी हो जाएगी, क्या दिक्कत है?
So the ball is in the court of the police. They're investigating the matter. In case found guilty, will be arrested, says Brij Bhushan Singh. We'll track that story closely. A quick break. Coming up next is Business Today with Abha Bakaya.
Kashmir and Himachal are where you see apple orchards in India. This orchard is in Uttar Pradesh's Ghazipur. Sunil Kushwaha is growing Himachali apples in his farm during off-season at a time when temperatures rise up to 48 degrees Celsius.
ये जो सेब की वैरायटी है ये 48 डिग्री के टेम्परेचर में भी सरवाइव कर लेता है और इसमें अहम योगदान एक हिमाचल प्रदेश के बहुत ही बहुचर्चित साइंटिस्ट हैं, वैज्ञानिक हैं, हरमन शर्मा जी का। हरमन शर्मा जी ने इजाद किया, एक वैरायटी निकाली अपने नाम से ही, हरमन 99, हरमन 99 के नाम से।
Kushwaha says he was inspired to grow apples when he heard the fruit was being cultivated in a village adopted by Prime Minister Narendra Modi.
इसके प्रेरणा स्रोत हमारे एक पीडीआई के प्रयागराज के अथॉरिटी डेवलपमेंट के एक जेई हैं, शशि प्रकाश सिंह। बनारस में एक गांव है जिसे मोदी जी ने गोद ले रखा है। तो जब गोद लिया था उन्होंने, जब यहाँ से सांसद चुन के गए थे, तो उन्होंने हरमन 99 हरमन शर्मा के पौधे अपने किसानों को वितरित किया था। हम लोग गए विजिट करने, जाने के बाद सच्चाई ये आई कि किसी के पास एक पौधे नहीं थे। कारण ये था कि पौधा सरवाइव नहीं कर पाए।
Disappointed at its findings, Kushwaha went to Himachal next.
हिमाचल गए, वहाँ बात किए, विचार किए, तो समझ में आया कि 48 डिग्री के टेम्परेचर में सरवाइव तो करता है, लेकिन कुछ रख रखाव, कुछ सुझाव की जरूरत पड़ती है, और वो रख रखाव हमारे यहाँ किसान नहीं कर पाए। तो उस तरीके से जब इसको हम करना चालू किए तो हमारे यहाँ पौधा बहुत ही शानदार चलना स्टार्ट हो गया। पौधा लगाने के बाद सबसे पहला रख रखाव कि कभी भी केमिकल फर्टिलाइजर नहीं डालना है, रासायनिक खादों से इस पौधे को दूर रखना है।
The apples in Kushwaha's farm have surprised officials at the local Krishi Vigyan Kendra.
यदि 5.5 से 6.5 pH है तो हमारे यहाँ की मतलब क्षेत्र में भी उसकी खेती, और टेम्परेचर यदि उसको मेंटेन किया जाए तो टेम्परेचर के हिसाब से हमारे यहाँ भी उसकी खेती लार्ज स्केल में की जा सकती है।
While Kushwaha has succeeded in growing apples in his farm, the viability and profitability are still to be studied. Bureau Report, India Today.
Hello and welcome. You're with us here on Business Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Here are the day's headlines. Gold falls to a 2-month low as domestic and global uncertainties recede. Yellow metals shine, dims as investors flock to D Street again. BTTV talks to two big experts in today's show to tell you the way ahead. Markets up for the fourth straight day. Sensex topped 63,000 in trade, up 123 points. Nifty up 35 points. IGC in the green despite turning ex-dividend. Great news ahead as GDP growth rate for 22-23 likely to be better than earlier estimates. Watch special coverage on BTTV social media handles and the show tomorrow. RBI to expand digital rupee pilot project this year. No word yet on wide-scale launch. Also plans a separate lightweight payments alternative to UPI, RTGS and NEFT to be deployed during natural calamities and war. The extent of China's financial troubles exposed. Goldman Sachs report claims local governments in China owe a mind-boggling $23 trillion. COVID epicenter Wuhan asks companies to repay their debts immediately to the city. Gold prices hit a 2-month low today, pressured by talks of a deal on the debt ceiling in the U.S. and a possible pause in interest rate hikes by the U.S. Fed Reserve. Prices have fallen from 60,680 rupees per 10 grams in the Delhi spot market to 59,767. The fall has been particularly steep in the past 2 weeks. We're joined by Navneet Damani, Vice President, Commodity Research at Motilal Oswal Financial Services, and Vandana Bharti, AVP Commodity Research at SMC Global, to discuss the precious metal. Thank you both for joining us. Let me start off with you, Vandana, and get a sense from you, because just when everyone was anticipating gold to hit those record levels, given fears around the US debt ceiling, we've actually seen a complete reversal, and quite a steep one at that, in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, very true. Actually, it hit the high of $2085, and from there we have seen a fall, and now it is trading near $1950 kind of level, and it is almost a fall of more than $130 in a month time. So yes, the more fall is expected in this market because we have some negative triggers for gold, and one is that there is a positive talk on debt ceiling, and dollar index technically even it is looking high and likely to touch 106, which is very negative for any commodities prices, especially gold. So gold will react on that if it touches 106 or 107 level. Another thing is that in this week we are expecting some positive data, and there are three crucial GDP data from India, Italy, and Germany. And all three it is expected to come in positive zone. So it will again give a pressure in gold counter, bullion counter, in fact, and the safe haven buying we may see it will steal the safe haven buying from gold counter. So in international market, we are expecting that there should be a decline towards the level of $19-20. If we talk about the Indian market, 58,500, 58,400 is a very good support. And considering the depreciation in INR, we are expecting that there should be a limited downside in Indian gold market.
All right, so limited downside. Now, Neeta, let me get your view in as well, given the, variety of factors at play. Let's talk about the global market first, and whether or not you feel some of those triggers have receded, given that the debt ceiling talks seem to be on track now. However, the Fed is yet to hike rates, and it looks like they're going to be doing that.
Well, yeah, to be very fair, gold has its own set of fundamentals which are driving the prices at this point in time. We started the year on a very flattish note, but the rally has caught up everybody by surprise from $1,650 to $2,080. That was a non-stop run-up which we're seeing in gold. However, I strongly believe at that point in time that the markets had overshot themselves and were due for a correction, and that is what we are witnessing at this point in time. Now, to talk about the debt ceiling, I think that's largely done deal, and it's not the first time that debt ceiling overhang is kind of impacting the market. Of course, it gives an impetus to safe haven assets, but that is not getting reflected at gold at this point in time, which gives us an indication that sooner or later, probably in a week's time, we will have some probably conclusive result out of the debt ceiling fiasco. To top it up, we had some banks which were under stress in the US, and the expectation of a possible pause over the next couple of Fed meet, but the now chances have now started to once again indicate of a 25 basis point hike as we approach the next US Fed meet. I strongly believe that gold prices, if there is some more flesh or probably some more bad news coming in from macro front or any escalation in the war, then there could be a strong positive uptrend in gold prices. Otherwise, say probably for the next couple of quarters, we've already hit the top and we could be heading downwards.
All right. Possible 10% downtrend, that's actually quite significant. Vandana, let me bring you back in here. And you also talked about some factors not really stacking up. For those that were already invested in the yellow metal, should they be looking to book some profits? And for those who were perhaps looking for other asset classes to invest in, would you advise just sticking to equities then, or any other commodities right now if we're anticipating softening when it comes to gold?
Yeah, it depends upon duration. If they have invested for short term, then definitely this is the time to book the profit. But if anybody has a vision for a year or 1.5 years, so like I'm still very bullish in gold because see, if we see the economic indicators, global PMI is near 50. Mostly the major economies PMI, they are below 50. Even China PMI is 47 right now. So these things are indicating that the economic health is really not very good, and definitely the safe haven buying will come, and it will reflect in the currency factor as well. So another 25 basis point hike, if it happens, then it may give a temporary downside to the gold prices, but again it will again give the pressure to the economic performance, and safe haven buying will return, and definitely it should start an uptrend from the month of September, because if we see the seasonality, if we see the facts, check the facts, since 1976, we have only seen 7 or 8 times that gold moved down in the month of September. So this is the time to go for seasonal buying in gold. So August lower side in gold, it is considerable to very good buying point for gold for the entire year, and fourth quarter definitely will be for gold, and there we can expect that new record high should be made there in international market as well as in domestic market. So for short term, I'm bearish in gold for very short term, but if somebody took the gold for long time, I would suggest that hold your gold in your portfolio, and it will definitely safeguard your portfolio. And for 2023 in international market, I'm expecting $21-25 in domestic market. I'm considering the new high of 63,000 to 63,500. So again, it will be a win-win situation for 2023 in gold, and it will be another year of hike for gold.
Would you agree? Let me also get Nathan on this to understand if he's concurrent with the kind of targets on the higher side here, Navneet. Okay, she said short term we could possibly see a blip, but would you be in concurrence with the target on the higher side?
Well, it's a divided opinion at this point in time, and it is really difficult for the investors also to figure out what's to be done. But you've already seen about the 7% correction in the domestic market, or probably the international markets also in the last 1 month's time frame, and I think that comes on the back of 20% successive rally over the last 4 months. Now to time it here is a little difficult. Maybe as I mentioned, maybe 2-3-5% upside could be in store, but from a medium term perspective, I'm not pretty confident. I would rather place my bets on silver, probably expecting a revival in the industrial economies and probably a strong pent up demand coming in from China. So my money would be on silver rather than gold at this point in time.
Let's get your view, Vandana, on silver and whether or not we'll see better opportunity for returns there.
Yeah, silver it is a shining metal, and the shine will increase by in the years, because the more we talk about clean energy, green environment, clean environment, the more silver will be used by the various companies and factories and everywhere. And since 2012, we have seen first time in 2022 that the demand surpassed the supply side. So it is happening, and even in this year, the demand will higher than the supply side. So this time we are expecting that the gold-silver ratio should improve towards 1:75. It hit the low of 1:95, 1:97 in 2022 when the war occurred. What started. So in coming years, we are expecting that silver will outperform gold. And in international market, we are expecting that there should be a higher side target of around $35 to $36. And surprisingly, it hit a record high of $50, and now it is trading near the level of $25. So it is almost half prices down from the record high, and gold is making record high every day. So this is the time when silver will outperform gold, and the industrial demand is increasing, and it will push up the silver prices, and marginally the silver ETF buying is also increasing. So this is another positive factors. And in domestic market, we are expecting 85,000 kind of level next year in silver.
Great speaking to both of you and hearing both your views. I'm glad we found some consensus at the end of it. And good to hear what's happening in the world of precious metal. Thanks so much for joining us. Capital markets, meanwhile, continued their upward climb, with indices extending their gains for the fourth session in a row. Gains were, however, capped amid mixed global cues. Sensex crossed 63,000 in trading today before settling 123 points higher at 62,969. The Nifty was up 35 points. Top Nifty gainers today: ITC, HDFC Life, Bajaj Finserv, Kotak Bank and Bajaj Finance. On the downside, Hindalco, Adani Enterprises, Tata Steel, Tech Mahindra and Dr. Reddy's. There could be some good news on the economic front, with the government set to announce much better than expected GDP growth numbers tomorrow. A pickup in economic activity in the past few months and reducing uncertainties has paved the way for a faster economic growth rate.
For the current year, for the year that has just ended, that is 22-23, the estimates are that it will be 7%. But there is a possibility that it could be even more.
The governor of the Reserve Bank of India himself giving the good news last week that the GDP growth estimate for financial year 2022-23 will be better than expected. The RBI had forecast a 7% growth rate against the much more guarded forecast of world bodies like IMF and the World Bank. However, a State Bank of India report released last week hiked the estimate to 7.1%. According to the report, the pickup in the economy in the fourth quarter, January to March, has been more energetic than earlier estimated.
It initially appeared in the third quarter that there was a pent-up demand which was supporting economic activity. But all the economic indicators in the Q4 of last financial year, they saw that economic activity sustained momentum. And in fact, all the fast move, high frequency indicators, about 70 of them which we monitor in the Reserve Bank of India, almost in all of these high frequency indicators, the momentum was maintained in Q4. So therefore, I will not be surprised, we should not be surprised if the growth is slightly more than 7%.
What has turned the tide for the economy from the post-COVID bloom is a clutch of factors, including a rebound in the agriculture sector, a stellar performance by services export, a pickup in capex in infrastructure, a rise in private investments particularly in the steel and cement sector, capacity utilization in manufacturing exceeding 75% and a nearly 16% growth in bank credit. There are some lingering concerns as well, which include continued geopolitical uncertainties, global inflation, which is still high in several countries, fears of contraction in world trade and a resulting dip in merchandise exports, and the possible impact of El Nino on the agriculture output.
While the centre in fact expects that there could be some change in the absolute numbers, but that will be a negligible change when you look at the whole figure of the GDP percentage. It clearly looks that the growth story of India is being looked into from a big angle, with inflation coming down in the last few months and manufacturing and services industries doing well. The centre is hopeful of a successful upcoming story for India's economic growth. Masudani for Business Today Television.
Let's take a very quick break. When we come back, mind-boggling figures which point to a financial crisis in China.
Pranav Salkar saw his mother struggle to get water after coming back from work every day. The nearest source of water was half a kilometer away. Pained by this sight, the 14-year-old took matters into his own hands. He started digging a well, and in 4 days, he struck gold.
त्याला मी एक सूचना दिली होती का इथे कोण थोडंसं पाणी लागतो का आपण बघूया. नंतर आम्ही मग कामावर ती सुरुवात केली. मग त्यांनी मनापासून सुरुवात केली खोदायला. म्हणजे करता त्यांनी खोदता 3-4 दिवस त्यांनी लावले आणि पाणी लागलं.
Pranav's parents speak fondly of their son's efforts. They recount how he had made a ladder to dig out soil from the pit.
आम्ही मजुरी करतो आणि संध्याकाळी येतो काम करून. मग मला त्रास होतो म्हणून माझ्या मुलाने विहीर खोदली 4 दिवसात. मला आनंद वाटतो.
ते पाणी तुम्ही वापरता का?
त्या पाणी आम्ही वापरतो.
Kelve village in Palghar gets piped water thrice a week. To Pranav's parents, who work as labourers, the well is a relief. And it goes without saying, Pranav is now a hero in his village. Bureau Report, India Today.
Welcome back. PB Fintech, the parent company of Policy Bazaar, reported a sharp narrowing in losses in the fourth quarter. The company is now hopeful of turning profitable this fiscal and has claimed it will achieve 1,000 crores in net profits in the next 3 years. My colleague Sakshee Malikkh caught up with the company's founder and CEO, Yashish Daya, to find out how he aims to achieve this.
Good set of numbers for Q4, so congratulations on that. The company has turned break-even at the operating level for the quarter. Help our viewers understand your own sense as to when do you really expect to turn break-even at the net level now, and profitability once attained, how do you see it growing further?
I think next year we have guided that we should be profitable at the PAT level. We should obviously, to achieve that, we have to be significantly profitable at the adjusted EBITDA level. And what that also implies is from a cash flow perspective, we are already positive. So both at an operating adjusted EBITDA level and a cash flow level, we have now been positive. Now, I think, Sakshi, what one needs to understand is the core business has now been profitable from again, a EBITDA perspective, operating level, for about 6-7 quarters now. So it's not a new thing for the core business. I think what has happened is the core business is now making enough EBITDA to cover the losses created by the new initiatives. The new initiatives, I think we started about 18 months ago. We have grown very rapidly in those. And yes, when you grow such a business, you have some investments. We have now reached a stage where we are comfortable with our losses on the new initiatives. I think from here onwards at our operating level, we should not, we should continue to be positive. We've also given a second guidance, which is around 2027, we should have a PAT of about 1,000 crores, which should be encouraging from, from investors' perspective. It should also be encouraging from a company perspective, because that will really improve our cash flows quite a bit.
The buzzword right now is AI and the new technologies, ChatGPT. Have you been able to explore any of that so far, looking as to how this can really help scale up your business going forward from here?
Yeah, so both the businesses continue to look at the cutting edge technologies, the sort of data analytics and the AI work that we do across both the businesses is actually very, very cutting edge. And we hope that we are able to demonstrate some of that to the market and to the investors very soon. Just to give you some very, very simple examples, we have these, huge number of calls which go out every day. We are able to convert those calls into text and then analytics over it to understand better about the customer requirements. We have created a live score, like you would have heard about credit score, but internally we have created a live score where we look at, is there a risk that this customer may be a fraud? And if that's the case, what do we do to deep dive into that particular case? And a lot of that stuff happens through facial recognition technology that we have in-house built. And then we share that data and that insight with our partners when the case goes to the partner. There are multiple such things that we do as a company. And, eventually if we are looking at growing faster than the market, and if we are looking at creating more efficiency for ourselves, this is something that has to be done by any company, not only just by us.
Let's take a look at what else is making news in the corporate world. Go First has cancelled all its flights till the 4th of June. This is the third time Go First has extended cancellations. The budget airline had approached the bankruptcy court on the 3rd of May, citing unavailability of aircraft engines, which led to the grounding of its fleet. The airline had stopped issuing tickets and ceased operations on May 3rd. Japan's electrical equipment manufacturer Omron is set to open its first medical device factory in Tamil Nadu. According to a report, the Japanese company will invest around $16 million. This development comes after Tamil Nadu signed an MOU with 6 Japanese firms for 820 crore rupees. Apple has reportedly refused to toe the IT ministry line on betting apps. According to reports, Apple has told ministry officials that it needs concrete legal reasons to comply with the order to take down betting apps from its app store. Apple contended that some of the betting apps are legal in other geographies and cannot be made unavailable in India alone. Google has already complied by removing some of these apps. Wuhan, the epicenter of the COVID-19 epidemic, is literally going broke. City officials have asked more than 250 companies to immediately pay up their outstanding debts. Embarrassingly, these debtors include government departments alongside private companies.
3.5 years ago, this was the market from where the deadly COVID-19 virus spread and exploded across the world. It is Wuhan, a central Chinese city of more than 12 million, which is considered the epicenter of the disease, which claimed 7 million lives in the past 40 months. Today, the city is naming and shaming hundreds of debtors in local newspapers, demanding they immediately pay their debts and other outstanding amounts. Wuhan is in financial trouble and has printed a list of 259 entities with outstanding payments dating back to December 2018. The debts listed total more than $42 million. The article says the attempts to collect the money by writing to debtors had failed. Wuhan, considered the Detroit of China, is one of the country's several industrial powerhouses. However, Chinese President Xi Jinping's Zero COVID campaign seems to have exhausted the city budget. Wuhan spent millions of dollars on frequent COVID lockdowns, mass testing and quarantine centers before last December's policy U-turn. The real estate crash has only added to the woes as the local government relies heavily on revenues from land sale. Wuhan was forced to trim its budget by 8.5% this year, falling short of earlier estimates by a huge margin. According to a Goldman Sachs report, local city governments in China owe more than $23 trillion in debt, all burdened by the country's draconian anti-COVID measures. The majority of China's 31 states have already exceeded a threshold set by Beijing, which marks disproportionately high debt risks. Big worry is that local governments across China will have to make painful spending cuts or divert money away from growth-boosting projects to continue repaying their debts. Cities have been forced to cut heating to office buildings, shut down bus services and trim medical benefits to pensioners. These are reports of civil servants in cities like Shanghai having their salaries cut. All steps which analysts say will be the biggest challenge to the power of Xi Jinping in the coming days. Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
That's where we leave it on the show tonight. Thanks so much for watching. Amazon has announced massive investment plans for India. The Jeff Bezos-owned company has said it will invest $12.7 billion or 1,50,000 crore rupees by 2030. The investment will be used to build its cloud infrastructure in India and will support over 100,000 full-time jobs annually. The company has already invested about $6.5 billion in India in the e-commerce sector. For more on this, we're joined by our correspondent Akanksha Chaturvedi.
Well, that's right. Amazon will be investing around $12.7 billion in India's cloud infrastructure. This is roughly around 1 lakh crore rupees. And this would be done by 2030. And this is not the first time that the company would be investing money in India's cloud infrastructure. The company has in fact invested around $3.7 billion between 2016 to 2022 in India's cloud infrastructure. They also believe that this would be creating a lot many jobs in India. To be exact, a little over 130,000 jobs every year. And these would be in maintenance, this would be in construction, in telecommunications, and a lot many sectors. What's also worth noting that Indian IT companies and Indian tech companies would also benefit from this infrastructure that would be built by Amazon in India.
Sorry. Co-powered by Max Life Insurance. You are the difference.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's play.
Hello and welcome to our special broadcast. The IPL Final 2023 made countless fans wait for over 2 days, but in the end, it was all worth it. All worth it because they got their money's worth. You saw a final that went down to the last ball, and what added cherry on top of the cake was the fact that MS Dhoni ended up on the winning side. That's what we're celebrating in the next half an hour or so. 5-star MS Dhoni, because now he's tied alongside the Mumbai Indians team for being the most successful team in IPL's history. Both teams now have 5 titles apiece. Let's take a look at what really happened on the day. Sunny Gavaskar will also join us live on the program. We'll talk to him about that exciting finish, also the kind of legacy that MS Dhoni has left behind. But mind you, MS Dhoni has also said, which we'll tell you a little later in the program too, that this is not his swan song. This is not his final season. So that's great news as well. Now, after a day of a washout, several hours of rain delay on the reserve day too, it was at 1:30 on Tuesday morning when the Chennai Super Kings emerged as the IPL champions for the 2023 edition. It took a boundary of the final ball of the match to determine the winner of a thrilling finale. Take a look at everything that panned out on the final day.
Even the legendary Mahendra Singh Dhoni could not stand the last ball drama. The man who's seen it all couldn't open his eyes even after his team won. There was drama right from the start when Shubman Gill got dropped early in GT's innings. GT had got off to a blistering start and it needed a special effort to break the partnership. MS Dhoni's lightning-quick stumping effort got rid of Shubman Gill. The reaction time being as quick as 0.1 second. Sai Sudarshan stunned CSK with his blitz and raised to the 90s. He was just one hit away from his maiden IPL ton, but got pinged on the pads by Matisha Pathirana.
He's on his way back at the end of an extra. Quite getting
on the big day, GT finished with a big total of 214 and CSK were asked to pull off a record chase in an IPL final.
So Titans ahead around at the moment, and that is
the CSK innings got underway but had to be halted as the weather gods intervened. When play resumed, the CSK openers came out all guns blazing.
Because there's no one out that side, it's gone all the way too. It's over so far.
In a match reduced to 15 overs, CSK raised to 50 in just 4 overs. They were going strong, but GT struck twice in the same over.
Now he should be underneath this. Was looking to clear him.
Ajinkya Rahane and Shivam Dubey landed some lusty blows and kept the pressure on GT.
And it's over the boundary. He connect.
The entire stadium rose to welcome Mahendra Singh Dhoni, but even before they could get back to their seats, Dhoni's stay in the centre ended. CSK needed 13 of the final over and it boiled down to 10 in the last 2. On strike was Ravindra Jadeja. He sent the ball over Mohit Sharma's head and CSK believed it could still be done. The great MSD prayed for a miracle, and the miracle happened. Jadeja sent the ball to the fence and CSK's fairy tale comeback was complete. Sports Bureau, India Today.
What scenes we witnessed in that game that was played in Ahmedabad. And one thing that you know about MS Dhoni, he's always low profile, doesn't like to take the limelight, and that's exactly what we witnessed in that game too. But after the game was done and dusted, when he reached the hotel, there was a surprise planned for him, a massive cake in the colors of Chennai Super Kings, and then he cut that cake amongst all the team members, their extended family, everyone that was present. That was their small celebration that they had, but the real celebration is going to continue for days to come because Chennai was celebrating late into the night, and then, of course, for a few days to come, because there's a lot of other good news that happened which came after that final. So what is that other good news? Now, we saw breathtaking scenes in Ahmedabad. The prayers of not just those inside the stadium, but even outside were heard. And Mahendra Singh Dhoni lifted the IPL title for the record 5th time. The one question that was asked to him repeatedly during the whole season was once again asked to him at the end of the finale. And here's what MS Dhoni said when he was asked about his retirement.
You know, if you circumstantially, if you see, this is the best time for me to announce the retirement, you know, but the amount of love and affection that I've been shown wherever I have been this year, you know, I think the easy thing for me to say would be like, thank you very much, but the tough thing for me is to work hard for another 9 months and come back and play at least one more season of IPL. But a lot depends on the body. You know, I have 6, 7 months to decide, and I think, you know, it's something. It will be more like a gift from my side. You know, it's not easy for me, but you know, that's a gift. The way they have shown their love and affection, I think that's something that I need to do for them.
Now, as we celebrate the victor, spare a thought for a team that lost this game on the final ball of the match. MS Dhoni, as you saw, was all smiles after he lifted the IPL trophy for yet another time. But the losing captain, Hardik Pandya too, signed off with a big smile on his face and had his head held high. The man who modelled his team like the Chennai Super Kings didn't mind the result. As he said, he lost to the nicest man. Listen in to what the Gujarat captain said.
I mean, see, I'm very happy for him as well. You know, destiny had, you know, this written for him, and now if I had to lose, I don't mind losing to him as well. So I can't ask anything better. I mean, see, I mentioned last year as well, you know, good things happens to good people. I think he's one of the guys who is the nicest people who I've met, and you know, God's been kind. God's been kind with me as well, but I think God gave him little better today.
Okay, joining us live on the program, former India captain and our cricket analyst in Sunny Gavaskar. He was present in the stadium enjoying that particular game. Saiba, it's a game that, you know, the joke on social media is it's a match that actually gone on to 3 days because it was supposed to be on the 28th of May, finished on the 30th. But in the end, you'd say that everyone got their money's worth and this was the best IPL final possible?
I think it was exactly the final that, you know, a big tournament deserves. A big tournament, a huge tournament like the incredible Premier League deserves. Even before the first ball was bowled, I was saying, I just want a last ball finish. And that's exactly what happened. But what a game. What a game.
Okay, one of the moments when Chennai Super Kings were chasing was the fact that MS Dhoni comes out. Everyone was hoping that, you know, he finishes off in style as he often does with a 6. That wasn't to be, got out on a duck. But then would you say, you know, it was destiny? Eventually, he ended up on the winning side?
Yes, I mean, if he had been there to hit the winning run, it would have been, you know, like cherry on the top. But at the end of the day, being the team man that he is, he would be very happy that he might have got out first ball, but his team went on to win the title. So I think at the end of the day, that's all that matters, whether you score 100, so take 5 wickets. If your team loses, there's no fun. But you score 0, you might be smashed for 40, 50 runs, but if your team wins, that is huge.
Okay, now those 2 images that fans will remember for, you know, years to come. One of MS Dhoni there, emotionless, probably praying that his team ends up winning. The other one was that stumping that MS Dhoni did. You know, it was 0.01 second on the stopwatch. Usain Bolt may be the fastest man as far as running is concerned, but MS Dhoni, even at this age, you'd say the fastest glovesman behind the wickets?
Yes, I think it was, you know, for somebody who's 40 years old to be having that lightning quick reflexes to get the bails off in a flash, and that to get rid of the informed batter, Shubman Gill. That was the first blow, really, because Shubman was really hitting the ball well and looked like he was in for a big score again.
Okay, Saiba, you were in the stadium. Now talk to us about those final 2 deliveries. 2 boundaries were needed. The odds were stacked against the Chennai Super Kings. Ravindra Jadeja on strike, hasn't been in great form throughout the season. Tell us honestly, did you expect that CSK would end up winning?
Yes. I've seen him do it before. He's capable of that. We've seen him hit some big sixes. And so, with that last ball, the 5th ball, when he hit for a 6, and Mohit Sharma had done very little wrong till then, that actually, opened the door for that, the unbelievable finish.
Right, so as we celebrate the winners, that is the Chennai Super Kings and MS Dhoni, my mind also goes to someone like a Mohit Sharma. He was making a comeback in this IPL, had been outstanding, and that final over, barring those last 2 balls that we just spoke about, those first 4 balls that he bowled in that over was spot on. Where do you think it went wrong for the Gujarat Titans and Mohit Sharma in particular?
Well, actually, you know what? He had bowled those first three or four deliveries. He had bowled them absolutely brilliantly. Then for some strange reasons, some water was sent to him. In the middle of an over, some drink was sent to him. Then Hardik Pandya came and spoke with him. When a bowler is in that rhythm and he's mentally also there, nobody should have said anything to him. Nothing at all. If at all, from a distance, just say well bowled. But going to him, trying to talk to him, I don't think that was the right thing to do, because suddenly he was looking here and there. Till then, he was focused on his bowling, and I don't think that was a great idea, doing what was done at that particular time, because after that is where he went for those runs, 10 runs.
That's a very pertinent point that Mr. Gavaskar there is making. Mohit Sharma was outstanding on the night, experienced bowler. It's been almost a decade since he played for the Indian team. Probably should have allowed to do exactly what he was doing earlier instead of giving him so many inputs. But this is something, a lesson probably that you only learn in hindsight. Saibai, stay on with us. Plenty more to come with Mr. Gavaskar. Now, meanwhile, the 2023 edition of the Indian Premier League has in many ways been all about one man, and that is MS Dhoni. The legendary skipper led Chennai Super Kings to a 5th IPL title. But this tournament was about more than just Dhoni winning it. It was about celebrating him. Here's a special story covering all the facets of MS Dhoni that we saw in this edition of the IPL.
Tata IPL champions! The talk before the tournament was about one man, and in the final, he had his say in trademark fashion. MS Dhoni's lightning-fast reflexes behind the stumps will forever be a cherished moment in CSK's glorious IPL 2023 campaign. But Dhoni was more than just one moment. Fans thronged the stadiums, decked out in yellow shirts with the number 7 emblazoned on it, regardless of where the match was being played. It was as if every game was a home fixture for CSK.
केकेआर में कोई किंग हो सकता है, चेन्नई में भी कोई किंग हो सकता है, लेकिन वहाँ एक ब्रांड है धोनी, वो किंग मेकर है, ठीक है। और
I am expecting to see that Dhoni needs to win.
He needs to win.
He's a good cricket player.
He is a good cricket player. Is it the first time you will be seeing Dhoni?
Yeah.
We are coming from Pune and Nasik for this match. Just see to Mahi playing very well.
He should not apply for the retirement. He should play more for 4 to 5 years as looking to his fitness.
Really hurtful, and I hope he will play for more and more years. And look at this.
It got to a point where the crowd willed on certain CSK batsmen to get out just so they could get a glimpse of MS Dhoni.
देखिए मैं नीचे जा रहा हूँ तो माही भाई के नाम से चिल्लाते हैं और जब मैं आगे जाऊँगा तो फिर वो आउट होने का वेट करेंगे तो जो भी है सही चल रहा है जो भी टीम जीत रही है बस मैं भी खुश हूँ.
And even legends of the game were keen to get in on Dhoni mania. Such was the adulation the man received from everywhere. But Dhoni's presence wasn't just a victory lap. Even at 41, he hammered the best of bowlers that the IPL has to offer.
Listen!
cover again. You've got to get another.
Dhoni also showed that his mind remains as sharp as ever when a genius change in field during qualifier 1 led to the dismissal of Rashid Khan.
Should have seen the activity before this ball was bowled. Brilliant captaincy.
He also proved that he has the ability to motivate his players to do better, as he subtly voiced his displeasure at his bowlers for bowling one too many extras.
Strengthen the offside.
One more thing is, they'll have to bowl maybe no balls and less wides, because we are bowling too many extra deliveries, or they'll have to be ready to play under a new captain, at some point of time, it will be my second warning and I'll be off.
Two other CSK players in Shivam Dube and Ajinkya Rahane also spoke glowingly about Dhoni's influence on their good form this year, showcasing his man management ability.
Too easy for Ajinkya Rahane.
उनके लिए मैं एक ही चीज़ बोल सकता हूँ, वो इतने बड़े क्रिकेटर हैं, वो कुछ चीज़ आपको बोल दे तो आपके लिए आपका कॉन्फिडेंस ज़मीन से आसमान में चाहे। तो मुझे तो बहुत सारी चीज़ उन्होंने बोला है, तो ऑब्वियसली मुझे बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है अपना बैटिंग करके।
I think important thing about Mahi Bhai and Flem is they gave freedom to each and every individual. When I came into CSK camp, they just told me to play my normal game, just prepare well, focus on your preparation, focus on your process. That's what MS always say. For me,
Dhoni's astuteness as a captain also came to the fore in qualifier 1 yet again, when he skirted around the rules to ensure Matisha Patirana could bowl the 16th over.
Past 9 minutes. And so, he can bowl.
Rather than looking at what he did, you have to look at what the umpires did. In the sense that the umpires should have actually just, as they would tell maybe anybody else, but maybe because it was MS Dhoni, they indulged him and they started talking with him. But anybody else had come there, they would have gone to their positions and said, one would have gone to square leg, one would have gone to the umpires, and that's what they would have done. And that is what the umpires should have done, really. So I wouldn't point a finger at MS Dhoni. I would rather ask the umpires why they took so much time.
The crowds loved every moment involving MS Dhoni this season and will hope to see him back in action come the 2020.